Hi everyone, so I hope you guys have written the ConceptX test series and now it's time for the solution. Before starting anything, there is an important announcement that test window has increased to 11:59 p.m. So if you did not attempt the test, you can attempt it now, okay? Because a lot of students requested that they need to, they want the increased test window. So you can attempt the test now till 11:59 p.m. That means after 11:59 p.m. you will not be able to solve the questions. So if you want to utilize your complete 3 hours 20 minutes, it was a paper of 3 hours 20 minutes. So if you want to utilize that completely, then you just need to log in latest by 8:40 p.m. Okay. So if you log in by 8:40 p.m., you will be able to utilize it. Now what I am expecting from your side? From your side, I expect comments. So what was the level of the question paper? You guys will comment down. After seeing the solution, after watching the solution, you comment down what was the level, what did you get to learn, did you get to understand a lot of new things or not. So whatever that you felt, you will write it down. Okay. Now secondly, if you guys scored less, no need to worry because everyone scored less. Okay, you are not the only one who is scoring less. As of now, test result is not out. Like you could have seen the test result, but I cannot see the test result as of now. I will be able to see it when it is completed because as of now, when I am recording this video, test is not conducted. So I don't know the result, but once I see the result in the comment section or coming live, I will tell you that how much marks rank 1 scored, how much marks rank 10 scored. Okay, and just by looking at the question paper, I can tell that there would be hardly 3 to 4 people who would get 50 plus. Out of 100, there would be hardly 3 to 4 people who would get 50 plus marks. That I know. So don't be demotivated if you are scoring less. This is September only, no? That's why I conducted this test in September, not in December. Because if I had conducted the test like this in December, then you would be demotivated. You would feel like that what I would do in the examination. But now this is September. You have done a few subjects. You got to know that I need to improve. I need to improve myself. So surely you can improve. Anyone in this world can improve. And you are having more than enough time. 5 months are there. Surely you can improve. So from now onwards, from today onwards, after watching the solution, your target would be that I need to improve. I need to improve in a manner that no matter whatever the questions are coming, that I would be able to solve. Sadly, there is a thing. You might be saying that, sir, I am studying from some particular resource and that is the best resource. I admit every resource is good. Okay, whoever teaches, he teaches good only or decent enough. And sir, I was able to solve the PYQs as well. But there is a sad reality that why you are able to solve the PYQs. Because whatever that has been asked in the PYQs, that is there in the notes. Your notes are made based on the previous year questions. Those previous year questions you have seen, your educator also have seen. And he has taught in a manner that you are able to solve those questions. But in future, in 2026 or in 2027, whatever the questions are coming, you might struggle there. Okay, I am not telling that resource is bad, nothing like that. Whatever that you are doing, you are studying well. But you need to be mature enough now. You should be understanding that what kind of things I should follow so that I am able to understand the things. Not just for solving the PYQs. GATE preparation is not about only solving the PYQs. It is about understanding the subject. And now you could see what kind of level has been developed in GATE examination. They are not asking straightforward question. Whether it is GATE ECE electrical, GATE ECE electrical or instrumentation. Last year in instrumentation 65 marks was rank 1. Okay. In 2023 in electrical 66 marks was the rank 1. These are the marks of rank 1. During my attempt, I scored 68.66 marks in ECE. My rank was 27. So at this much of low marks, you get a very good rank. That means the level has been increased. So only by solving the PYQs, your job will not be done. That's a sad reality. You need to understand the concept in a better manner, not just rote learning, but the intuition. You will see the solution and you will realize what I am talking about. Not a single question was lengthy. Hardly there would be 3 to 4 lines of calculation in all the questions if it clicks to you. Otherwise, you will keep on applying Laplace transform, you will keep on doing bigger calculation, you will convert the signal into UT, RT, you will keep on doing that, you will not get the answer. But if something clicks to you in time domain only, then you will get the answer. Okay. So you would see the solution of every single question and you will realize what kind of depth was there in these kind of questions. And these kind of questions are there in our test series as well. Okay. Well and good. So don't be demotivated because not everyone is scoring pretty well. Like hardly some people would have scored pretty well. Otherwise, everyone is at the same level. Now, there would be two kind of categories. One guys would be taking it on ego. That sir, we were not able to solve the problems. That means your test series was not that good. If we are able to solve the problems, then only test is good, otherwise it is not good. And I would see these kind of guys after the gate examination as well. They will keep on blaming the IITs, how they can set this kind of question paper. Our teachers was not able to solve, because a lot of legendary teachers will not be able to solve a lot of gate questions. It happens every year. Okay, you can, if you want to go, you can go and check out the solution videos. There, out of 65, they will hardly discuss 50 question. Rest 15 they will not get. Okay, although IITs would release a question paper, but somehow they miss those questions. Somehow they miss it. I don't know what really happens. It might be their internet connection is slow, so that only 50 questions were loaded, but rest 15 were not loaded. So it happens in every gate attempt. So their students will also be there, right, who are their big fan, who are their devotes. They would also come and say that how IITs can frame the question paper, our teachers were not able to solve, this is wrong, that is wrong. But IITs are not expecting these kind of students. Our India is not expecting these kind of students. Our industry is not expecting these kind of students. They are expecting the students who are good at studies, who are good at understanding the things, not just at surface level learning. Okay. And you see on our platform, you see any single video, you see any kind of content, and you realize what is the difference. Why there is a difference? What was required? And you could see in this solution video as well. We will solve all the questions with minimum calculation. Okay, so not demeaning other content, I am just telling that there is a difference and you need to realize that difference and you need to study in a good manner. I am not saying that you purchase the course, because purchasing the course is depends on finance. It depends on finance, right? If your finances are not allowing it, no need to worry. You can study from YouTube, right? You can surely study from YouTube, and our prices are also pretty low. Our full course is of roughly around 6,000 rupees only. That is Titan's batch. If you go for Pathfinders, then it would be available in 4,500 rupees only. And I don't think this kind of quality can be provided in any paid course. And price are also the lowest in the whole market. I'm talking about the active coaching institute. Those coaching institute where there are actually educators available. Okay. So prices are also pretty low. If you cannot afford it, on YouTube as well, I provide more than enough content. Okay, much more than enough content I provide on YouTube itself. A lot of free courses are there. Along with that, a lot of free content is also available. We can talk about it later on, right? So we will get started with the video solution, but before that I will talk about my courses. So we are currently running Engineers Day sale. You can apply the code GATE26 and you will get 26% off on all the GATE courses. You can apply the code JOB, you will get 20% off on all the placement courses. It will be applicable till 15th of September till 11:59 p.m. That means till tomorrow 11:59 p.m. it will be applicable. These courses will be applicable. Okay, so you can purchase the course if you want to. And then there is a special offer on Titans batch and on this non-core combo. Why there is a special offer? What is the strategy? So everything I have explained in this video. Do this and save your gate attempt. PrepFusion Himanshu Agarwal ECE. You type this and you will get to know why there is a offer. Okay, and what kind of offer is there, and what all things we are providing in the course, and how you need to proceed in the preparation. So everything I have told in this 27 minute of video. You can go and watch it. So promo code is HOPE, HOPE. You can apply the promo code HOPE, and this course price will be reduced to 6,300 and this will be reduced to 3,500. So which course you should go for, and even if you want to prepare from YouTube, how you should prepare, everything I have discussed in this particular video. All good? All fine? So if you want to purchase our course, you can purchase it. And don't be demotivated. Again, I am saying, if you are scoring less, no need to worry about that. Okay? Yeah. Thank you very much. Let's get started with the solutions. Yeah, so let's see the solution of this question. X of t, which of the following statement is correct? So first statement is about e to the power j pi by 2 mod of t, and second statement is about e to the power j m omega naught t, e to the power j n omega naught t. So first let's talk about statement 1. So what is your xt given? Xt is given as e to the power j pi by 2 mod of t. So if you are thinking that sir, time period would be 2 pi divided by this value is omega, answer would be 4. So this is wrong, because mode of t is there. No, if there was no mode available, then your answer would have been correct, but mode is there. This mode is creating some problem, so we need to define it, right? So what we will do, x of t would be equals to, for t greater than 0 it will have different definition, and for t less than 0 it will have different definition. For t greater than 0 it is having a definition of this thing, and for t less than 0 it is having different definition, right? So how it can be periodic? If graph is periodic, then it would have the same definition only, no? Right? It cannot be periodic. Or what you can see, this is complex exponential. So you know complex exponential is nothing but a spiral only. but in 2D you would make a circle, and if you make it as like a circle, then for this particular expression it will be in the anti-clockwise direction, and for the other expression it will be in the clockwise direction. Now I cannot explain, sir, what is the meaning of clockwise, anti-clockwise, what is the meaning of spiral. So in our signal system marathon 2, as far as I remember, it was marathon 2 only. So in signal system marathon 2 on YouTube only, I have explained the complete meaning of complex exponential. Every electronics and electrical student should watch that video, because we understand complex exponential as a function only. But what is the actual meaning of complex exponential? What does it represent? How did it come into action? Why we use it in a polar form? So everything I have explained in that particular video. So marathon 2, it could be first or second topic. You can go and watch meaning of complex exponential. Okay. So answer would be it is a aperiodic signal. It is a aperiodic signal. And what about orthogonality? What is the meaning of orthogonality? If two signals are orthogonal, then what they would do? If two signals are orthogonal, then the condition is, if they are periodic, then for one in one time period window, x1t multiply with x2t conjugate, or what you can do, x1 conjugate t multiply with x2t dot dt should be equals to 0. So you would solve it, it would come out to be 0, but for the condition that m is not equals to n. You can solve it on your own. This is in our class notes only, or you can simply solve it. What you can do is that for one time period window, e to the power j m, if you take the conjugate of this one, what will happen? Negative sign would come out. So j m minus n omega naught t dot dt, right? If I solve it, what I will get? J m minus n omega naught t divided by m minus n omega naught, and you need to integrate for one time window. So from 0 to t naught I am integrating, right? So e to the power j m minus n omega naught t naught minus, in place of t you will put 0, so e to the power j 0, that would be 1. And what is the value of omega naught t naught? That would be 2 pi, and divided by whatever it is. So e to the power j is some constant value. It would be, sorry, some integer value. It could be any integer value. M minus 1, m minus n could be any integer value. Here did they write down that it is an integer? Yeah, integer multiple they have written. So m minus n could be any integer value. So this would be also an integer value. So e to the power j 2n pi, 2k pi, that would also be equals to 1 only. So 1 minus 1 would be equals to 0. But always remember the condition that m should not be equals to n. M should not be equals to n. So everything we have derived considering that m should not be equals to n. If same frequency is there, then what will happen? Here only you can see in the first step itself, if m is equals to n. So what I will do, e to the power j m is equals to n, so this part will become 0, e to the power j 0, what that would be 1, right? Are you able to understand this point? When m is equals to n, then what will happen? This part would become 0, e to the power j 0, what that would be? That would be 1 dot dt. So you are integrating for one time period, what will be the answer? T naught, which is not equals to 0. So yes, when m is not equals to n, then they are orthogonal, otherwise they are not orthogonal. So which statement would be correct? 4. So this usually we remember, this conclusion we remember in sinusoid and cosinusoid as well. If frequencies are different, then blindly you can put they are orthogonal, but if frequencies are same, then there are separate cases, right? Okay, so this was the solution of first one. Let's go to the next. Yeah, so this is our next question. So those who cannot read these options, I will read it out for you. So xt was given convolved with the impulse train of area 1, time period 12. The final output you get, that is yt, and then which of the following statements are true? This statement you can write down, this statement also you can see. This statement is written as, if the impulse train is shifted by 3 seconds, the power of yt remains the same. And this statement is, if impulse train is shifted by 3 seconds, then the RMS value of yt changes. Okay, so let's solve it. Can you draw the diagram of xt? I could have given the diagram, but I wrote down the definition here. So at t equals to 0, what you will get? 2. At t equals to 4, what you will get? 0. So from 2 to 4, it will be a linear graph. 2 to 4, it will be a linear graph at time 4. Okay, so this kind of graph you will get. Surely it is triangular, very basic thing, right? And then convolved with impulse train. X of t convolved with impulse train of area 1. So what do you mean by impulse train? Area 1 and period 12. So this is your impulse train, area 1 and period 12. That means this will be 12, 14, minus 12, minus 24. So how I can write it down? Your impulse train would be delta of t minus n Ts is 12, so t minus 12n, right, where n belongs to any integer. So I need to convolve xt with this particular impulse train. So xt is being convolved with this particular impulse train. So xt is a function of t. Yes. Here the limit you have put for n. The limit is put for n. Xt is a function of t. So this can go inside. L. This can go inside. This is convolution, not multiplication, right? So don't do these kind of things. So xt is being convolved with, what is this? They are simply impulses. Impulses at a different time instant. So what I can write down? Can I write it down in this manner? Delta of t plus, then I put n equals to 1. First I put n equals to 0, then I put n equals to 1. Delta of t minus 12 plus delta of t minus 24 and so on. Although all these things in our class notes only we have done. Now n equals to minus 1 if I put, so delta of t plus 12. So basically in that manner here as well there are impulses, on the right side as well, on the left side as well there will be impulses. Now anything convolved with delta t, you know that the same function would come out, and if there is some shift, the same shift will be coming out in xt as well. So x of t plus 12, x of t convolved with delta of t plus 12, that would give you x of t plus 12, x of t plus x of t minus 12 and so on, right? So this was your yt. So what do you think, what is your yt is actually coming out to be? So your yt actually is delta of x t minus 12n, where n belongs to integer. This is your yt. Did you understand this point or not? Right? So all these things you should not be doing in the examination hall. You should be able to understand, okay, being convolved in the time domain with the impulse train, that means I will get its clone in the time domain. And in the time domain, if you do the multiplication, then in the frequency domain you get its clone. That is known as sampling, right? So all these things in a very, very detail we have understood. That why this happens intuitively, that also I have told, right? So here center moved to 12. So this I am drawing now, yt I am drawing. So here this center moves to 12. So this point will move to 8 and this point will move to 16. So clones you will be getting and signal will become periodic. And if it is periodic, then you can find out the power as well. Initially for xt you couldn't find the power, but now for this kind of signal you can surely find out the power as well, right? So center shifted to 12, center shifted to 12, 12 plus 4 16, and here 8, this would be minus 8, this would be minus 16. Okay, in that manner it will be periodic. So this is your yt. Since it is periodic with the period of 12, because from here to here, what is the period? It is periodic with the period of 12. So what I can do? I can find out the power of the signal yt. What will be the power? Power is, you find out the energy of this particular signal, only considering this particular signal, energy of this one divided by the time period. So what would be the energy of this one? A square by 3 into this window. So sir, how all these formula came? So at least you should know these formula. If you have studied signal system, you should know these formula. A square by 3. For rectangular, it would be a square into width. For triangular, it would be a square by 3 into width. And for sinusoid, it would be a square by 2 into width. And I told you a way to remember as well. This is your, what this is? This is your rectangular. This would be your sinusoid. And this would be your triangle. So who will have the maximum? Rectangular, then sinusoid, and then triangle. So rectangular a square, triangle sinusoid a square by 2, and triangular a square by 3. Okay, so all these things in our basics we have seen. A square by 3 into width divided by 12. So what you are getting? A square by 3, गलत तो नहीं आ रहा? Yeah, 8 by 9. Power is 8 by 9. Power is 8 by 9. So what will be RMS? RMS will be, this power is 8 by 9. So RMS will be simply under root 8 by 9. So I have always told you that whenever they ask RMS, you will never calculate the RMS. You will calculate power first, and then what you will do is that you will simply take under root. So what I am doing is that 8 by 9 and then simply the under root, that would be 0.942. Now if I shift the signal, will my power change? Basically whatever the power content this is having, if I shift it, will the power content change? Will this particular thing will change? No. Will this width change? No. That means how the power will change? So neither power will change, and if power is not changing, then RMS will also not change. So shifting will never change the power, right? Neither it changes the energy. Shifting will not do anything, right? So power will also not change. So power will also not change, and this RMS value will also not change. So 1, 2, 3, these three would be the correct. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, so that's a good question. If you cannot see it, so xt is written as integration infinity to minus 2t plus 3 u of minus 3 to minus 4 d2. Okay, and then it is expressed as a rt plus b ramp. Okay, so what will be the value of a and what will be the value of b? Good question. And you can either solve it by the graph or simply what do we remember? We remember only one formula, which is this minus infinity to t u of tau d tau. So that would be equals to rt. Why, sir? You are integrating from here to t. So what will happen? So area will keep on adding up. So this will be the ramp you will be getting. Now in place of this, if I put anything else, so what I mean to say is that minus infinity to f of t u of tau d tau, then your answer would be r of f of t. Are you able to understand this point? Okay, so these two things, either you remember this directly or you remember this directly. Only this thing we remember, and if this thing we remember, then we can solve any problem. This one, what does it say? X of t is given as infinity to minus 2t plus 3 u of minus 3 to minus 4 dot d tau. So who is creating the problem? This guy is creating the problem. Although in the limit I don't have much of the problem, although here there is plus infinity, I can make it minus infinity somehow. But this guy is creating the problem. So what I would do? Minus 3 tau minus 4 is equals to alpha. So minus 3 d tau would be equals to d alpha. And how the limit will change? When tau is equals to infinity, when tau is equals to infinity, then alpha will be equals to minus infinity, because here you put infinity. So minus infinity minus 1, that would be minus infinity. And when tau is equals to, when your tau is equals to minus 2t plus 3, then your alpha would be equals to minus 3 minus 2t plus 3 minus 4. So 60 minus 9, so 60 minus 13 u of alpha d alpha by 3, right? And then there is a negative sign as well. All good? So what answer I will get? Minus 1 by 3 r of 60 minus 13. Now this property we already know. Let's just say r of 2t. Can I write it down as 2r of t? Yes, both are the same thing, right? What is the definition of r of t? R of t is t for t greater than 0, otherwise it is 0. So what will be the definition of r of 2t? That would be 2t for t greater than equals to 0. 2t greater than equals to 0, then 2 will go downward. So same definition you are getting. And here as well, if you multiply it with 2, then also you will get the same definition. So r has the capability of taking this 2 out, right? Although all these points in very detail we have understood. I am just making the solution so that you don't feel anything like you might have studied from some other resources as well. So I am not sure whether you have studied all these concepts or not. But yeah, I am making the solution to make sure that everything is clear to you. So 6 will go out. So what you will get? Minus 2 r t minus 13 by 6. And that is equals to a r t plus b. So now you can compare. B is equals to minus 13 by 6. A is equals to minus 2. Minus 2 minus 13 by 6. All good? Okay. So you remember this one. That's it. Or you could have drawn the graph as well. Using the graph as well, you could have solved it. All good? Let's go to the next one. Yeah. So this is nearly a gate PYQ only. Like in 2025 only this question came, and a very good question. Excellent problem. So H1T, H2T, impulse response of 2 LTI system. XT is passed through a new system. diagram shown below, A, B are constant. The system output is yt. For the system, which of the following statements are true? Based on the condition of A and B, we need to tell whether they are linear. Basically, we need to comment on LTI system. So H1t is the impulse response of LTI system, H2t is also impulse response of LTI system. So now I need to write down my output yt. So how will I write down? What will be this particular expression? That would be, sir, xt convolution with H1t, then added with A delta t, and then convolved with H2t, and then subtracted with minus B delta t. So what will be the expression of yt? If I directly write down the expression of yt, very simple, xt convolved with H1t, xt convolved with H1t added with A delta t, then this whole function convolved with H2t, this whole function convolved with H2t, then B delta t subtracted, and you receive your output yt. So let's break it down a bit. Xt convolution with H1t convolution with H2t plus A delta t convolved with H2t. What that would be? H2t only minus B delta t. A delta t convolved with, basically this guy convolved with H2t. What you will get? This particular thing. And A delta t convolved with H2t, you will get A H2t minus B delta t. This is your yt. Now, how would I check time invariance? Time invariance. How would I check? What is the meaning of time invariance system? Let's just say there is a particular system. Let's just say this system is there, RC circuit. If I apply a particular step input, then my output will go something like this. Now, if I shift this input, then output will also be shifted. So, in place of xt, if I apply, then I get yt. Now, in place of x of t minus t naught, I should get y of t minus t naught. So, what I need to do, the handwriting is bad, I know, but I am making the solution, I am not teaching, right? When I teach, the flow is very good, but here things will be different. So, what I should do, in place of xt, I need to replace x of t minus t naught. What I am saying is that in place of xt, you should put x of t minus t naught. Just 1 second, guys. थोड़ी सी screen lag कर रही है. What could be the reason? In place of xt, I should replace x of t minus t naught, and then I need to check what will happen in the output. In place of xt, I am replacing x of t minus t naught, nothing else. So, in place of xt, you are putting x of t minus t naught. Convolution with H1t, convolution with H2t. Rest all, everything will remain the same. Everything will remain exactly the same. So, what will happen? Only this part will be shifted. Let's just say this part was zt. What I am saying? This part was zt. So, your output yt was yt equals to zt plus A H2t minus B delta t. So, now what really happened is, you remember the convolution property? If one of the signal is shifted, then whole output will be shifted. So, this particular thing was known as zt. If one of the signal is shifted, then z of t minus t naught you will get plus A H2t minus B delta t. Is it equals to y of t minus t naught? Is it equals to y of t minus t naught? No. How it is equals to y of t minus t naught? For y of t minus t naught, whatever that you see here, yt is equals to zt plus A H2t minus B delta t. So, y of t minus t naught would have been equals to z of t minus t naught plus A H2t minus t naught minus B delta t minus t naught. Right? But here only shift I am getting in zt, not in these guys. So, when you shift the input, these guys remains as it is. So, it is not time invariant, it is time variant. So, A and B I gave just to confuse you. There is no meaning of A and B. Even if they are equal, they are not changing anything. In place of A, if I put B here, so are they cancelling out? If they were cancelling out, then there would have been something good. Here, in place of this B delta t, if I had put B H2t, then scenario would have been different. Here I could have made some block, and then scenario would have been different if I had put H2t here. But H2t I am not putting. So, even if A and B are equal, they are not changing anything. Everything remains the same only. So, this I gave just to confuse you, because people would be thinking A equals to B, something would happen. No, nothing would happen. Okay. So, it is time variant, and surely it is not linear as well. What is the property of linear? That if I apply x1t, then my output is y1t, and then I apply x2t, then my output is y2t. and then I add both of them, then output should also be added. So if you apply x1t, then what will be the output? If I apply x1t, then what will be your y1t? Y1t would be this, h1t convolution with h2t, rest all remains same, this all remains same. And if I apply x2t, then this will be the output, right? And rest all remains same. If I apply x1t plus x2t, then what will be the output? If I am applying x1t plus x2t, then my output that I am calling as y alpha t, that would be x1t plus x2t convolve with h1t, h2t plus a, and rest all remains the same. Now this y alpha t should be equals to y1t plus y2t. So if you add both of them, then what will happen? Sir, x1t plus x2t convolution with h1t convolution with h2t, this part I will get, but these parts will be added twice. These part will be added twice, but here actually I need it only once. So these are the parts which are creating the problem. If they are gone, then there is no issue, but these are the parts which are creating the problem for you. So they are like a noise that is coming in the final output. This noise you cannot eradicate. You can eradicate this noise just by putting h2t here. If I put after b delta t, if I put h2t here, my job will be done, right? Are you getting this point? Okay, so here they will be added twice, here only once it would come, so they are not equal, that means it is non-linear as well. So what will be the correct option? Answer D. The system will always be non-linear and time variant. Okay, good question. It came this year, a very good question. It came this year, although here they gave A, and basically the options were easier than that. I just modified the question a bit and then I represented it. Okay, yeah, thank you. Let's go to the next. Yeah, so let's see this one. This is also a good question. X of minus 2t having a Fourier series coefficient of Cn and fundamental frequency of omega naught, and some signal ft I am defining whose Fourier series coefficient is fn and fundamental frequency is 3 omega naught. Fourier series coefficient of ft is defined in this manner. Fn, what is the relation between fn and Cn? Then this is the relation. Now ft is replaced with, ft can be expressed as alpha x at plus b. Then what will be the value of alpha a and b, and then add them up. So this is the question. So were you able to solve it? So x of minus 2t is having a Fourier series coefficient of Cn and fundamental frequency of omega naught. So I am calling this as alpha t because I told you this is the best way of solving these kind of problems. So alpha t is having a Fourier series coefficient of Cn and fundamental frequency of omega naught. Now this fundamental frequency is changing to 3 omega naught. What does that mean? How it can change? If alpha t is having a fundamental frequency of omega naught, then alpha of 3t would have a fundamental frequency of 3 omega naught. Right? Are you able to understand this point? So in place of t, you surely need to replace 3t. That's for sure. There is no doubt about that. Along with that, you can see that this fn and cn relation, c of minus n we are getting. First thing you notice that omega naught to 3 omega naught. Always you need to notice this frequency term. This is the first task, always. Omega naught to 3 omega naught. So this thing we have done. And will the Cn value change? If alpha t is having a Fourier series coefficient of Cn, then alpha of 3t will have a Fourier series coefficient of what? Cn only. Only the fundamental frequency will change. This will not change, right? So it will have the same, Cn, just this scenario have been made. Now you know that in place of Cn, c of minus n is coming. And when it can come? When you add a minus sign here. So let's call this as Gt. So now the scenario is Gt is having a Fourier series coefficient of c of minus n and fundamental frequency of 3 omega naught. Now what you are getting? E to the power j something. So what you remember? If Gt is having a Fourier series coefficient of, can I change this Fourier series coefficient? Let's call this Fourier series coefficient as Gn. Okay, what I am doing? I am calling this Fourier series coefficient as Gn. So if Gt is having a Fourier series coefficient of Gn, then g of t plus t naught will have a Fourier series coefficient of Gn e to the power j, whatever the fundamental frequency this is having, whatever the fundamental frequency it is having, e to the power j omega naught t naught. And this is the fundamental frequency of this Gt. But what is the fundamental frequency of Gt? 3 omega naught. So here you will put 3 omega naught. Are you able to understand this point? So whatever the fundamental frequency, e to the power j 3 omega naught t naught. So your 3 omega naught t naught is actually coming out to be 2 omega naught by 3. J 3n, n also comes, e to the power j 3n omega naught t naught. This would be the final answer. So from here you can see that omega naught t naught is coming out to be 2 by 3. 3 omega naught t naught is coming out to be 2 by 3. 2 by 3 omega naught. 2 by 3 omega naught. Just I am comparing with the previous expression. So you would get to know that t naught would be 2 by 9. So what I mean to say is that if in place of t I put t plus 2 by 9, what I will be getting? Gn e to the power j n omega naught. What is the value of omega naught? 3 omega naught. What is the value of t naught? 2 by 9. And fundamental frequency will remain the same. Is that okay for you? And if you solve it, what you are getting? Gn, what is the value of Gn? C of minus n. E to the power j n. Here 3 and 3 will get cancelled out. So 2 omega naught by 3. So C of minus n e to the power j, C of minus n e to the power j 2 n omega naught divided by 3 and 3 omega naught. Along with that there is half as well. So this, along with that here there is this half as well. So this half will also come. So this half can also come. So this is your final answer. 1 by 2 g of t plus 2 by 9. 1 by 2 g of t plus 2 by 9. And what was your gt? Gt was alpha of minus 3t. And what was your alpha t? Alpha t was x of minus 2t. So alpha of minus 3t would be equal to what? X of 60. In place of t, if I put a minus 3t, what I will get? In place of t, you need to put minus 3t. So that would be x of 60. So gt is actually equal to x of 60. Right? And why I am doing so? Yeah, you can do so. Now, g of t plus 2 by 9 and half, that would be equal to what? 1 by 2 x of 6. In place of t, what you need to put? T plus 2 by 9. So what you will be getting? 1 by 2 x of 3t plus 6 into 2 by 9. What that would be? 12 by 9, and that would be equal to 4 by 3. So this is the scenario that you are getting. 1 by 2 x 3t plus 4 by 3. Why is 3t? 60, no? 6. 1 by 2, 6. 60, not 3t. This is 6 here. So 1 by 2 x 60 plus 4 by 3. So this is the scenario that you are getting. And that is equal to what? F of t. So alpha is 1 by 2 plus 6 plus 4 by 3. 1 by 2 plus 6 plus 4 by 3. I know I solved it in a quicker manner, but in the class notes we have spent more than enough time. And you would have surely seen these kind of questions in your class notes as well if you have studied from some other platform. And this is uploaded on YouTube only. Fourier series is uploaded on YouTube only. You can see this is how we start omega naught, and then we convert it to 3 omega naught alpha of 3t, then g of t alpha of minus 3t, c of minus n. This is your gt. Then I would see what I would see this expression what I require actually. So this is what I require, c of minus n e to the power j omega naught. So this is how I can change it. 1 by 2 would come here. So this is the final expression I am getting. Then I can replace it. Alpha of minus 3t would be x of 60. X of 60. So gt would be equal to x of 60. Now what I need to see? 1 by 2 g of t plus 2 by 9. What that would be equal to? 1 by 2 x in place of t, what you need to put? T plus 2 by 9. So 60 plus 4 by 9. 60 plus 4 by 3. Right? So 60 plus 4 by 3. So 1 by 2 plus 6 plus 4 by 3. 1 by 2 plus 6 plus 4 by 3. So 6 plus 1.33 plus 0.5. So 7.83. This is the answer we will get. Okay. So answer is 7.83. Yeah, 7.83 is the answer. All good. This was a good question. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, so let's solve this question. So before starting this problem, a very good question it is. I just want to see a few points. I am not sure whether you know it or not. So let's just say I am saying that MT is a real signal. Then what you can comment about the phase spectrum, because here we will be talking about phase spectrum, not the magnitude spectrum, because phase is asked. Angle of x of omega they are asking. So if MT is real, then what you can talk about the phase? Phase angle of m of omega plus angle of m of minus omega will be equal to even multiple of pi. Right? That means it could be 0, 2 pi, 4 pi, 6 pi. What I have seen is that like a lot of people remember it in a manner that phase spectrum would be odd or even. What I mean to say is that, let's just say I am drawing a phase spectrum. Phase spectrum, this is the phase of x of omega or m of omega versus omega. Okay. Now this phase spectrum I have drawn. At omega goes to 1 you are getting 90 degree, and at omega goes to minus 1 you are getting 270 degree. Now I ask you whether this graph is even or odd, or neither even nor odd. You will say, sir, neither even nor odd. It is neither even nor odd, but the same graph someone can make in this manner. Did you? Because 270 could be minus 90 as well. Now it is even or odd? Odd. So the same graph you were saying neither even nor odd, the same values you are saying odd. So for the phase spectrum you can never say it is even or odd, because I have seen that if MT is real, statements would be written in a lot of notes. MT is real, then the phase spectrum would be odd. Doesn't make any sense. Better how you should remember, angle at positive frequency plus angle at the same negative frequency would be equals to the even multiple of pi. That's it. This is the correct statement. Are you able to understand this point? So never ever remember that it would be even, odd or anything like that. For the magnitude spectrum you can say this thing. Magnitude spectrum would be somewhat like this. It would be a certain value, right? So yeah, if it is even you can call it even. If it is not even, then you can call it not even as well. But for the phase spectrum you can never comment like that. Okay. And what about imaginary? In the imaginary what will happen? The angle at m omega minus the angle at positive frequency plus the angle at negative frequency would be equals to odd multiple of pi. Here pi, 3 pi, 5 pi, all these things will come. Okay, these things are there. And if MT is even, then what is the condition? If MT is even, then the condition is MT is the friend of real, just the same thing would come, just the negative sign would come here. So angle at positive frequency minus angle at the same negative frequency would be equals to even multiple of pi. And if MT is odd, then what will be the condition? Then this would be the condition. So these are the things that you should know. These all are the things that you should be knowing. Okay. And what about the magnitude spectrum? If your magnitude spectrum is even, then your MT will be either real or imaginary. So after looking at the magnitude spectrum, I will go to the angle spectrum. Then I will see this particular thing, and then I can comment whether it is real or imaginary, right? And secondly, if your phase spectrum is not even, then your MT will be complex. So these are the things, a very, very important point or a very, very important topic, that commenting on the nature of MT based on the graph of m of omega. So I will try to upload this video on YouTube. As of now, it is not on YouTube, because all these derivation and everything I did not tell. This is the conclusion I told. It would be roughly around 2 to 3 hours of topic where you understand all these things, that how being real, how being even get this condition, and then you solve the numerical based on that. But as of now, as a summary I have told, let's go back to our question. What do you see? XT is real. XT real I can see. I need to comment on the angle of x of omega. So how I will get started? That sir, XT is equals to real I can see. So if XT is equals to real, then sir, this is something that I can write down. So till this point I am fine. Now sir, I am stuck here now. So either what someone would do, that sir, I will go here and I will check all the options. Basically what I can do is that angle of x of omega is pi minus omega, plus angle of x of minus omega, that would be sir pi plus omega. Both I add up, it is coming out to be 2 pi. It is a even multiple of pi. This option is correct. So this is how someone will get started. But here also it will be okay, because sir x of omega is minus omega, x of minus omega will become plus omega. So it is 0, again even multiple of pi, again it is correct. So this will also be correct and this will also be correct. So in that manner someone can click. But actual solution, one thing we have seen, from this condition only you are getting all 4 options correct. which is fine. You will be able to solve the problem. But you see, another thing you can see, if I shift this graph to left by 1, if I shift this graph to left by 1, then this graph will become even. What I mean to say is that if I define another signal gt, which is equals to x of t plus 1, x of t plus 1, left shift by 1, left shift by 1, so x of t plus 1, then it would be even. So your gt is even. If gt is even, then what you can say? Angle of g of omega minus angle of g of minus omega would be equals to 2n pi, right? And what will be the angle of g of omega? Angle of g of omega would be, let's first comment on g of omega. Capital G I should have written. Let's first comment on g of omega. So g of omega will be e to the power j omega x of omega. If I just need to see the angle, so angle of g of omega would come out to be angle of x of omega plus omega, right? I hope you know basic thing. So this x of omega could be written as mod of x of omega e to the power j x omega, mod of x of omega e to the power j angle x of omega. So this e to the power j omega, e to the power j angle of x of omega will be added. So I am only focusing on the angle, not on the magnitude. So angle would be angle of x of omega plus omega. So from here what do I see is that, what I can see, angle of x of omega plus omega minus angle of x of minus omega, and then it would become plus. Basically what is the scenario is that here there is negative sign. Let me write it down again. So angle of g of minus omega, what that would be? Sir, angle of x of minus omega. Here in this equation, I just need to put, in place of omega, I need to put minus omega. So what I will get? So angle of x of minus omega, this is something that I will be getting, that is equals to 2n pi. So what you will see here now? So angle of x of omega minus angle of x of minus omega. So this 2 omega will go here, 2 omega plus 2n pi. Something wrong I am doing. Yeah, this will be plus 2 omega, so this will be minus 2 omega. So angle of, this is the second equation you are getting, this is the first equation you are getting. So what all things you have got? Angle of x of omega plus angle of x of minus omega, that was a very simple thing, equals to 2n pi. And here if I have written n, so here I have to write down m. So second equation I got minus omega is equals to minus 2 omega plus 2m pi. And if I add both of the equation, so what you will be getting? 2 angle of x of omega, this will be cancelled out, minus 2 omega plus 2n pi plus 2m pi, 2n pi plus 2m pi, 2 pi plus 4 pi, what that would be? 6 pi, odd multiple of pi only, no? So that would be 2k pi only, odd multiple of pi only, sorry, not odd, even multiple of pi. 2 pi plus 4 pi is equals to 6 pi. So this is also even multiple of pi. If this is even multiple of pi, even multiple of pi, even multiple of pi is being added with even multiple of pi, you will get even multiple of pi only. So from here you can see that angle of x of omega is coming out to be minus omega plus k pi. This is the answer. Is that okay for you or not? Minus omega plus k pi. This is the answer actually. So k value could be 0 as well, k value could be 1 as well. So you see the options. If k value is 1, then this is the option would be there. If k value is 0, then this is the option. If k value is minus 1, then this is the option. If k value is plus 1, if k value is minus 2, then this is the option. Basically, k value you need to change. K value could be any integer. Usually this question is there in a lot of test series, but what I have seen is that answer is given as minus omega only. Okay, I don't know, they apply something and they get answer as minus omega only, but only one is not correct. All these options can also be possible. Okay, so correct answer is minus omega plus k pi. So you need to have good enough concept to solve these kind of problems. Let's go to the next. Yeah, let's see the solution of this one. Signal xt is applied through a filter. Filter you can call it, or LTI system you can call it. Impulse response st, and you receive output yt. I will read out the options for you. Option says ht is equals to sinc 2t cos 3t. Then output will be sinusoid with non-zero DC value and fundamental frequency of 2 pi. Okay. And here the option says if ht is equals to delta t minus sinc 2t, then output will be triangular with the 0 DC. Okay, that's the scenario. Now it is a simple question if you know the concept. If it clicks to you, it is a simple question. If it doesn't click, then it would be tougher part. And then this filter is also very interesting. All these are filter only, no? ht equals to delta t, whole pass filter. ht equals to sinc 2t, low pass filter. ht equals to sinc 2t multiply with cos 3t. So it feels like that, sir, it will become a band pass filter. But will it become a band pass filter? That is the important point. But we will come to the options, but let's see the question first. This is your time domain signal xt. Is this signal odd or even or neither even nor odd? It is, sir, neither even nor odd. But there is something hidden. If I subtract the DC value, what is the DC value of this particular waveform? Sir, non-zero. It is non-zero. So if I subtract the DC value from here, then what I will get? Basically, I can subtract something and I can get a graph like this. So this will become odd. Along with that, it will have half wave symmetry as well, because if you shift this graph by t by 2, then if I shift it, let's just say this was x star I am putting. So x of star t plus t by 2 is equals to minus of xt. Basically, if I shift it by t by 2, then this graph and this graph will become mirror image of each other. That means it is having half wave symmetry as well. If it is odd, so which is odd, sinusoid or cosinusoid? This is sinusoid and this is cosinusoid. So cosinusoid is even and sinusoid is odd. So that's why it will have only sine component. Along with that, it is having half wave symmetry as well. That means it will have omega naught, 3 omega naught, 5 omega naught and so on. But you subtracted the DC value. So that DC value is also there, no? So it will have DC as well. So what did you understand? What is the conclusion that you have made? I know it was a bit faster, but we have already seen this kind of concept. Like at least Fourier series you should know. So this will have a DC, omega naught, 3 omega naught, 5 omega naught, and all of these will be sinusoids. All of these will be sinusoid. What is the value of omega naught? Time period is 1 second, so omega naught will be 2 pi by 1. So omega naught. So it will have a 0 frequency. DC means 0 frequency. It will have 2 pi frequency. It will have 6 pi frequency. It will have 10 pi frequency and so on. Now it is passed through a LTI system. That means it is passed through a filter. So I will make the impulse response, or I will make the frequency spectrum of h of omega, which is sinc 2t cos 3t. So ht is sinc 2t cos 3t, and I don't care about the amplitude, right? I just know that I only care about the frequency component and non-zero or zero DC value. So I don't care about the amplitude. So what will be the frequency spectrum of sinc 2t? Sin 80 by pi t. I don't care about the amplitude. I will just care about the frequencies. So this is your sinc 2t between minus 2 pi to 2 pi, right? This is the frequency spectrum of sinc, and now it is multiplied with cosinusoid. So what it will do? It will just shift this graph. So what will be your h of omega? H of omega. So why I have made these three graphs, you will understand. So first what will happen? This particular graph, which is having a center at 0, this spectrum which is having a center at 0 will be shifted by 3. Then what will happen? The center has become to 3. Center has become to 3. So this point will become 3 plus 2 pi. This point will become 3 plus 2 pi. And this point will become minus 2 pi plus 3, or you can write down 3 minus 2 pi. Is that clear to you? What is the value of 3 plus 2 pi? 6.28, 9.28, right? And what is this? 3 minus 6.28. So this is actually minus 3.28. This is a negative value. Along with that, the similar thing will happen in the negative side as well. No, this center will shift to minus 3 as well. This center will be shifting to minus 3 as well. So this goes minus 2 pi minus 3. What that would be? Minus 9.28. And 2 pi minus 3 plus 2 pi. What that would be? Minus 3 plus 2 pi. That would be plus 3.28. So this point is plus 3.28. And then both of the graphs will be added, and finally you will get your h of omega. This will be your h of omega. Because whatever that is happening on the positive side, the same thing is happening on the negative side, and both will be added, and you will get your h of omega. So when you add both of them, what will happen? you know that it will be non-zero between minus 9.282 plus 9.28. Right? So between minus 9.282 minus 3.28, you are having some particular value. Then between minus 3.282, between minus 3.282 plus 3.28, again some part is common, so again they will be added, and similar thing will be happening on the negative side as well. So this graph of HF omega you will be getting. Although I have told you this is a low pass filter, when low pass filter multiply with the cosinusoid, you will get a band pass filter. But this frequency is important, no? This frequency should be large enough that this condition should not occur, that there should not be added, like there should not be any common part. If common part is there, they will get added and gain is there. So what does that mean? That this filter will be passing all the frequencies from 0 to 9.28. Those who only remember the expression that sinc multiply with cosinusoid, it will become band pass filter, then they would click on this option, option 2. Because band pass filter is there, then DC value will not be there. This is what you will be thinking, that DC value is gone. But DC value is not gone. This is cos 3t, not 3 pi t. If it was 3 pi t, then your job would be done. If in place of 3, I would have put 3 pi, then what would be the scenario? So 3 pi minus 2 pi, it would be pi, and this would be 3 pi plus 2 pi, this would be 5 pi. And on the negative side, you would also get minus 5 pi to minus pi. And then you would know that only 2 pi component will pass. That's it. DC value will also not pass. But here DC value is passing. And which frequency component is passing? 2 pi, what is 2 pi? 6.28. What is 6 pi? Very, very larger. So which frequency component is passing? DC and DC plus 2 pi. So what this will be? This will be sinusoid. So what the first option says, if filter is this filter, if this is the filter, then output will be a sinusoid with non-zero DC value and fundamental frequency of 2 pi radian per second. That is correct. Okay, so only these two components are passing, these two components, this one and this one. So first option is correct. For the second one, HT delta t minus sinc t. So this is a high pass filter, right? Because what will be the impulse response of delta t? That would be like this. So now the second one is a high pass filter. The second one is a high pass filter like this, with the cutoff frequency of 2 pi. Because from the gain 1 you are subtracting this much. From the gain 1 you are subtracting this much. Wait a second. HT minus sinc t. Delta t minus sinc t. Wait a second. Delta t will have a gain of 1, but sinc t, here the gain will also come into action, no? Because sin pi t upon pi t, sin 80 by pi t. Okay. Luckily the gain is 1 only here. Sinc t is written, no? Yeah. Okay, sinc t is written. Basically, let's just say in place of sinc t, if sinc 2t I had written, then what will happen? Sir, sin 2 pi t upon 2 pi t, right? Sin 80 by pi t, here the gain would have been half. So from delta t, from the gain 1, you are subtracting gain half. So DC component would also pass. Luckily here we have put a sinc t. What is the meaning of sinc t? This is sinc t. That means gain will also be 1 here. So from the gain 1, you are subtracting gain 1 only. Look, if you have studied Fourier transform from a good resource in a good manner, then only you will be able to understand all these things. If you feel like frustrated that, sir, I studied from some legendary educators, these are the god of electronics, I studied from the best possible platform, but I am not understanding what you are talking about. Maybe you are not explaining good. Look, you might have studied from the gods, but actual concepts are these. This is how the thing should be taught. Okay, Fourier series, Fourier transform is not mathematics. You might have studied some formula, you apply those formula, you get the answer. But you see the questions from 2022 onwards in signal system. Nothing is coming on formula. Everything is concept. And believe me, this question is, any day it is coming in your examination. Surely it will come. These kind of concepts will surely be introduced. Okay, so if you feel like frustrated, because I know that a lot of people will be frustrated. Writing down this test series, a lot of people will feel frustrated. I know that, and I may get backlash as well, but I want you to know the reality, and this is the reality. Okay, so what I was saying is that, yeah, so from gain 1 is being subtracted, so this kind of filter we will get from minus pi to plus pi, minus pi to plus pi, everything is gone here, and these parts we will be getting. Okay, oh there, 1 second guys. Yeah, so it has become a high pass filter. If it has become a high pass filter, then DC value will not pass, rest everything would pass. DC value will not pass, rest everything would pass. That means all these frequency component would pass, only DC will not pass. So from this, from complete XT, what will not pass? XT completely will pass, all the frequency component will pass, only the DC will not pass. So from XT you will subtract the DC. From XT if you subtract the DC, what you will get? Triangular wave. So what it is written? Output is triangular with 0 DC value. Output is triangular with DC, 0 DC value. That's it. Fourth option is also correct. So complete XT, only DC is not passing, so DC is gone. Okay. This would have been interesting if I had put sync 3 by 2t. Then it would have been interesting. Because if I put sync 3 by 2t, then what will happen? Sir, sync 3 pi by 2 divided by 3 pi by 2. Right? So frequency components will pass from plus 3 pi by 2 to everything. Right? From 3 pi by 2 to everything. So all these frequency component would pass. Now you would think that, sir, 0 component would not pass, but that is wrong. Because what we are doing is that delta t minus sync 3 pi by 2t. Fourier transform of delta t is having a gain of 1. But Fourier transform of sync 3 pi by 2t, that would be having a gain of 3 by 2 here. Not 3 by 2, 2 by 3. Having a gain of 2 by 3 here. Having a gain of 2 by 3. Right? Are you able to understand this point? So here you will have a gain of 2 by 3. Here you will have a gain of 1. So 1 minus 2 by 3 is not 0. Here 1 minus 1 is happening. Here the gain is not 1. But for the sync t, the gain is 1. For sync t, the gain is 1. So 1 minus 1 is happening. So answer was becoming 0. But here 1 minus 2 by 3 would happen. So here the gain would become 1 by 3. So DC value will pass, but reduced DC value you will have. The DC value will be reduced. So reduced DC value you will have. So output would have been triangular with non-zero DC value. Output would have been triangular with non-zero DC value. Okay, all fine. So what I would do, I would make the change because I want you to, I want to trouble you basically. Okay, so I will make the change. I will change this option. Here I will put sync 3 by 2t. As of now, this test series is not live. I am recording the solution. After that, I will make the live. I will make it live. So as of now, I can change the questions as well. So I will change the option here. What I would do, in place of sync, I will put sync 3 by 2t. Then it would become interesting because DC value will also pass. Okay, well and good. So this was the solution of this question. Let's go to the next one. Now this is also an interesting question. So there is one property of the battery that whatever the current it delivers, it will take back the same current. So if it is delivering I2 current, then it will take back I2 current for sure. Right? If it is delivering I1 current, then it will take back I1 current for sure. This is the property. Now if this is the I2 current, then this will also be I2 current. If this is the I2 current, then this will also be I2 current. This will also be I2 current. Now you know that if this is the I2 current and this is surely I2 current, so complete I2 current is flowing in this loop. Are you able to understand this point or not? I2 is going here, and one thing I know that it will take back I2 for sure. So I2 here, I2 here, I2 here. That means in the whole loop I2 current is flowing. What about this one? This current is I1. I1 is getting out, I1 is getting in. This current is I1. This current will also be I1. Can you say this current will also be I1? No, because now this current has two paths. It can go here as well, it can go here as well. So you cannot say that, sir, that this current would be I1 only. So here you are stuck. You know that this current would be I1, this current will also be surely for I1. There is no doubt about that. But can you comment on this current? I don't know anything about this current. So here I am stuck. But one thing I know that I2 value is 6 by 2R. I2 value is 6 by 2R. The complete current is flowing in this loop, 6 by 2R. Now I know that if this current is I2, this current is I2, and let's just say I say that here I current is flowing in this resistor R, in this particular resistor R, I3 current is flowing. In this particular resistor R, I3 current is flowing. Then can you let me know what will be the current in this particular resistor? From here I3 current is coming, I3, 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 I3. You know that from upper side I2 is coming and the whole I2 current is going this way. From upper side I2 current comes and whole I2 current is going this way. That means this I3 current will be flowing from here. Just apply the KCL here. I2 minus I2 plus I3 would be equals to this current. So what will be this current? This current will be I3 only. Just think about it. No, I2 came and went here. I3 came and went here. So this resistor and this resistor both are having the same current. What does that mean? They are actually coming into the series, right? So this was your resistor R. This was your resistor R. In parallel to that, this R and this R has come into series. So this will become 2R. And this is my resistor R. This is my 5-volt battery. And this is the scenario here. Sir, here also there is a circuit. Yes, that circuit is there, but I don't care. Are you able to understand this point? R and this R has come into series. This became 2R. I don't need to analyze this circuit now because I know that this is separate and now this part is also separate. Are you able to understand this point? Now 2R and 2R becomes in parallel. What you will get? 2R by 3. 2R by 3 plus R. That will be the total resistance. So what will be the current flowing from 5 ohm resistance? That would be this. Sorry, 5-volt battery. Voltage divided by the total resistance. What is the total resistance? So this 5-volt battery will see this much total resistance, no? Because I1 came and it was divided into two parts. So basically from here I1 came, one part will go in resistor R and one part will go in resistor, this resistor R, which is R plus R 2R. So this 5-volt battery will see this much of resistance. So 2R parallel with R, what that would be? 2R by 3 plus R, right? 5-volt divided by this much resistance will be the current. So what current you will be getting? This current was 3 by R. Here what you will get? This 3 goes upward, 3 divided by 5 and 5 will get cancelled out. So this will be your I1 current. I1 is also coming out to be 3 by R. So this is the correct option. A very good question, very thoughtful question. It clicked to me only. Usually what we see is that this resistor is never connected whenever you solve these kind of problems because these are standard circuits. I have also taught in the class, 3 circuits are there. In one circuit there will be one ground here. In the another circuit there will be no ground, and in the another circuit both grounded are there. So 3 circuits are there and all 3 circuits have different analysis, right? But now I made this circuit where I connected one more resistor in between. So if you connect one more resistor in between, then this is the analysis. Answer will be I1 is equals to I2. Okay, all good. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, so this question, anyone could have solved it, but it's all about timing. How much time did you take? You see the circuit. Does it look like a symmetric circuit to you? First, you answer my question. Have you studied the concept of half circuit in analog electronics? This is a resistor R. This is a resistor R. Very simple question I am asking. If I apply 2 volt here, if I apply 2 volt here, what will be the node voltage? Vx. You can apply nodal analysis or whatever the method you apply, answer will be 2 volt. Right? 2 volt into R plus 2 volt into R divided by 2R, answer will be 2 volt. The value of this potential is 2 volt. Or how you can see? So 2 volt is here, 2 volt is here, that means 0 current it will drive. 2 volt minus 2 volt divided by 2R, it will drive 0 ampere current. If it is driving 0 ampere current, that means that this will be 0 drop. This will also be 0 drop, so 2 volt will reach here. So one source here, one source here. If this source is VCM, if this source is V common mode, this source is also V common mode. And then symmetric circuit is there. What I mean to say is that network, some network, VCM. What you can do is that you can break the circuit from here. This is known as concept of half circuit. We made the circuit half. If I break it, what will happen? Sir, VCM, network, VCM. Both circuits are same, only just you find out this node voltage, that would be the answer. In this case, if I break it down from here, what will be the answer I will be getting? So resistor R 2 volt. 2 volt. And since it has broken down, there is no other resource, that means it will drive 0 ampere current. Basically, I have broke down the circuit from here. Open circuit I have made. So this is open end now. So complete 2 volt will reach here. Open end means 0 current. So complete 2 volt will reach here. Vx is equals to 2 volt. Basically, you don't need to solve this side of circuit. You only need to solve this side of circuit by breaking it. So what will be the answer? 2 volt. Similar thing you can do here. What you will do? Sir, this is R by 2. Can I write down R by 2 as R parallel with R? Yes. So let's make the circuit again. What it is given? Sir, R is there, 2R is there, R is there, and R by 2 was there, which I am making as R parallel with R. And then, sir, R, 2R and R. So R, 2R, sir, R and R, 2R, R. VA, VB, VA and VB, VA, VB. And in our case, both are equal to 5 volt. Whatever the circuit that you see here, the same network you see here as well. From the side of VB, if you look at the network R2R, RR. From the side of VA, R2R, RR. So VA and VB both will say that, sir, we are having the same circuitry. What I can do? Break it down. I need to find out this potential Vx. Break it down like this. R and R. Ground, ground. This is 5 volt. I need to find this potential. Very simple network analysis problem. R will become in series. It will become 2R. 2R parallel with 2R will be R. R divided by this potential will become 2.5 volt. If this is 2.5 volt, so this will come out to be 1.25. That's the answer. So if you had started solving, applying some superposition theorem and all these kind of things, then it would take a lot of time, and calculation will also go very complex. Smart. That's why ConceptX. The name of the test series is ConceptX, right? So smartness. We need to show the smartness here. Next, VA is equals to 5 volt, but VB equals to minus 5 volt. So similar concept I will explain for that differential voltage. This is known as common mode voltage. Okay. Now we are going to understand the differential voltage. 2 volt R minus 2 volt. I am asking the potential of this one. By any method you solve it. Vx minus 2 divided by R plus Vx plus 2 divided by R is equals to 0. By any method you solve it, answer will come out to be 0. Because what is the scenario? Network V in minus V Vx. Let's just say I am saying that Vx node is proportional to V in. What I am saying is that if V in goes up, then this node goes up. This is what I am saying. Okay. So what will happen? If V in goes up, this node will go up, and if V in is going up, this node will go down because it is minus V in. So if V in is going up, minus V in will go down, and if this node is going down, so here what was happening? If this was going up, this was going up. Same distance. If this node is going down, then this node will say that I will go down as well. So what is happening with Vx? Whatever that I went up, the same I went down. That means I will remain at 0 only. Initially, I did not apply anything. Here 0, Vx was also 0. There was no potential, nothing. No voltage source, nothing. Simple circuit was there. There was no battery. There was no DC source. Then what I did? I increased the Vn this side. Then what really happened? This side went down. So if I increase this side, then Vx also went up. The other side went down. So the similar scenario, whatever that you see from minus Vn, the same you see from Vn as well. This side went up, this side went up, this side went down. So again Vx went down. So it remained at 0 only. Okay, this is the feeling of electronics. Okay, you might have studied something else, but this is non-electronics. Okay, not solving some formula, applying some formula. This is not called electronics. This is called electronics, and that's why I took this paper. Right? Electronics or electrical engineering, whatever. Since I am from ECE, I call it electronics. So what will happen? Answer will be 0 volt. Right? Answer will be 0. Okay, very simple. Well and good. Let's move to the next question. Yeah. So let's solve this one. Some values are given, circuit is given. What they are saying? Considering V0 T as the output, first thing I would like to tell you is that there is nothing called tell the order of the circuit. This question itself is wrong. If someone is asking tell the order of the circuit, the first question you need to ask him, sir, what is the output, what is the input? So based on the output, based on the input, your order of the circuit may change. Is that clear to you? Okay. If it is not clear, then you might have studied network theory in a very surface level. You need to study it in a good level. Okay. On a good level, you study network analysis. You will get the actual feel of VLSI. You will actually get the feel of electronics. Okay. So order always depend on output and input, because what you need to do, you need to find the transfer function. No, I need to find the transfer function. Based on the transfer function, I tell the order of the circuit, right? So what I have done is that, considering V02 as the output and VNT as the input, what is the order of the circuit is X. So V02 as the output and VNT as the input. So what is my target now? My target would be that, sir, V02 S divided by V in S. You find out here how many poles you get. That would be the order of the circuit. If you get one pole, then first order. If you get second pole, if you get two poles, then second order. If you get three poles, then third order, and so on. What you can see here, do you feel like that, sir, this inductor will play any role or C1 will play any role? No. If this potential is Vin, then this potential will also be Vin. Basically, if this is ground and this node is Vin, then this node will also be Vin. So this particular circuit, this RC2, RC3, this particular circuit is directly seeing this Vin voltage. Are you able to understand this point? VNT, R, C2, R, C3. There you go. Now what is the order of this circuit? V02 divided by VNS. This is second order, right? Because if I give some voltage here, I cannot define the voltage across this particular capacitor. So two independent voltage I need to give. So two independent variables are there. Okay. And since two state variables are there, two independent variables means two state variables are there. So this is a second order circuit. Or you can find out the transfer function. You will get a second order circuit only. But intuitively also I have told you how to find out the order. So this will become second order. And considering V01 as the output and VNT as the input, what is the order of the circuit? So directly you need to see this much of circuit. VNT as the input and V01 as the output. So you apply the Laplace transform, or directly you can see that it is simply becoming a simple RC circuit. VNT, R and C. And this will be your output. So simple RC circuit it is. Right? So simple RC circuit, so order is 1. So 2 and 1. So 6 minus 2, that would be 4. So answer would be 4. Okay. Next, what they are asking, the value of current at t equals to 2 seconds. Sir, complex circuit, again complex circuit, nothing is complex. You see again, the voltage is exposed to the inductor. There is an inductor. How much voltage this inductor is having? Let me ask you one question. If I ask you this particular question, and this is, forget about whatever it is, and this is a battery of 3 volt, 3 UT, okay, 3 UT. Now if I ask you how much voltage is there across this inductor, what you will say? Sir, initially inductor will act as an open circuit because it is not having any current. So if it is not having any current, then this resistor will also not have any current, then complete 3 volt will come here. So sir, initially it is filling 3 volt, but with the time what will happen? With the time what will happen is that, sir, since it is filling 3 volt, if inductor gets some voltage, it will drive some current. Since it has driven some current, what will happen is that that current will be flowing through the resistor. And since that current is flowing through the resistor, then there will be some voltage drop here. And since because of that, if there is some voltage drop, this was 3 minus some voltage drop. So this voltage drop will be lesser than 3. So now the voltage across the inductor has reduced, and then it will reduce down to 0. And that will be our steady state. Because until the time inductor is having a voltage, it will drive current. जब तक इंडक्टर पे वोल्टेज है, करंट फ्लो होती रहेगी. So here it was not having a constant voltage, but what is the scenario? V in T, whatever that is applied, the same is exposed to the inductor. So 3 UT I am applying and completely is exposed to the inductor. So this inductor will always have 3 UT with him, always, and it will never go to the steady state. So what they are asking, current I equals to L di by dt. V equals to L di by dt. So I equals to 1 by L V dot dt. Okay. So what will happen? This V came into action at t equals to 0. So from 0 to t you can write down. So 3 volt is there. So 3t by L. 3 volt constant is there, no? So 3t by L, that will be the answer. Into RT also you can, or 3t UT you can write down. Because everything is happening for t greater than 0. Okay. So 3t by L. Now at what time they are asking? At 2 seconds. So 3 into 2 divided by what is the value of L? The value of L is 3. So what is the answer? 2 ampere. So answer here is 2 ampere. I know the calculation I am doing very roughly, but here my target is to explain, not to do the calculation. So 3t by L, time t is equals to 2 seconds divided by value of L is 3. Okay, so that's the answer, 2 ampere. All good. Let's go to the next. Yeah, let's see the solution of this one. A very easy question. It looked like a very large circuit, but it is very, very straightforward. R naught value is neglected. All the transistors are identical, biased in saturation region. So perfect biasing is there. GM value is mentioned, R value is mentioned, and V naught by V in, small signal voltage gain you need to find. This is V naught, this is also V naught. This will be grounded, right? So how much current is flowing here? GM V naught, right? So from V naught to ground, how much current is flowing? GM V naught. From V naught to ground, GM V naught current is flowing. Let's just say this node is V, and I have connected resistance R. So from V to ground, V by R current is flowing. From V to ground, V by R current is flowing, right? So from V naught to ground, how much current is flowing? GM V naught. That means from V naught to ground, how much resistance you will see? 1 by GM. So what I can do? This is my V naught. From V naught to ground, I know that how much current is flowing? GM V naught. That means what will be this resistance? 1 by GM. So V naught divided by 1 by GM. What you will get? GM V naught. So from V naught to ground, GM V naught current is flowing. So from V naught to ground, you see 1 by GM resistance, right? Now this V naught node is connected to this particular V, right? Let's just say this node is Vx. I'm assuming this node is Vx. So from, if this node is Vx, then this node will also be Vx. Now if this node is Vx, then how much current is flowing here? GM Vx. So from Vx to ground, how much current is flowing? GM Vx. This node is Vx. So from Vx to ground, how much current is flowing? GM Vx. Then what will be this scenario? 1 by GM. So this circuit is reduced to this particular circuit. Say yes or no. Now what you need to find? This was your V naught. Now either you can apply the formula, if you remember the formula, that is minus GM RD upon 1 plus GM RS. This is simply your common source amplifier with degeneration. So minus GM into 1 by GM plus 1 by GM. So minus 1 by 2, answer would be minus 0.5. So either you apply the formula or directly you can see one thing I told you. Here V in. So from V in to here, how much resistance do you see? Look, looking only till V in, looking only from V in, the resistance is infinity. But between this node and this node, let's just call this as Vx. So how much current is flowing in this region? That is GM V in minus Vx. So if I talk about between V in and Vx, between V in and Vx, how much resistance I will see? 1 by GM only, no? Look, this point I have explained in a very good manner in the class notes. But again, roughly I am telling, if this node is V in, this node is Vx, then how much current will be flowing in the MOS? GM V in minus Vx, right? That means between V in and Vx, if I make two nodes, this node is V in, and sir, this node is Vx. So how much current is flowing here? In between, the current flowing is GM V in minus Vx. That means how much this resistance would be? 1 by GM. Now from Vx to ground, you know that another 1 by GM is connected. So what will be the value of Vx? This is your V in, this is 1 by GM, this is 1 by GM, this is Vx. So Vx is simply V in multiply with 1 by GM divided by 1 by GM plus 1 by GM. That means V in multiply with 1 by 2. So Vx is simply V in by 2. So this node is actually coming out to be V in by 2. Because this is 1 by GM, this is 1 by GM. So potential will be equally divided. So this node is coming out to be V in by 2 and this node is V in. What does that mean? How much current is flowing here? Vx is actually V in by 2. So how much current is flowing here? Gm V in by 2. And now the same current is flowing through this resistor as well. So how much current is flowing through this resistor? Gm V in by 2. Now if Gm V in by 2 current is flowing through this resistor, then what will be the potential drop here? Gm V in by 2 multiply with 1 by Gm. So that would be V in by 2. If this potential is 0 and this potential is V naught, so V naught would be equals to minus V in by 2. So V naught by V in is minus half. Intuition, not mathematics, electronics engineering, electrical engineering. Okay. So this is known as engineering. What you do, the maths that you apply, that is known as science. We are not scientists. What we are? We are engineers. So engineers would solve in this manner, scientists would solve in some other equations and all. Okay. So V in by 2, G in V in by 2. Very simple thing. It was very simple if you have studied from our platform. And not promoting the platform here. Every platform is good. No, I would not say good. Every platform is decent enough. Okay. They teach decent enough. I have respect for them. But something different is there on this platform, which you have already realized when you are writing down the test series. Right. When you have wrote down the test series, when you have wrote down this particular test, you would realize that what is difference. What is the difference here? Right. Okay. Let's go to the next. Yeah, so let's solve this one. Very straightforward. Just error is there here. This should be connected. No? Okay. All transistors are biased in the saturation region. Since they are saying that they are properly biased in saturation region, do I need this sign? Yeah, all are biased in properly biased. Neglect channel length modulation. That means perfect current mirror is there. So if this is driving IR current, then this would drive 21 IR current, right? Because if this is driving IR current, this is also driving IR current, this is also driving IR current. So if IR here, then this would drive 21 IR. And if this is driving IR, the same width is there, this will drive IR. So 21 IR and IR here, that means here the current that would be going would be 20 IR. So this current would be 20 IR. And this length is same, so this current would be equal to 20 IR. So I is equal to 20 IR. What is the value of IR? 125 micro. So the answer would be 2.5 milli, right? 250, yeah, 2.5 milliampere. Very simple question. But I am having the doubts now because this is driving 2.5 milliampere. That means this VGS value will be very large. That would be enough VDS. Yeah. Basically, I am thinking of biasing that it is possible to make this practically, like in the examination, you don't need to think. What I was thinking is that, is it actually possible to make this circuit? That they have written that all are biased in the saturation region. So I was saying that, is it actually possible? Because, so what I saw is that here 2.5 milliampere current is flowing. This current is 2.5 milliampere. And this current is 125 micro. So here whatever the VGS is there, the same VGS will be applied here, right? Now the matter of concern will be that whether this guy can go into saturation or not. This will be the matter of concern, no? Because this is surely in a saturation, this is also surely in saturation region. The matter of concern will be about this guy, that whether it will go into saturation or not. You see this current is very large, 2.5 milliampere. So, and this is in the saturation region as well. So in the saturation region, what is the current? Some constant value, VGS minus VT. So if current is very large, 2.5 milliampere is very large compared to 125 microampere. Then current is very large, then VGS will also be very large. That means this drop will be very large. This is already ground, so this drop will be very large. That means this drop will be very large. And if this drop is very large, that means VDS of this guy is very large. And if VDS is greater than, much greater than VGS minus VT, then you go into the saturation. That means yes, this guy has satisfied the saturation condition. Because this is driving a lot of higher current, higher VGS. The same VGS is going to VDS, higher VDS, that means yes, it is driving good amount of current. And let's talk about VSG of this one. So what I would do is that I would remove this saturation thing from the question. Okay. Then people need to think that whether they are in saturation or not. Now what about this one? This is already VDD, highest potential. Nothing can go higher than that. This is the highest potential. Now this node is very high, so this node is also very high. So what is happening? VSD is reducing, but condition is VSD should be greater than VSG minus VT. So drain is actually going high. That means VSD is reducing. So if VSD is reducing and nothing happening to VSG, VSG is fixed only. So VSD, I need, I need to make sure that this drain potential is not much high. Look, drain potential is higher, no? This drain potential is higher. This drain potential is higher. What if it goes so high that VSD becomes lesser than this? Because VSG is not changing. VSG you are getting from here. The same VSG you will get here, because here there is a constant current. So if this current is constant, that means this VSG will be constant, and then same VSG you will get here. So VSG is not changing. VSD is changing, because since this is very high current, then this node will also be very high. If this node is very high, then VSD may go down. So now the saturation may be disturbed, right? So there should be an equilibrium, that I need to maintain the equilibrium in a manner that this node should be enough high to take this into saturation, and this node should be enough low to take this into saturation region. Because if you want this guy to be in saturation region, you would want this node to go low, because VSD should be higher. And if you want this guy to go into the saturation region, then this node should be higher. So there should be an equilibrium. That's why this has to be mentioned. So you cannot remove it. Okay, this has to be mentioned, that we have connected the transistor in a manner that saturation region operation is maintained. I will make the mu and Cx value somewhat something I will do that they are in saturation region only. Okay, so this has to be mentioned. This was an error, like this has to be current mirror, so I will connect it. I will do the modification. Okay, let's go to the next one. Yeah, so for the solution of this question, you need to watch a video. Okay, because everything whatever that is required in this particular question, that I have explained in this video. So you will go to YouTube and type ideal differentiated with the step input PrepFusion Himanshu Agarwal. You will get the video. Okay, this is a gate PIQ only. Based on that gate PIQ, they asked a very simple question, that what will be the value of V0 at t equals to 0 plus. But now I am asking at t equals to 0.5 and at t equals to 0.5 second Vx value. So now I have changed the question, but every analysis you will get. I have done the analysis from t equals to 0 to t equals to infinity. Complete analysis I have done for Apple's waveform. Okay, so a very good analysis you will see. You will definitely love this video. So 40 minutes it is there. You watch it. Every single concept that is related to differentiator that has been explained here. Differentiator is not your minus RC dy dt into V in t. This is not differentiation. Okay, this is not a differentiator. This is how things don't work. If you have studied somewhere like this, then it doesn't work. And a lot of gods are there who teach in this manner, but this is not correct. Okay, and in some place I was seeing the waveform of V0. Someone was making the waveform like this. I don't know which reference he has taken. Absolutely wrong. Okay, correct solution is there. So V0 waveform will go like this, and then it will go down to 0. If I apply pulse input, then something change will also happen. Then changes may also happen. Okay, so complete analysis has been told here. So I will just tell you the values. What will be the answer you will be getting? That V0 value, it will be 5. Okay, 5 or minus 5? Minus 5. This will also be minus 5, and this will be 1. Vx value will be 1. So these answer you will be getting. So your addition will be minus 9. So this would be your answer. But you see the analysis here, complete analysis. Not just for step input. Here the input is step only, but I have given the analysis for this kind of input, pulse. Okay. Okay, then let's go to the next one. In the next one as well, in this question as well, you have to watch the video. You have to watch this video. Op-amp in positive feedback plus tangent analysis, amazing question. The same question is there, same data is there. Everything is same. You need to watch this particular video. Here I have completely explained the working, that QB would come, then how it will work as a oscillator. So everything has been explained. Non-inverting Schmitt trigger, inverting Schmitt trigger. So these you might already be knowing. Characteristics also you might already be knowing. So everything regarding this particular question right from the zero has been explained in this video. 25 minutes video it is, and your concept of multi-vibrator will also be clear. Like multi-vibrator will be completely clear from this particular question only. Is that clear to you? So you go to YouTube and type this thing and watch this video. Okay. So these two questions I am not recording the video as of now, because it will take a lot of time. Like it will eat up 1 hour to record the solution of this one and to record the solution of this one. So why we should spend 1 hour here? Already videos are made. Okay. So you can go and watch. Let's see the solution of this one. This is also a very good question. But before looking at the solution, just answer me one thing. Let's just say some number 74 is written in decimal. So how did you write down this 74? In decimal, allowed digits are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you could write down, you could pick this 7 and you could pick this 4. That's why you wrote down 74. Right? Now let's just say I am counting the number 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Till 9 is allowed, right? Till 9 is allowed. So I can write down between 0 to 9, I can use any number. Now what do I do is that I will keep the base 10 only. I am keeping the base 10 only. Base 10 means number of digits allowed are 10. If I say base 2, that means binary. So number of digits allowed are 2. If I say base 8, octal, so number of digits allowed are 8. So I am saying that base is 10. So number of digits allowed is 10 only. But now you can use the digits between -5 to 4 only. That means you can use -5, -4, -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Only these 10 digits you can use. Base is again 10. So how will you write down this number 74? So 4 is allowed? Yes, 4 is allowed. 4 is allowed. Is 7 allowed? No. So where the 7 will come? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But 4 is, till 4 only is allowed. 7 is not allowed. So for writing down 5, what I would do? I will go back to here. To write down 10, what did I do? After 9, what will come? 10 will come. So how did I write down 10? Because you know that 10 is not allowed. So from 9, you again went to 0 and 1 carry. So similarly, from 4, I need to reach to 7. That means 5, 6, 7. That means I need to work for 3 steps. -5 and -3. So I will reach at -3, carry 1. So this is how I will write it down. 1 -3, 4. And you can check what is the base here? 10 to the power. Like what is the value of this place? 10 to the power 0, 10 to the power 1 and 10 to the power 2. So 10 to the power 2 into 1, what that would be? 100. Minus 10 to the power 1 into -3, what that would be? 30. Plus 10 to the power 0 into 4, what that would be? 74. So it is 74 only, but written in some other number in the same base, but number system is different. Base is same, system I am changing. That from 0 to 9 you could go here. Here you can go from -5 to 4 only. Is that okay for you? Let me show another base example. Another example I can take. Let's show it with the base 8. Okay. Let's do the calculation with the base 8. So what do I do is that I again take the number 74 only. In base 8 it is written. Okay. In base 8 it is written 74. Now I need to write down this number in the same base, but the allowed numbers are -4, -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2 and 3. These numbers are allowed. Even 4 is not allowed. So let's make it a bit easier. Let's make it 2. Okay. So this is 72 in base 8. So 72 in base 8 only I need to write down. So 2 is allowed? Yes, 2 is allowed. 7 is allowed? No. So for that what I need to do? Sir, 4, 5, 6, 7. That means 4 steps I need to work. 1, 2, 3, 4. That means I will reach at -1 and 1 carry. 1 carry. So 72 would be written as 1 -1, 2. Let's check the values. So here place value is 2 plus 7 into 8. 58 in decimal. How will you write down in decimal? In decimal it will be 58, right? Because here the place value is 1, here the place value is 8. So 56 plus 2, 58. 2, here the place value is 8, here the place value is 64. 66 minus 8, what that would be? 58 only. So yes, we have verified both numbers are same only. Is that concept clear to you? Everything is clear? Now, let's come to the question. 81 in base 10. 81 in base 10. You need to represent in some another base. The base is 7. Why the base is 7? Because number of digits allowed are 7. 3 digits and 4 digits. So number of digits allowed are 7. So base is 7. From here you can say that, sir, base is 7. So I need to convert 81 in base 7. From base 10 to base 7 I need to go. And the number is 81. What I will do? Sir, 7. 4 is remainder. So that's it. So 81 in base 10 would be equivalent to 144 in base 7. So till this point everything is fine. But the number allowed are -3, -2, -1, 0, 1, 2 and 3. These are the allowed numbers. 4 is not allowed. So what I would do? So what I would do is that let's make up some space. So initially I need to write down 4. 4 is not allowed. So where I will go? I need to walk for one step. I will reach at -3. -3. This is my 144. Okay. 4 is not allowed. So I will reach at -3. 1 will be carried. 1 will be carried. 1 will be carried to the next number. So this number will become 5. 5. 5 is allowed, not allowed. So where I will reach? I will reach here. क्या कर रहा हूँ भाई मैं? 144 था ना? Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah. So 5 is allowed, not allowed. So 3, 4, 5, 2 step I need to go. I will reach here. And 1 carried. So 1 is carried to this guy. 1 plus 1, it will become 2. So what will be your answer? 2, -2, -3. It is there in the same base. Here 2 carries were mentioned. 4 was not allowed. I went to the next number, -3. Again 1 was carried. This became 5. 5 is not allowed. -2. Again 1 carried. 2. So 2 -2, 3. -2 is written as, they started with C, no? They started with C. So these are C, B, A. So -2 is written as B and -3 is written as C. So 2BC. Answer is 2BC. So number system conversion everyone understands, but there is one more concept. Not only from base, but the digits may also be converted. Okay. Another concept is there, which is this. So always remember how to solve these kind of problems. Okay, a very good question. A different problem that we usually study. We usually study from here to here, but from the same base to same base, but digits are different now. Base is not changing, digits are changing. So this is what we will get. Okay, let's go to the next question. Yeah, very simple question based on FSM. What you need to detect 0, 0, 1, 1, and it is there in the syllabus of electrical as well and ECE as well. It is specifically mentioned. So it can come for electrical student as well, surely for instrumentation students as well. So don't think that, sir, it will not come. So S1 is our initial state. What I need to detect? 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. For that I am designing this FSM. So first 0 is detected, then again 0 came into action. Then what they are asking, what will be the next state if input is, what will be the next state from S3 if input is 0? So if you are at S1, applied input is 0, you reach to S2. That means when you are at S2, you already have a 0. When again applied input is 0, you reach to S3. That means when you are at S3, you already have 2 zeros. Now at S3, they are saying that applied input is 0. I am at S3, that means I am already having 2 zeros. Now applied input is again 0. So this is the condition I am getting. So now what will be the best case? Best case will be 2 zeros. And 2 zeros where I will get? Again I will go to S3 only. Okay, there is a video from my side on YouTube only, FSM by Himanshu Agarwal, you type and watch that complete video. Then you will understand how to design FSM. And surely in 2026 or 2027 the question is coming. 101% I can say one question on FSM is coming in 2026 or 2027 for sure. Especially for ECE student. And I am pretty sure you only know one thing, that sir, one FSM will be given and they will ask which sequence is detected. So you will see, okay sir, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1 is becoming here, so 0, 0, 1, 1, that will be detected. This much we study in ECE, but this much is not enough. If you are studying FSM, study it in a good manner that you can design it as well. So how will you design it? Complete explanation I have given. Here I am just explaining it in a rough way. 0 came, and then 1 came. Here 0 came, and then they are saying again 0 is coming. So best case is double 0. Last 2 numbers I need to see. Basically this MSB I will drop, and whatever that is left, that I will see. So best case is 0, 0. Where do I get 0, 0? In S3 only. So I will again come back to S3 only. So answer would be S3. Okay. So you need to see the full concept, then only you will be able to understand. So answer will be S3. Yeah, so let's go to the next one. Here you guys might have matched it up. What you would have done is that, I know that a lot of people would have clicked on this one, or it might happen that they would have clicked on this one as well. But answer are 1, 3. Why so? What is the issue here? The flope of the second flope, this I am calling as flope 2, and this I am calling as flope 1. So flope 2 will never go for setup violation or hold violation. Why is that so? There is no issue in flope 2. Why so? Because this is your AND gate, 0, and one of the node of AND gate is connected to 0. If this is connected to 0, so output is 0. So input of this flope is fixed. JK input of this flope is fixed. If inputs are fixed, one at 0 and one at 1, if they are fixed, they are not even changing, then how the setup and hold time come into action? The setup and hold time is defined with respect to the change, that if input is changing, then it should change before a particular time, and if it is changing, then it should not change after a particular time. This is the concept of setup time and hold time. So setup time and hold time defined with respect to the transition of the input, but the input of the flopes are not even changing. So usually what people did is that, sir, we can see that I can go from flop 1 to flop 2, and I can come from flop 2 to flop 1 as well. So they wrote down two paths, flop 1 to flop 2, and then they wrote down flop 2 to flop 1. But you don't even walk from flop 1 to flop 2. So basically that whatever that you write down, flop 1 to flop 2, this is not even required, because they will never go into setup time or hold violation. Who will go into setup time and hold violation? One of the input is fixed here, but this input is not fixed, because it is coming from this queue. So since it is not fixed, then it can go into setup and hold violation. Is that okay for you or not? So whenever the question of setup time and hold time comes, always look at the inputs. Okay, always look at the inputs. So you are going from flop 2 to flop 1. So let's work. T clock should be greater than 4 plus 3 minus 2 and skew of this one. This you should be knowing, the concept you should be knowing, right? 4 plus 3 and then setup time added, 4 plus 3 delay added, and then setup time added and minus the skew. Okay, this delay, setup added, and then minus the skew. This will be the answer we will be getting. So T clock should be greater than 6. So other equation you don't even need to write down. This will be the answer. And what about the hold time? Hold time for this one as well. In the hold time equation, hold time should be less than, this will not come. So what will be the answer? 4. So this will be the answer. Okay. So for flop 1 only we will consider everything, not for flop 2, because flop 2 is not doing any setup or hold violation. Okay. So this was the beauty of this equation, that one of the input was fixed. In our class notes as well, in GATE examination, in GATE 2004, one question has come. So that I have included in our class notes. There were 3 flip-flops. So there I said that we will not go from flop 1 to flop 2, because flop 2 inputs are fixed. They are not changing. That means there will be no setup and hold violation. That means we will go from 2 to 3 or 3 to 1. 2 paths were there. Okay. So yeah, this kind of concept only I have introduced here. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, let's solve this question. So this was a very easy question, one of the easiest question of this whole question paper. If you have studied ADC, DAC in a good manner, then you would be able to solve it within seconds. So step size is 0.8 and digital input is, analog input is 4.3 volt. What does that mean? Analog input is 4.3 volt and step size is 0.8. That means 4.3 divided by 0.8. This will be your decimal equivalent of the digital input. We are using a ADC, so this will be the decimal equivalent, 4.3 divided by 0.8. So that should be 5.375. But 5.375 cannot be the possible answer, no? It has to be some integer. So for counter type ADC, I told you counter type ADC, counter. So you have already got a grade C. That means you will improve. So you will go from 5 to 6. And for SAR type ADC, S stands for super. So you are already super. So in SAR type ADC, one lesser output you get. So basically, what we do, we take the step size, we take the analog input. So what does that mean? That our comparator would throw some, our comparator would change after this particular value. right? Now the confusion would be that where we will be stopping, at 5 or at 6. So in SAR type ADC we will go one step back, and in counter type ADC we will go one step ahead. Complete working and everything I have already explained. Why this happens, that also I have already explained. But in the end I told you a trick to remember. If you want to see the working and everything, you can study ADC DSC from YouTube only. Just type down marathon on data converters PrepFusion, you will get a video. But if you just want to remember a trick, so always do 4.3 divided by 0.8. We should have stopped at 5.375, but in SAR we will go one step back, in counter we will go one step ahead. So 6 and 5. So SAR 5 and counter type ADC 6. So 1 and 4 would be the answer. Okay. These options are correct. Very simple question. Let's go to the next. Yeah, let's see this one. 4-bit binary parallel adder. Some output will be delayed by 200 nanosecond and carry output will be delayed by 5 nanosecond. At t equals to 0, the applied input was 1111. 15 means 1111 and 2 means 0010. And then at t equals to 100 nanosecond, the inputs were changed. Now, if your answer was this 135, if this was your answer, then you need to study this topic on a very good level, because you have studied on a surface level only. If you are saying 135 is the answer, that means that was this topic you have studied on a very surface level. So you need to go to YouTube, go to our digital electronics playlist, see the third marathon. In the third marathon, you would see there is a topic delay based problems. Okay, delay based problems. So you go there and then you can check out that how to solve these kind of problems. Basically, there are 4 type of pattern. The question can be framed from those 4 type of pattern only, and all those 4 type of pattern are different. Why they are different, how to solve them, everything I have told there. Okay, so this is a very good topic actually. What you have done is that you have just calculated that maximum delay and you have put the answer. But inputs are given. This was your worst case delay. This was the worst case delay. But inputs here I have given. Right? 1111 inputs are already given. So based on the input you will see your output. So a very good concept it is. But those who have already studied, I will just give the solution. But if you just have put 135, that means you need to study this topic in a better manner. If inputs were not given, then your answer would have been correct, because this is the worst case delay. But if inputs are given, you need to consider the inputs. So let's start solving the problem. Binary parallel adder, carry output will be 5 nanosecond delayed and 20 nanosecond delayed would be the sum output. So let's make the binary parallel adder. In this manner we will make it. The carry will go to the next one. Carry will go to the next one. This is how the carry will go. And from upper side I will apply the input. So first input applied are 15 and 2. So 1, 1, 1, 1. This is your string bit A, which is 15. And next I need to apply 2. So 0, 0, 1, 0. So what would have been the output? Do I need to consider the delay and everything in this case? In this case, when I am applying 15 and 2, what the second user is doing? The second user is applying its input after 100 nanosecond. So in 100 nanoseconds, certainly you would have got a stable output, no? Because you see the delays, 20 and 5. You take the worst case delay you take. That this will be, thus this will be coming after 5 nanosecond. So this will be coming after 20 nanosecond. This will be coming after 5 nanosecond. Then it will start working. Then it will start working. It will start working. You take the worst case delay. Even in the worst case delay at 100 nanosecond, the steady state would have been reached. That means stable output you would have got. So I just need to care about what output do I get. That's it, nothing else. So what output I will get? 1 plus 1, 1, 0. 1 plus 1, 0, 1. 1 plus 1, 0, 1. And 1 plus 1, 0, 1. This would have been my stable output. At 100 nanosecond, it is pretty sure that I have got everything stable. Say yes or no. Now what I am doing? I am changing the input. Changing the input to 13 and 1. So what will be 13? 1, 1, 0, 1. And what will be 1? 0, 0, 0, 1. So this is how input is changed now. Now this input is gone. The previous input is gone. This input is gone. Now these are the next input. But as of now, just as at t equals to 100 nanosecond, what is the condition? At t equals to 100 nanosecond, the condition is that you have applied these inputs, but these outputs are not gone. Now these outputs will change based on these conditions, right? So 1, 1 you have applied, and here there was anything not available. So just as you apply 1, 1, what does that mean? 1 1 addition will throw 0 and this will throw 1. So what really addition it will give after 20 nanosecond and carry it will give after 5 nanosecond. All good. Now see the input here, 0 0. Does 0 0 care about the previous carry? I told you 0 0 and 1 1 they never care about the previous carry. Only 0 1 and 1 0 will care about the previous carry. What I mean to say is that if your input is 0 0, if your input is 0 0, even if your previous carry is 1 or even if your previous carry is 0, your next carry will always be 0. What I am saying, if my input is 0 0 and carry bit is coming as 1, so if I add them, what I will get? Output will be 1 and carry will be 0, right? And if it is 0, then output will be, the sum will be 0 and carry will be 0. Basically, this carry will always be 0, no matter whatever the bit you apply here. So this 0 0, this condition has started working at 100 nanosecond. So at 100 nanosecond only this guy will start working. This full adder will start working at 100 nanosecond only. It will not start working at 105 nanosecond. This 100 nanosecond I am equating it to 0 nanosecond. Then whatever the answer we get, we will add it to 100 nanosecond. Okay. So this I am equating to 0 nanosecond. So what I would say is that this will start working at 0 nanosecond only. This will not start working at 5 nanosecond. This will start working at 0 nanosecond only because you have applied this input at 0 nanosecond. Are you able to understand this point? People would do, sir, this is coming stable at 5 nanosecond. So after 5 nanosecond, this bit will change, but this bit will change at 10 nanosecond. This is what you will do, but that is wrong. This has started working at 0 nanosecond only. All of them has started working at 0 nanosecond. All of them. Because you applied the input at 0 nanosecond only. No? So all of them started working at 0 nanosecond. But 1 0, it will wait for the previous carry. It will wait for the previous carry. This will also wait for the previous carry. That if my previous carry changes, my next output can also change. But 0 0 will never wait for the previous carry. Why 0 0 never waits for the previous carry? Because in 0 0, whether you apply, even if the previous carry is 0 or even if the previous carry is 1, it doesn't matter. Always the forward carry will be 0 only. So it started working at 0 nanosecond, so it gave the result at 5 nanosecond only. Although summation would change because previously summation was 0, but now the condition is 0 0 plus 1. So summation would change. Summation would change. 0 plus 0 plus 1. What will be the summation output? Summation output will be 1. And this will change. This will surely change. So at 5 nanosecond, this guy comes into action. So at 5 nanosecond, this guy comes into action and it will start generating the sum. Sum will be generated. That would be 1. So it would take 20 nanosecond more. So 20 plus 5, 25 nanosecond. So this one bit will be stable at, this bit will be stable at 25 nanosecond. This bit will be stable at 25 nanosecond. There is no doubt about that. But this bit will be stable at 5 nanosecond only. Now 1 0, here this is 1 0. So 1 0 surely waits for its previous carry. Now previous carry is 0. So what will be the next carry? 1 plus 0 plus 0. So next carry would be 0 only. And this particular full adder will start working at 5 nanosecond because 1 0 will wait for the previous carry. 1 0 is waiting for the previous carry and now this is changing from 1 to 0 and it has started working at 5 nanosecond. So 5 nanosecond and another 5 nanosecond it will take, total 10 nanosecond. Okay. And what about the sum? 1 0 0. The sum would become 1. Sum would become 1 and it has started working at 5 nanosecond. So this sum we will get at 25 nanosecond only. Is that clear to you? Because this guy started working at 5 nanosecond. This guy also started working at 5 nanosecond only. Are you able to understand this point or not? Let me explain it again. I have already explained in 2 to 3 hours, but let's explain it again. When we applied 0 0, this was not waiting for the previous carry. Here only at t equals to 0 only this guy started working. At t equals to 0 only because it was not waiting for the previous carry. If it started working at t equals to 0 only, it gave the result of next carry at 5 nanosecond. But when this input when this carry got changed, then sum will change, but this bit will not change. The sum will change. Sum will go from 0 to 1. So it will generate at 25 nanosecond, but this bit is not changing. Right? This bit will remain 0 only. So at 5 nanosecond you got it. So this guy also started working at 5 nanosecond. This guy started working at 0 nanosecond, but for the carry it started working at 5 nanosecond. Sorry, for the sum it started working at 5 nanosecond. I hope it is clear to you. If you have seen that marathon, then only it will be clear to you. Okay, otherwise in the solution video, it would be very tough for me to explain in very less time, right? So this has been stable at 10 nanosecond. This guy also waits for the previous carry. So 10 nanosecond. Now the final carry it will generate at 15 nanosecond, and 10 nanosecond to generate the sum, it will take another 20 nanosecond. So here this sum will be generated at 30 nanosecond. So you can see that this final sum bit is generated at 30 nanosecond. So 0 nanosecond we took as a reference, but actually it was 100. So 100 plus 30, answer would be 130. So I have told you which guy waits for the previous carry, which guy doesn't wait for the previous carry. Based on that, you can solve the problem. And don't remember any trick. Okay. I have seen people doing some trick, it will go ahead, then some tricks have been made, but those tricks will be very tough to remember in the examination hall. This is the conceptual part. If you have seen that 3 to 4 hours of marathon, it is not only the marathon, it is the marathon of combination circuit. In that combination circuit, in 3 to 4 hours, I have explained this concept for different circuits. So if you have seen that concept, then you will be able to solve it very easily in this manner. You will make the diagram, you will make the previous state, that means the steady state which is already available, then you will change the input. Once you change the input, then you see the scenario, that how the bits are being changed. All good? Okay. So yeah, this is done. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, so very straightforward question. Now I know you are seeing the solution. For the sake of that, sir, why did you frame this question? Every question was tough, but why this was easy? Just to let you know that one question can come very straightforward as well. Now I know that a lot of people would have spent so much of time here thinking that, okay, is there something different? This happens in the examination hall as well. Let's just say you are solving some questions, 4 to 5 questions in the line were very tough. Okay, you are solving it with using your full brain, and you felt like that these were good questions, and suddenly this kind of question would come up. So there again you will start thinking that if there is something involved in this question, it might be tougher, or there is something that I am missing out. So these kind of thoughts will come, but you need to believe yourself that whatever that you are doing it correctly only. Okay, so there is nothing. 3 volt diode will turn on 0.5 volt, and what will be the current? 3 minus 0.5, 2.5 divided by 2.5. The current will be 1 ampere. There you go. So very straightforward. Just I framed this question so that to let you know that every whole question paper was very good, but suddenly if a very simple question is coming, you should not be worrying that or you should not be doubting your confidence. You should have the confidence that yes, whatever that I am doing, that is correct only. This was an easy question only, so I could mark it correctly. So within 30 seconds, you should have marked it and proceed in the next question. But you spent here 2 to 3 minutes just for the sake of thinking that if I am missing up something or not. Okay. Yeah, let's see the next one. Yeah, so this is a good question. So all of these signals are finite duration and finite amplitude. Finite duration and finite amplitude. And usually for finite duration and finite amplitude, what do we say? ROC is entire S-plane. Saying that ROC is entire S-plane, this is somewhat correct. ROC is entire S-plane. This is somewhat correct, but not completely correct. Because we don't talk about S equals to infinity and minus infinity. Look, at the infinity, you can never reach. You can never reach at S equals to infinity. You can never reach at S equals to minus infinity. So saying that ROC is entire S-plane, that is fine. But when it comes to Z plane, when it comes to discrete time, for finite duration and finite amplitude signal as well, we say that ROC is entire S-plane, but excluding Z equals to infinity, excluding Z equals to 0, right? So there Z equals to 0 and Z equals to infinity becomes very important for us. Because what is Z? Z equals to e to the power STS. When S is equals to minus infinity, Z would be equals to 0. And when S is equals to infinity, when S equals to minus infinity, Z would be equals to 0. And when S is equals to infinity, Z would be equals to infinity. So there minus infinity and infinity was not a matter of concern, but here 0 and infinity became a matter of concern. So we should give equivalent to Laplace transform as well. So that's why I framed this question. If you have studied from a good resource, then you would have surely cared about Z equals to 0 and infinity. But I am pretty sure that in no resource, people have cared about minus infinity and plus infinity for S domain as well. So you need to care about S domain as well. Okay. So if you have missed out this point, then study this point. So it is a finite duration, finite duration and finite amplitude signal. But what do you see here? This is your causal signal. And for causal signal, where does the ROC look? This side. For causal signal, this side the ROC should look. But you are saying that it is entire S-plane. What does that mean? That means the pole would have been at S equals to minus infinity. Are you able to understand this point? For causal signal, ROC would look towards the right hand side. right? But you are saying that ROC is entire S plane. What does that mean? That means it should be at a point. From there, if I look at the right hand side, everything should be visible. Again, let me repeat the statement. The pole should be at that point. If I am standing at the pole and if I look at the right hand side, everything should be visible. What does that mean? I have to be at s equals to minus infinity. So my pole will be at s equals to minus infinity. What does that mean? It will not converge at s equals to minus infinity. You can take any example. Xt is u of t minus u of t minus 2. Is it causal? Yes. Sir, it is causal. What will be its Laplace transform? 1 minus e to the power minus 2s divided by s. Is it converging at s equals to minus infinity? Put s equals to minus infinity here. What you will get? 1 minus e to the power infinity divided by infinity. So this is becoming infinity by infinity form. So you apply the L'Hopital rule. If I apply the L'Hopital rule, what do I get here? E to the power minus 2s minus 2, and then this would become plus 2 divided by this would become 1. If you put s equals to minus infinity here, what you would get? E to the power infinity. That means you are getting infinity only. So I took an example which is a causal signal, then I derived its Laplace transform, and then I put s equals to minus infinity. This you already know, right? You know how to put the limit. If you put s equals to minus infinity here, the answer is coming out to be, the limit is coming out to be infinity. That means it is not converging at s equals to minus infinity. Rest all the points it will converge. So what they are asking, x1s converges at s equals to infinity? Yes. Now they are talking about x2s and x3s. So x2s is no anti-causal, not non-causal, sorry. It is anti-causal. For anti-causal, how does the ROC look like? It should cover the entire S-plane. Where should I stand? So it will have a pole at s equals to infinity. That means it will not converge at s equals to infinity. Second option is also correct. So we will care about 0 and infinity a lot of times because this question have been asked in the examination. That's why we care about 0 and infinity. But minus infinity and plus infinity for S domain is not asked. It will be asked. And after that, people will start caring about these two guys. Once it is asked in the examination, after that people will start caring about minus infinity to infinity. But first this concept came, then only this concept came. How this concept of 0 and infinity came into action? From S domain only, no? Z transform comes from the S domain transformation only. How the formula is derived? From here only. So if you care about these guys, then why don't you care about these guys as well? Okay. So in our playlist, in our lectures, it is there. Third option, x3s doesn't converge at s equals to infinity and minus infinity. So what is x3s? Non-causal, right? And what is the ROC for the non-causal? It is bounded by two poles. ROC is bounded by two poles. I should stand in a manner that between two lines something is bounded, and that bounded area is entire S-plane. So where I should stand? I should stand at s equals to minus infinity and s equals to plus infinity. That means I will have a pole at minus infinity as well and plus infinity as well. You can take example. Okay, take any example. U of t plus 1 minus u of t minus 1. Very simple example. Is it your non-causal signal? Yes, it is a non-causal signal. What will be its Laplace transform? E to the power s minus e to the power minus s divided by s. You check at infinity, you check at minus infinity. At both of the points, it will not converge. At both of these points, it will give you infinity answer. So it will not converge at s equals to infinity, it will not converge at s equals to minus infinity as well. If you don't want to check in this manner, then I have told you the concept. For causal, ROC will be looking towards right hand side. Stand at a point such that everything should be visible. What does that mean? Where I will stand? At s equals to minus infinity. For anti-causal, ROC would be towards the left hand side. Stand at a point such that everything should be visible. Where I would stand? At s equals to infinity. So it will not converge at s equals to infinity. This will not converge at s equals to minus infinity. This will not converge at both s equals to infinity and minus infinity. But all of them will converge at all the finite value of s. That means if you don't care about minus infinity and infinity, then every one of them will converge at all the finite value of s, dropping s equals to minus infinity and plus infinity. Because infinity and minus infinity is not finite. So whenever you design a system, okay, like when you go into the industry, so whenever you design a system, the pole at infinity and minus infinity becomes very, very important. What I am saying is that this s equals to infinity that we usually ignore. and s equals to minus infinity. Whenever you study analog electronics, network theory, or whenever you study control system, you always ignore these two guys. But in reality, when you go to the industry, when you design something good, these guys will become very, very important for you. And I'm pretty sure that some questions will be framed where they will talk about s equals to infinity and minus infinity in near future. And after that, their care will get started. So whenever I teach, I always care about whether it is network analysis, control system, or analog electronics. I will always care about infinity and minus infinity because they are very, very important. They can change the whole system. Okay, so all four were correct. This was a good question. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, this question should have been solved. It is not that tough. So what you need to find? You need to find the power. Value of A is given. It is passed through a resistor of 1 ohm. That means basically V square by R. What is the power? Power dissipated in the resistor. That would be V square by R. This is the voltage graph. R is 1. So basically you need to find V square. Basically you need to find the power of xt. That's it. Okay. So power of xt, how would I find? What do you see here? Finite duration, finite amplitude. Non-decaying signal. Non-decaying signal. Neither it is decaying, neither it is going to infinity. So they will contribute in the power. They will not contribute in the power. What I mean to say is that you can break this signal into 3 parts. One part would be this one. So what is this? This is an energy signal. For the energy signal, what is the power? 0. Next part would be this one, and next part would be this one. So when you add these 3 signals, what do you get? You get this particular signal. So this is energy signal, power will be 0. This is a power signal, and this is also a power signal. And if I ask you, what is the power of this guy? Or if you don't remember, if I ask you, what is the power of this guy? What is the power of AUT? You will directly say, sir, it would be A square by 2. So if I shift any signal, will the power change? If I shift it here, if I shift this signal here, shifting will never change the power. And if I invert the amplitude as well, this amplitude as A, if I invert the amplitude, I make the amplitude as minus A. So will the power change? No, power will be A square by 2 only. So this guy will throw A square by 2 power. And what this guy will throw? This guy will throw amplitude square, amplitude is 2A. So this guy will throw 2A whole square divided by 2 power. So 2A square plus A square by 2. What will be the final answer? Total power will be, this is 4A square by 2. So 2A square plus A square by 2. That would be 5A square by 2. What is the value of A? 3. So 5 into 9 divided by 2, 22.5. Deliberately I said rounded up to 3 decimal places. I could have written 1 decimal place, but you would be comfortable in that. Deliberately I said this would be the answer. A lot of time in the examination hall it would be happening. It happened with me as well. They said rounded up to 2 decimal places, but I got a perfect answer after 1 decimal place only. So they expected me to write down 0, 0. Just to confuse you. That perfect answer you are not getting. Some 3, 6, 7, something like this you would be getting. 3, 6, 7. But no, perfect answer even if I am getting, still I would be thinking if there is something different or not. But nothing different is there. Even if you are getting 22.5, then put 00 as well. Have confidence on yourself. Okay. So this is the solution. Very easy question it was. Let's go to the last one. Yeah, this question. So these kind of question you would have seen for DFT. Although electrical student doesn't need to study DFT, but for the electrical student, DTFS and DTFT both are there in the syllabus. But DFT is not there in the syllabus for electrical. But for ECE, DTFS is there, DTFT is there, and DFT is also there. These guys are there, DFT is also there. And for IN, this along with that FFT is also there. Right? So this is the syllabus. But I have always made sure in the whole question paper, we have made sure that we frame the questions from those topics only which are there common for ECE, electrical and instrumentation. Okay, so this question electrical student might not feel that, sir, this will not be asked in our examination. Surely it can be asked. So whenever students study DFT, they study duality theorem. What did they study? That, sir, if x of n is having DFT of x of k. Now if this becomes your time domain signal, then your DFT would be n x of minus n. You study for DFT. Why you study for DFT? Because this question have been asked in the examination. That's why you study this duality theorem. Before it was asked in the examination, this would not be there in the notes. But since it is asked in the examination, now it is there in the notes. Sad reality I am telling. But for DTFS, this kind of question have not been asked. The same kind of question was asked for DFT. What I did, I just changed it to DTFS. So for DTFS as well, there is a duality property, which is not taught. But the day it is asked in the examination, it will be taught. So x of n, if x of n is having Fourier series coefficient of x of k, okay, this is periodic, this will also be periodic. Now if this becomes your n domain signal or time domain signal, then your Fourier series coefficient would become 1 by n x of minus n. Basically this signal inverted 1 by n. So now you are taking now this will also be periodic, again this will also be periodic. So for this one as well, you can again take the Fourier series coefficient, then you can again take the Fourier series coefficient, again take the Fourier series coefficient, because what is happening, periodic, 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 everything would be periodic. So in that manner, if I take f of x of n, what I will get, x of k. Now for the x of k, if I take the Fourier series coefficient, what do I get, 1 by x of minus n. So 2f I have solved, this f and this f, 2f I have solved. Now what I need to do, I need to take the Fourier series coefficient of this guy. I need to take the Fourier series coefficient of x of minus n. So what that would be, 1 by n is constant. Now Fourier series coefficient of x of minus n, what that would be, x of minus k. And now again I need to take f, that means Fourier series coefficient of x of minus k. So Fourier series coefficient of x of k was 1 by n x of minus n. Then Fourier series coefficient of x of minus k would be 1 by n x of plus n. So your answer would come out to be 1 by n square x of n. Usually in DFT the answer comes out to be n square into x of n, but here the answer will come out to be 1 by n square into x of n. Okay, so this would be your final answer. Now what is the value of n? It is periodic with 4 sample, so 1 by 4 into x of n. So let me go to the next page. So the final answer, yn is actually 1 by 4, not 1 by 4, 1 by 16, 1 by n square, so 4 square will be 16, so 1 by 16 x of n. I have already uploaded the marathon on discrete, okay, DTFT, DTFS, for them there is a separate marathon, for DFT and FFT there is a separate marathon, so you can go and check out in the signal system playlist, okay. So don't be demotivated looking at this test series. This test series was just to make you realize that anything can happen in the examination. These kind of things can also come up. Okay, so this was just a realization. That's why I conducted this test series in September, not in December. Because if I had conducted this kind of test in September and you would write it down for the first time, then you would lose your all hope. But now I have conducted it. Because in September you should realize that where I am standing. Whatever the God teacher, whatever the best teacher of a whole universe, forget about India, best teachers of whole universe, I am studying from them, but that is also not enough. Best teacher of whole universe are not enough. Some decent teachers can be enough for you. Okay, are you understanding what I am saying? So we need to study the subject in a good manner, not only some see the PYQs and make our content based on that and then teach it, and that to complete mathematics, no intuition, nothing. So all these things I have explained with the intuition. What do you think? Do I ask you to mug up this thing? No, you see the lectures. Okay, so you might have ignored PrepFusion thinking that these are some guys what they would teach. We should study from the goats, but the goats are not good enough sometimes, right? So this is your y of n. So what I need to calculate? I need to calculate the value of y of 2 and y of 13. So what will be your y of 2? So y of 2 would be equals to x of 2 divided by 16. What will be the value of x of 2? 3 plus j divided by 16. 3 plus j divided by 16. What would be your y of 13? Y of 13 would be equivalent to x of 13. What will be your x of 13? Periodic with 4. So can I write it down as 4 into 3 plus 1? Right? It is periodic with 4. So x of 1. So it will be equivalent to x of 1. So x of 1 divided by 16. So x of 1 divided by 16. Minus 1 by 16. Okay, x of 1 is minus 1 by 16. So what do we get? Alpha value is addition of both of them. So 3 plus j minus 1 divided by 16. So that would be 2 plus j divided by 16. This is alpha. If I need to take the mode, what will be the mode? Under root 5 divided by 16. So under root 5 divided by 16, that would be the final answer. 5 under root 0.139. 0.139 or 0.140 also you can write down. That would be the answer. Well and good. So yeah, that's it. That's it about the solution of this question. Okay. Now Anish sir will get started. He will take mathematics, aptitude, control systems, and yeah, these 3 subjects he will take. Okay. 4 subjects I have already taken: signal, analog, digital, and network analysis. And AC part of network also he will take. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Let's solve this question. The average of 3 distinct real number is 28. So if I have 3 distinct real number, okay, and they are distinct. So one will be lower value, one will be the middle value, one will be the highest value. One will be largest, middle, and highest, right? So let me name them as L, M, and S. So S is the smallest one, L is the largest one, M is the middle one. Okay. Now they are telling the average of these 3 distinct number is 28. So L plus M plus AS divided by 3 is equals to 28. So from here I get this first relation, L plus M plus AS is equals to, this will be 60 and another 24, 84. Okay. So that is what my L plus M plus S is. Now what they are telling us, that if the smallest number is increased by 7 and the largest number is decreased by 10. Okay. So the smallest number is increased by 7. So the smallest number has now become S plus 7 and the largest number has been decreased by 10. Still the order of the numbers remains the same. That means basically from smallest to largest, still S plus 7 will be the smallest one, L minus 10 will be the largest one. So I can say L minus 10 will be here, S plus 7 will be there, and they have not mentioned anything about the middle number. So middle number remains unchanged. Now what they are telling us, that in this new set the arithmetic mean becomes 2 more than the middle number. Okay. So now if I do the arithmetic mean, that is L minus 10 plus M plus S plus 7 divided by 3 will be equals to M plus 2. Okay. Will be equals to M plus 2. So because the new arithmetic mean is 2 greater than its middle number, and the difference between the largest and the smallest number becomes 64. So now after changing the difference between the smallest and the largest number, right? Sorry, and between the largest and the smallest. So what is the largest number now? It is L minus 10. What is the smallest number now? It is S plus 7. The difference now becomes 64. They are asking me what was the largest number. It is 70. So we will find out how we got to this 70 answer. So first of all, I will like, this is one of the equations, right? This is one equation. I will solve this equation. Okay. So here, right, this will be equals to what? I can do L plus M. So L plus S is equals to what here? L plus S or L minus S. L minus S will be, this will be minus 10 minus 7. So minus 17 will go on that side. It will be plus 17. So 6 plus 1, 81. So L minus S is coming, L minus S is coming out to be 81. Let me solve this equation again. Okay. If I solve this equation here, it will be L minus 3 plus M plus S equals to, 3 will go on that side, that is 3M plus 6. Now L plus M plus S equals to 84. So this value is 84 actually. So 84 minus 3 is 81. 81 minus 6 equals to 3M. So M will be equals to 75 by 3, that is 25. M comes out to be 25. Now what about the other values? So M is 25. So from here I can replace my M value here. So L plus L will come out to be, L plus S will come out to be what? 84 minus 25. So this is 79, 59. So L plus S comes out to be 59 and L minus S comes out to be 81. So if I add the two equations, because I have to find out the largest number, let me name this as 2 and let me name this as 1. If I add 1 and 2, it will be 2L will be equals to, this will be 140. So from here my L will be equals to 70. answer was like, this was not a that difficult question, but it was just a bit lengthy. That was one of the thing. The question was just a bit lengthy. Okay, so answer will be 70 for this question. Let's solve this question. A fruit seller has mangoes, bananas, apples in stock with at least one of each. Initially, mangoes make up 40% of the total stock. So as I am finished reading till this point, right, I will write down the information. Otherwise, again I have to read the whole question again. So you should start to write information. So a fruit seller has mangoes, he has bananas, he has apples, and he is saying that this is my total number of stock. Let's say this is equals to my stock S. Now 40% of total stock make up mangoes. So 40%, that is 40 divided by 100 into stock, will make up mangoes. Now few things you should keep in mind, that first of all they have told me that MBA all are natural numbers. All of these are natural numbers. Okay, that is the first point. These are natural numbers. Second point is that they have to, like, they are not natural. Minimum value is 1. Minimum value of M, B and A is 1. Okay, now they have to be natural numbers. It is a number of fruits. You cannot have half number of fruits. You cannot sell someone half a banana, half a mango. Okay, you have to sell the whole fruit. So all of them has to be natural, some natural numbers. Okay, so now if I am dividing by this 40 by S, right, so this will be 2 upon 5 into S. This is the first equation that I get. Let me read through the next part. During the day he sells half of the mangoes. So he has sold half, whatever mango he had, half of the mangoes, and he had sold 96 bananas, and he had sold 40% of the apples. 40% of the apples means again it will be 2 by 5 of apples. And he is telling me, like, the question is telling me that by the end of the day exactly 50% of his total stock has been sold. So basically this is equals to my S by 2. Total stock was S, now it has become S by 2. So this much amount we have sold, S by 2. What is the smallest possible total number of fruits he had at the beginning of the day? So basically they're asking what is S, right? Smallest number. S can be anything, right? We have to find out the smallest number. How can I find out the smallest number? So we have to be very careful here. All our numbers must be natural numbers. So I cannot simply write them in fractions. Let me keep them in natural numbers, right? So I am seeing I have a common factor of if I multiply by 10, everything will be not in fractions, because everything has to be natural numbers. I will convert everything into natural numbers, right? So I will multiply this whole equation by 10. Okay, so this will be 5 of M plus 960 plus 4 of A equals to S. Okay, now we have this equation, right? We have this equation. So here also what do I know? I know that 2 by 5 of S. What is my S? S is basically my now M is equals to 2 by 5 of S. Can I replace here with M 2 by 5 of S? Yes, I can. So we'll replace M with 2 by 5 of S, right? So this will be 5 into 2 by 5 of S plus 960 plus 4A equals to S. So from here I can say that, okay, this will be S, M is equals to 2 by 5 of S. Okay, 5 will get cancelled. Okay, sorry, I have multiplied by 10, right? So this also will be 5 into S, right? So it will be 5 into S. So here S will be equals to what? S will be equals to 4A plus 960 divided by 3, or if I divide this by 3, right, this will be 4A by 3 plus 320. Yeah, this will be 4A by 3 plus 320. Okay, now this is the value of S. Now what do I know about A? So if I'm dividing, they have told me that 40% of apple we have sold, so that means I'm dividing 2 by 5, I'm multiplying 2 by 5 into a. So this number, right, should also come out to be a natural number. That means what? That means my a must be a multiple of 5. How can I say it? If you choose a to be 22, what will happen? 2 by 5 of 22. What is 2 by 5 of 22? It will be some fraction. It will not be a whole number, right? If it's not a whole number, then this equation is totally invalid, because everything must be in natural number format. So it is not possible. Only if my a is a multiple of 5, then only this is possible. A has to be a multiple of 5 no matter what. Okay. Also, again, this equation, right? I'm dividing here by 3 from a. Again, a has to be a multiple of 3. If a is not a multiple of 3, again this will come out to be a fraction. S will come out to be a fraction, which is not possible. So a has to be a multiple of 3. So if a has to be a multiple of 3, that means what? That means a has to be a multiple, both a multiple of 5 and a multiple of 3. Okay, so it will be basically, so what is the, because they have told me, they have asked me to find out the minimum value of S, minimum. So I have to choose the minimum value of a for that, right? What is the minimum most value that I can choose, so that it satisfies all this condition? A must be greater than 1, it has to be a natural number, it must be a multiple of 5 and multiple of 3. What is that number? It is 15, right? So in here I have to choose a to be equals to 15. That is the minimum value of a that I can choose, right, to get the minimum value of S. So S will be equals to 4 into 15 divided by 3 plus 320 equals to, this will be 5, right, 20 plus, so this will be 340. Okay, this will be 340. So S will be equals to 340. That will be the answer for this question. Okay, so I hope that is clear. 340 will be the answer for this question. Let's solve this question. A voltage source operating at 200 volt and 50 hertz. So this voltage source is operating at 200 volt and 50 hertz. Supplies a power of 400 watt at 0.9 lagging power factor. So it is supplying a power of 400 watt at 0.9 power factor lagging. Okay, the load connected to the circuit absorbs 400 watt at 0.8 lagging power factor. So the load absorbs a power of 400 watt. So this load, right, it is absorbing same power 400 watt at 0.8 power factor. Okay, power factor has only changed because basically, right, capacitor will not consume any real power, it will only consume reactive power, consume or deliver. So capacitor delivers leading reactive power, or it consumes, sorry, capacitor delivers lagging reactive power, or it consumes leading reactive power. Okay, that is a property of capacitor. So whatever active power I am sending, it is going out to the load. So the difference of the reactive power, right, will be equal to the reactive power consumed at the capacitor. So what is the reactive power consumed here? So I know one thing, I know the power triangle, right? This is my active power on the x-axis, this is my reactive power Q, and this is my power triangle phi, and this is my apparent power. So from this axis I can say that my Q by P will be equals to tan of phi, correct? So how much reactive power is the source actually delivering? Source lagging reactive power, because remember this power factor is lagging. So source is delivering Q by P is 400. What is tan phi? Now what is tan phi? What is phi? Phi will be cos inverse of 0.9, because this is the power factor. What is power factor? Power factor is cos of phi. So this will be cos inverse of 0.9. So here 0.9 cos inverse tan of this into 400. So this comes out to be Q is equals to 193.73 VAR. This is the amount of lagging reactive power that the source is delivering. Now how much is the load consuming? How much lagging reactive power is the load consuming? It will be same formula Q. So I will write this QS, and QL will be QL upon P 400 equals to, again same tan phi, right? This was tan phi S, source power factor, and this is the load power factor, tan phi L. So this will be equals to, if I calculate this value, now what is tan phi L? Again cos inverse of 0.8, cos inverse of 0.8 is 36.86, so it will be tan of this into 400, which will be 300. Which will be 300. Okay, so QL, the load that the load is consuming 300 of lagging reactive power. So but the source is only delivering 193. So how is the load getting this additional reactive power? Who is delivering it? The capacitor. Capacitor delivers lagging reactive power. Capacitor will also deliver, yeah, capacitor, you will say capacitor is a load. Yes, it is a load, but it consumes leading reactive power, it delivers lagging reactive power. So there is a bit of difference between lagging and leading reactive power. This I have explained in my full course. Okay, so capacitor will deliver this additional reactive power. What is this additional reactive power QC delivered? It will be QL minus QS. That will be equals to 300 minus 193.73. 300 minus 193.73. So it will be 106.27 VAR. Okay, so 106.27 will be equals to, now what is the power formula for a capacitor? The voltage across it divided by the reactance, right? So it is V square RMS voltage whole square upon XC, right? So what is the RMS voltage? It is given to me, it is 200 volt. What is XC? XC is 1 by omega C. So from here I can say that C will be equals to 106.27 divided by omega will be 2 pi into 50 into V square. V square is 200 whole square, and this will be in farad. But what have they asked? They have asked in microfarad. So I will multiply a minus 6 and plus raised to power 10 raised to power 6, right? So this will convert this into microfarad. So this 10 raised to power 6 will be cancelling all the zeros here, additional zeros. So what will be this value? So this will be 106.27 divided by 100 into 10 raised to power 4, right? So pi into 4 into 10 raised to power 6, 10 raised to power 6 automatically will get cancelled. This will be 10 raised to power minus 6, which is in microfarad basically, right? Like this is still in farad. So this will, like, if the next line will write this in microfarad. Micro means 10 raised to power minus 6. So 106 divided by pi into 4 comes out to be 8.45 microfarad. So yeah, this will be the answer for this question. Let's solve this question. In the given circuit, the magnitude of the voltage across the inductor, right, this VL magnitude is 300 volt. So this VL magnitude is given to me 300 volt, and the voltage across the capacitor has the same magnitude. So voltage across the magnitude of the voltage across the capacitor is also same, that is 300 volts. What is the value of the current I flowing through the inductor, IL? So you might have a doubt that you might apply a KVL, like I will apply, this will be plus minus, minus 100, then you will do plus 300. Of course there is this current, right? So plus I will do this IL into 5 plus 300 VC plus 300 VL equal to 0, and you will be totally wrong here, right? Because it's a AC circuit, it is a AC circuit, you cannot simply do this linear calculations, right? You have to do complex calculations. The thing is, whenever it's a series RLC circuit, if some current I flows, what is the voltage drop across the capacitor? It is minus J into I into XC. What is the voltage drop across the inductor? It is plus J into I into XL, because inductor provides plus J XL of reactance, capacitor provides minus J XC of reactance. So the voltage of inductor will always be negative of the, not negative, sorry, both of them will be in the opposite phase basically. This will be plus and this will be minus, and in this case both of them are equal. So basically your VC will be equals to minus of VL, because magnitude is also equal. So VC is equals to minus of VA. Here they have made some polarity, it does not matter. They have just made the polarity for to confuse you, right? It does not matter. The polarity does not matter here. So what you have to do, ultimately these voltages magnitudes are equal, and anyways they are in phase opposition. So this voltage will get cancelled out. So ultimately your 100 volt is totally across this 5 ohm resistor. So your I will be basically 100 upon 5. This is the condition of resonance. At resonance, the voltage across the capacitor and the voltage across the inductor is same. So your current comes out to be 20 ampere, which will be purely in phase with the supply. So 20 ampere will be the correct answer for this question. The difference between the mean and variance of a binomial random variable is 1. So what is the mean for a binomial random variable? It is n times p. Okay, what is the variance? This is the mean, and the variance is, if you remember, it was npq, or if you can directly say it is n into p into 1 minus q, because your p plus q equals to 1, right? So difference between m and v is said to be 1. Also the difference between the squares of the mean and variance is said to be 9. So m square minus v square is said to be 9. What is the probability of obtaining exactly 3 successes? Okay, so they are asking what is the probability of exactly 3 successes. That means it will be n into c 3 into p raised to power 3 into 1 minus p raised to power n minus 3. This will be the answer basically. For this I need the value of n, I need the value of p, right? So I have 2 equations, I will be able to get my m and p. From here, if I simplify this, m square minus v square will be m minus v into m plus v equals to 9. M minus v is given to me, that is 1. So m plus v will be simply m plus v will be simply 9. M plus v will be simply 9. Okay, now yeah, that is what my m plus v is. Then I can simply add these 2 equations. If I add these 2 equations, what will it become? It will be 2m will be equals to 10. So m will be equals to 5. Okay, so m will be equals to 5, right? And my v will be equals to 4. So from this, my npq is this. If I take the ratio of this, right, I will get the value of q. Q will be 0.8, right? Q will be 0.8 and your p will be 0.2. If p is 0.2, that means from here, right, my n will be equals to 25. Okay, so I get the value of n to be 25. So I just have to put in the equation 25 c3 into p raised to power 3 into 1 minus p, that is q raised to power n minus 3, that is 22. So I will have to use the calculator. So if I use the calculator, it will be so this will be what? This will be how much? This will be 25 into 24 into 23 divided by 6, right? So 25 into 4 into 25 into 4 into 23 into 0.2 cube into 0.8 raised to power 22. Okay, it comes out to be approximately 0.13576, right? And up to 2 decimal places I have to approximate, so roughly it will come out to be 0.14. Okay, if I have to approximate 0.14, so 0.14 is within the range, so that will be my answer for the question. Let's solve this question. Let x be a random variable uniformly selected from the set of positive integers less than or equal to 100. So it is a set of positive integers only. So from 1, 2, 3 till 100. So how many x, like how many numbers I have total? 100 numbers, right? Maximum minus minimum plus 1. So 100 minus 1 plus 1, total 100 choices I have. Okay, now if x is divisible by both 6 and 8, what is the expected value of x? So x is divisible both by 6 and 8. So what numbers will be divisible both by 6 and 8? So what are the common factors, LCM, or the highest common factor of the LCM of lowest common multiplier of 6 and 8? So this has 2 into 3, this has 2 into 2 into 2. So overall this will be 2 cube, right? So both of them has 2 in common, so I will take 1 2, and then this has, I can write 2 square, 2 into 2 square. So this has 2 square in unique, and this also has 3 as unique, right? So this will be the LCM basically. Okay, sorry, for LCM we have to take the unique numbers. Yes, all the unique numbers. So 2 cube into 3, that is coming out to be 24. So 24 is the LCM. So whatever number I will choose, that should be divisible by 24. Then it will be divisible by both 8 and 6. Let's take example. If I choose 24, 24 is divisible both by 8 and 6. If I take 48, yes, 48 again is both divisible by 8 and 6, right? You cannot just choose 36. 36 will be divisible by 6, but it is not divisible by 8. So you have to choose multiples of 24. So what is the maximum value I can choose? 24 into 4, that comes out to be 96. So in total I can choose 4 numbers: 24, 48, 72 and 96. Okay, these 4 numbers out of how many numbers? 100. So this is the probability of success of choosing a number that is divisible by 8 and 6, but they have not asked me. They have asked me what is the expected value of x. What is the expected value of x? What is the formula for expected value of x? It is simply summation. If you remember, it was xi into pi. For discrete random variable, it was xi into pi. So x has to, like, x can be 24. If I choose 24, what is the probability of choosing 24? 1 by 100. Plus again, x can be 48. What is the probability of choosing 48? 1 by 100. And this will go on, right? Simply this will go on till the 2 numbers. So I can take this 1 by 100 to be common. This will be 24 plus 48 plus 96 plus 72. Okay, so this value will be 24 plus 48 plus 96 plus 72 divided by 100 comes out to be 2.4. Another efficient way to solve this, right? I think you can do this. Like if there are more numbers, what you can do? If you know the total numbers, let's say there are 8 numbers, right? Let's say you had the range of 200. So yeah, 2.4 is your answer, you're done. Okay, if your range was 200, I'm saying it for that case. So you will do 1 by 200 here, and you will take 24 common. 24 you take common. Now what will be this? This will be 1 plus 2 plus 3 till how much it will go? 200 divided by 24. That is the highest number that I can go, right? What is 200 divided by 24? Like integral part of that. So 200 divided by 24, it comes out to be 8.33. So highest number will be that 8 multiplication of 8. I mean, the highest number will be, so this comes out to be 8.33. So if I do 8 into 24, now 192 is the highest number that can be divisible by both 8 and 6, because that is the highest multiplication of 24, after which if I multiply any extra number 9, right, 24 into 9, it will be over 200. So I can go till 8. So this will be the sum of first 8 natural numbers. Okay, so this formula will be what? Sum of first n natural numbers, it is n into n plus 1 divided by 2. So here it will be 8 into 8 plus 1 divided by 2. So that is easier way to do. Instead of writing this, right, you can do it, because here we had only 4 numbers, it was very simple. But if you will have higher range, let's say 1000, from 1 till 1000, then you will not write each numbers, right? You will take this common and then you will calculate 1000 by 24 and you will see what is the highest multiple, integer multiple that I can multiply with 24 that is less than 1000. You will find that out, and then you will use this simple sum of natural numbers. So here the answer will be 2.4. Let's solve this question. So we have been given this block diagram. Okay, we have been given this block diagram and an impulse signal is applied at the input of the system. What will be the value of the output at t equals to pi by 4 of the output? Okay, for this I first of all obviously need to find out the transfer function. So there are two ways. Method one is using basic that I have taught in my full course, also using SFC. Both methods I have taught. First of all I will solve using basics. So I will take this graph here. Let me take this. Okay, and okay, the aspect ratio has gone bad. Let me log the aspect ratio. Yeah. So you don't need to remember any block diagram reduction techniques. No block diagram reduction techniques needed to be remembered here. Just you go by my method. What is the method? Let's say let me assume a point over here. Which one seems to be the most easiest one? This. Let me assume this to be x. This is x, right? So what will be this point? This will be minus. Here I will have minus 2x because I am multiplying a minus gain of minus 2. Now this is x. What will be this? This will be x by s. Okay, we got this value. This is minus 2x. Now actually what will be this point? Now I will multiply something and I will get my x. So I have to divide this gain, right? Let's say I have y. Y into 2 by s plus 2 is equals to x. So what will be y? Y will be x by 2 divided by s plus 2. Basically this value will be x divided by x into s plus 2 divided by 2, this point value. Okay, so I got this value, and okay, this is my input. Let me assume that my input is r and my output is y or c. Okay, so what is the value over here? So again this point, right, will be multiplied by 2 over here. So this will become minus, not minus, sorry, this will become x into s plus 2. Okay, so I have x into s plus 2 here getting subtracted with r. So at this point what will I receive? It will be r minus x into s plus 2. Okay, and at this point what will I receive? I have to multiply by 1 by s, right? So this will be r minus x into s plus 2 divided by s. Okay, and these I will add, and this is getting subtracted. So here I have already a negative sign and I am subtracting it over again. So this will become plus. This will become plus. Okay, so at this point what will I have actually? At this point what will I have? At this point I will have this value r minus, now this is a bit lengthy, x s plus 2 divided by s plus of 2x. Now this is actually supposed to be equals to this, right? This value, it is supposed to be equals to this value, x into s plus 2. This is a bit lighter color, let me choose a bit deeper color. Now it's better. X into s plus 2 divided by 2, right? This is, remember, this is s simply. Okay, basically like I'm getting the resultant over here, by after this adding, right? This is supposed to be equal to x into s plus 2. From here I will get the relation between x and r, okay? And here also I'm adding two things, right? So my what is my c equals to? C is equals to x plus s, this value, right? X plus s plus this into 1 by s, right? So this will become basically r minus x into s plus 2 divided by s square. Okay, I hope it is clear, right? X by s, yeah, r minus x, s plus 2 divided by s square. I hope it is clear. So yeah, this is my output basically. Now I can do few simplifications over here. R minus s into 1 plus x square is equals to 2x. I'm just thinking what simplifications I can do. So this value, right, this value is equals to what? This value is equals to, if I take this on the right hand side, r minus x into s plus 2 divided by s, this is equals to x s plus 2 divided by 2 minus 2x. This will be a bit lengthy, I do agree, but with SFG I think this will be much simpler. Okay, with block diagram reduction it is going higher, like lengthier, but I will solve with SFG, it will be less lengthier. So minus 2x, now if I multiply by 1 by s on both sides, this will be 1 by s, right? Or I can take 1 by s common here, right? I can take this 1 by s common. Okay, I can take this 1 by s common. So this is actually equals to, so this value, right, this value is equals to this minus 2x. So I can replace this one with this minus 2x. This is much simpler, right, without r. So this will be equals to 1 by s into x plus, this will be x into s plus 2 divided by 2 minus 2x. Okay, c will be equals to 1 by s into x plus 2 divided by minus x. So from here I can directly swap my x in terms of c. Okay, but this is going lengthy, so I will actually not continue this because this is going way too lengthy, right? Let me try to solve using block diagram, because I've got the two equations, right? You can solve, you can replace x as a function of c, right, and then you can get the ratio of c by r. But like first I thought I will be able to solve it, but now it is going very high. So whenever you're in the exam, right, something like this happens, you pause in between, you move on to the next method if you have an alternate method. If you have an alternate method, you move on to the next method. Okay, so now I will solve using the next method, using the SFG, because this is going way too lengthy for my liking. So I have to convert this into SFG. So I will first of all write down the nodes. Okay, so let's say this is my node 1, because here multiple signals are coming, node 1, and yeah, then I have this take up point node 2. I will add this also as a second point, node 3. Here I will make a gain of 1. Okay, automatically, because this is a separate point, this is a separate point. I make all the points separate. Okay, I make this as node 4, then I make this as node 5, I make this as node 6, right, and that's it. That's it basically. So from 0 to 1 I have a input r. Okay, this is my node 1, and then from node 1 to 2 I have this 1 by s gain, forward gain. Okay, node 1 to 2, and in this node another gain of minus 2 is coming. I have to take into consideration the sign here, right? Minus 2 is coming, incoming over here. And then from node 2 to 3 I don't have anything, it is just a gain of 1. This is my, I will write the nodes in circle. This is a gain of 1. Then from node 3 to 4, this is a gain of 1, okay, and from 4 to 1, this was the returning gain. Minus 2, okay. Then at node 4, at node 3, I have this gain of minus 2, that is also negative, right, incoming. So minus minus will be plus. At node 3, this will be plus, incoming plus 2, incoming plus 2. And from 4 to 5, I have a gain of 2 upon s plus 2, because here there were more functions of s, right, so it became very complicated. In these kind of cases, you don't do block deduction, you do Mason's gain. And then from 5 to 6, I have this gain of 1 by 6, and from 5 to 3, I had this gain of 2, right. So this I will complete till 5 to 2, 1 by s, and this is the point of 6, in which another block is coming, that is 1 by s, that is getting added. So from that is coming from 2, where is 2? 2 is here, right. So 2 is here, 2 to 6 it is coming, that gain is 1 by s, and this is 1, this c, okay. So what will happen now? 1, yeah. Now how many forward paths I have? This is a forward path, and this is another forward path. So I have 2 forward paths, right. So what is p1? Let me first of all, okay, let me calculate forward path gain. What is p1? So what is my transfer function? C by r, that will be equals to, because I have 2 forward paths, p1 into delta 1 plus p2 into delta 2 divided by delta, right. So yeah, let me first calculate the forward path gain for p1, for path 1. So in path 1, right, path 1, what do I have? 1 into 1 plus s into 1 into 1 into 2. So 1 into 1 plus 1 by s into 2 by s plus 2, into 1 by s into 1, okay. So that is my p1, that is equals to 2 by s square s plus 2. And what about my p2? P2 is 1 by s into 1 by s into 1, that is 1 by s square, okay, 1 by s square, okay. That is what my p2 is equals to. What about my delta 1? What will be the delta 1? Basically the number of loops after removing the forward path. Do I have any loops left? No. So delta 1 will be, actually this is much simpler, 1 minus 0, so this will be 1. Delta 2, so if I go along this path, I have this loop that is active, right. This loop is not active because I am removing this one, so this loop is not active, but this loop is active actually. So this will be 1 into 2 by s plus 2 into 2. So this will basically be my delta 2 will be, I have only a single loop, 1 minus 4 by s plus 2, okay, which is equals to s minus 2 divided by s plus 2. Okay, and what is my delta? Delta is equals to uh, like I have three loops, right? This is a loop. This do I? This is no. This is not a. This is not a loop, right? Sorry, this is not a loop actually. So I have only two loops, and those two, both of the loops are touching. So it become easier for me. So this is one of the loop, that is minus 2 by s minus. So it will be 1 minus minus of 2 by s is one of the loops, and the other loop is this one, right? Minus of 2 by s and this one. So that is 4 by s plus 2. 4 by s plus 2. Into 4 by s plus 2. Okay, okay, minus 2 by s and 4 by s plus 2. So this will be okay, probably I can keep it just like as it is, right? Okay, so what will be my overall transfer function? C by r. C by r will be p1. P1 is actually supposed to be 2 divided by s square into s plus 2 into delta 1, that is 1 only, plus p2, that is 1 by s square, into s minus 2 divided by s plus 2. So divided by this whole mess. Okay, this is much simpler actually. So although this also will take some time, so this will be basically, I will multiply by s square into s plus 2. So if I multiply by s square into s plus 2, this will be 2 plus s of minus 2. Okay, that is what this becomes. Am I correct over here? S plus minus 2, 1 minus of 4, s plus 2 minus of 4. This is 4, yeah. Okay, divided by, the denominators are same, right? S square. Okay, this is 2, yeah. This will be s square into s plus 2, and this will be plus 2 into s into s plus 2. Okay, two into s into s plus 2, and this will be plus 4 s square. Okay, so I can probably still take the s common, and s, this is becoming plus 2 minus 2, is it correct? Absolutely, s plus 4. Okay, delta minus 4. Okay, this is 1 minus of this. Yes, these two loops are touching. This has a common node, right? Yes. Okay, yeah. So this will become s divided by, if I take the s common, right, s will get cancelled, and this will be s into s plus 2, that is s square plus 2s plus 2s plus 4 plus 4s. So s will get cancelled. This will be 1 divided by s square plus, this will be 8s plus 4. Yeah, one small mistake I have made here actually. Here, right, this was negative sign, so this will be actually negative. So just be careful while these calculations. You can do any mess up, right? So this will be negative. So automatically this term, right, s term will be gone away. So this will be s square plus 4, 1 by s square plus 4. This is my c by r. Okay, this is my c by r. Now this is equals to what? This is simply, I can write this as 1 by 4 into 2 square divided by s square plus 2 square, right? Now this is the, like, this is my transfer function, right? What will be the Laplace inverse of this? Because what have they asked? Okay, let me don't solve it now actually, because we are giving a unit impulse input, right? We are giving a unit impulse signal. If I'm giving a unit impulse signal, right, as input, what will happen? If I'm giving unit impulse signal as input, that means what will be the output y of s? What is the Laplace transform of unit impulse? It is simply 1, right? So my input, right, r of s is simply 1, because r of t is delta of t and the Laplace transform of delta of t is simply 1. So this becomes my c of s, because c upon r is this value, right? I will multiply 1 on that side, so this will be my c of s, that is my output, that is equals to this value, 1 by 4 2 square by s square plus 2 square. Now here, instead of writing it 1 by 4, right, I just I just remember the formula. It was actually omega upon s square plus omega square. So if you remember the formula, right, the formula was the Laplace for sine. What you do, if I have sine omega naught t, the Laplace transform will be omega naught upon s square plus omega naught whole square. So yeah, this will be the proper one. So I will take the Laplace inverse now. I have multiplied and divided by 2, okay, because that in the top I had 1. So this will become sine of 1 by 2 sine of 2t, and I have to find out the value at pi by 4, t equals to pi by 4 seconds. So this will be half sine of pi by 2, that is 1, right? Sine of t equals to pi by 4, that will be 1 basically, 0.5. So this will be the answer of this question. Let's solve this question. A second order underdamped system is represented by the block diagram figure 1. Okay, this is the block diagram of the figure 1 of a second order underdamped system. One of the pole locations is shown in the pole 0 diagram. Okay, so one of the pole 0 location of the underdamped system is shown. So if one of the pole 0 location is shown, what will be the other, where will the other pole be located? It is an underdamped system, so other one will be absolutely symmetrical about the x-axis. This will be the location of the pole 2 whose x part is -2, right, and the y part will be -4. Okay, now yeah, one of the pole locations is shown in the pole 0 diagram. Okay, now the pole is moved to a point that is 5 units away from the origin. So 5 units away from the origin, it is moved to a point while keeping the value alpha steady. Okay, while keeping the value of alpha, the steady state gain and the nature of the poles unchanged. So I am moving it away. So now currently how much, at what distance it is at? The distance from the origin, this will be 2 square plus 4 square whole under root. So this will be 2, so this is 4 plus 16, that is under root 20. So 4 into 5, so it is 2 under root 5. So I am moving it at a distance further away, right, further away from it. So it will be somewhere here, and I am keeping the alpha constant, and I am keeping the steady state gain constant. What does steady state gain means? Steady state gain means the gain of the system at t equals to infinity or at 0 frequency. So basically my k will not change, k will be same, and the nature of the poles also remain unchanged, that is still the system will be underdamped. Then they are asking me what will be the new peak time. Okay, what is the formula for the peak time? What was the formula for peak time? Peak time, if you remember, it was equals to pi upon omega d. Right, that was the formula for peak time. How to remember the peak time, that I have explained in the full course. Okay, so this is equals to pi upon omega n. Like there was a term known as rise time. Rise time always used to come with zeta, right? I had zeta, and peak time always used to come with pi upon omega d. Why? Because the response was something like this, right? And this was the point where the first peak used to occur. That's why it is called as the peak time. Okay, so this is pi upon omega d, which is omega n sine of alpha, right? Simply this angle, right? It will be omega n sine of alpha. Now from here I can directly find out what is my sine alpha. And what is omega n? Omega n is nothing but the distance from the origin, right? Here what is the omega n? It is omega d square into omega this zeta into omega n square, right? So here I have omega d square zeta into omega n. That will be my omega n. Here the omega n is 2 root 5. Here what will be the omega n? Here omega n will be 5 because it is at a distance of 5 from the origin, and I already know what is my alpha. How? I can calculate my alpha here, right? This is a triangle. So what is my sine alpha? Sine alpha will be height upon the hypotenuse. What is the height? Height is the 4. Height is 4. What is hypotenuse? Hypotenuse is this 2 root 5. Okay, this is my sine alpha. I can replace it over here. So from here I will get my peak time. Very easy question. Pi upon omega n, that is 5, into sine alpha, that is 4 upon 2 root 5. Okay, so this will be equals to 5 root 5 will get cancelled, 2 will get cancelled. So 2 root 5 pi upon 2 root 5, right? So 2 root 5 pi upon 2 root 5. This will be your answer. Let me calculate this value. What will be this value? Pi upon 2 upon root 5. Okay, 0.7025. So 0.7 will be answer. Basically I have given enough range for you. 0.7 will be answer. 0.7 seconds will be the answer for this question. Let's solve this question. ABCD is a trapezium in which AB is parallel to CD. Okay, so I have a trapezium ABCD. Let me draw the trapezium, just a rough diagram, where AB and CD are the parallel sides. So let me name this as AB is the, I can observe AB is the higher side, so this will be AB and this will be CD. So AB is 2 centimeter, CD is 1 centimeter. Let me write it here. Now the sides AD and BC when extended intersect at point E. Yeah, there is a bit of mistake from my end. Like you cannot draw this like this, because if you are extending AD, right, so AD has to be in the same side, so C has to go here. That is my fault. C has to go here because I am extending BC and AD. Otherwise I will not be able to extend, right? So they will not make a side. So I am extending AD and BC, and they both the extensions meet at a point E. If AB is 2 and that is 1, the perimeter of ABCD is 6. So the perimeter of ABCD is 6. Okay, ABCD is 6 centimeters. Okay, then the perimeter of AEB, that is AEB, this triangle. They are asking me the perimeter of this triangle. How will I find out the perimeter of this triangle? So let me name this length x1 and x2. Okay, now perimeter is given to me, that is x1 plus x2 plus 1 plus 2 is given to me as 6. So x1 plus x2, I get the value of x1 plus x2 equals to 3. Now I can see they are asking me this AEB, right, triangle perimeter. So for this, what information I need? I need this side length, this side length, this two side lengths, right? And this already I know, that is 2. So I can see these two triangles will be symmetrical to each other. Not symmetrical, sorry, similar, right? These two triangles will be similar because here the angles will be same. They're in the like this is the same straight line and these are parallel lines, so angle will be same. Here also the angle will be same, and if two angles are same, the third angle is obviously the same. It is a common angle, right? It has to be same. And anyways, if two angles are same, third angle will anyways be same. So the side I can compare the ratios. So the ratio of this side and this side is 1 by 2. 1 by 2. So what will be the ratio of this side ED upon this whole length, right? So ED upon ED plus x1 equals to 1 by 2. Okay, that is one information that is given to me. And here also I can do the same thing, that my just hold on, this side, this will be okay. Now this is x1, right? This much is x1. Okay, so here, right, the side is half. Here what is happening, this triangle is basically the half, right? So if I have this whole length, let me assume this whole length to be some y1, right? So the half length will be what? Y1 divided by 2, right? Because what do I see? These are 2 in ratio, right? So this length is half. So this, if this is the whole length, that is y1, so this much length also will be half. The ratio of the lengths must be same. If this is y1 by 2, how much is this one? This one is also y1 by 2 only, because overall length is y1. If I subtract from y1 by 2, this will be y1 by 2 only. So basically these two lengths will be equal to each other. So if this one I have assumed to be x1, right, this one also will be x1. If I have assumed this one to be x2, this one also will be x2, right? Can you prove it? Yes. Now you do the same thing, right? You do the same thing, you take the ratio. So ratio of this small side x1 upon the bigger side should be equals to this small side upon the bigger side. So x1 upon 2x1 must be equals to 1 upon 2, so which is exactly matching. So that is correct, right? So that's how you do the shortcut here. So basically this will be 2x1 and this will be 2x2. Okay, ultimately what we have to find out? We have to find out the perimeter of the triangle AEB. So this will be 2x1 plus 2x2 plus AB, that is 2. That will be equals to what? I can take 2 common, it will be x1 plus x2 plus 2. x1 plus x2 is 3. So it will be 6 plus 2, that is 8 centimeter. So this problem was very elegant, it will be 8 centimeter. So 8 will be your answer for this question. Let's solve this question. A train covers a certain distance at a constant speed. If its speed had been 6 km per hour more, it would have taken 4 hours less to cover the same distance. Okay, a train covers a certain distance at a constant speed. If its speed had been 6 km per hour more, it would have been 4 hours less to cover the same distance. Okay, so train is covering a certain distance d with a constant speed s. So what will be the time taken? What is the time? Time will be distance upon speed, that is the time taken. Now they are asking me, let me keep it as small t, they are telling me that if the speed had been 6.6 km per hour more, so speed will be s plus 6, it would have taken 4 hours less to cover the same distance. So to cover the same distance, that is d, it will take me 4 hours less, that is t minus 4. If its speed had been 6 km less, s minus 6, the time taken would be 6 hours more, t plus 6. What are they asking? What is the total distance traveled? Okay, so how will I calculate the total distance traveled? Obviously I have two equations, I can solve it. I'm thinking, is there a better way to solve this? Okay, no, we can take the ratio basically. If I take the ratio of these two, right, this one equation 1 and 2, what will I get? If I take the ratio of these two, it will be s minus 6 divided by s plus 6 equals to t minus 4 t plus 6. Okay, so from here, what is distance? Distance is speed into time, right? Distance is equals to speed into time, right? Okay, so I need to find out this value. Distance is equals to speed into time. Just thinking what can I eliminate over here. Okay, anyways, let's solve this. Okay, let me not do it like this, let me do it like this, right? Let me solve. So distance is equal to speed into time, so this will be st plus 60 minus 4 minus 6, sorry, st plus 60 minus 4s minus 24. St is d, right? So from here I get the equation 60 minus 4s equals to 24, and from here also it will be d equals to st minus 60, and then this will be plus 6s minus 36. Okay, so this will come out to be 6s, so s minus t comes out to be 6. So and this is 3t minus 2s comes out to be 12. Okay, so now what can I do? I can actually I can multiply 2 here and add these two equations up. So if I multiply 2 and add these two equations, it will be t will be equals to 24. T comes out to be 24. Okay, and your s will be what? S will be 30. So what will be the distance? Distance will be 24 into 30, that is 720 kilometer per hour. Okay, so no sorry, 720 kilometer, right? So 720 kilometer will be the answer. Option A will be the correct answer for this question. Let's solve this question. A, the admittance metric of the two-port network shown in figure 1 is given as this. The same network is reconfigured as shown in figure 2. So we have reconfigured the network, we have connected a capacitor at the port 2 and we have connected a practical voltage source in the port 1. What will be the, like at now, if the switch, I have only a single switch that is closed at t equal to 2 seconds, what will be the voltage across the capacitor at t equals to 2.5 seconds in volts? Okay, they're asking me what will be the voltage across the capacitor in 2.5 seconds. So for that, right, first of all, I have to find out the voltage across the capacitor at 2.5 seconds. Now this is a simple linear and bilateral network. As we can see, it is symmetrical as well as reciprocal, right? So it's a simple linear bilateral network. That means I can on the port 2 I can break this network into its Thevenin equivalent and Thevenin equivalent basically, yeah. So I can break this network into its Thevenin equivalent. So this 1 farad capacitor, I can break it down. I can break the whole network on the left hand side of the 1 farad capacitor to a Thevenin RTH and a DC source VTH, because we have only a DC source, so it will be VTH also will be DC. So it will be just like a first order RC circuit. So here my VO will be what? VO will be VTH. I hope you remember the formula. I don't need to remember. Understand the charging equation. 1 minus e raised to power minus t upon tau. What is tau? Tau is RTH into 1, right? That is simply equals to RTH. Now if you said that everything here is correct, no, you're incorrect. Remember, when are we closing the switch? Because we are not closing the switch instantly, right? We are closing the switch, we are connecting the network at t equals to 2. So this equation is exactly not correct, right? What modification do we have to do? So you have done enough transient to solve this. Either you do two modifications, two things can be done. Either you convert this equation, right? This equation will become, because I'm shifting everything by 2, delaying everything by 2, so my t will become t minus 2. T will become t minus 2, so it will be VTH 1 minus e raised to power minus t minus 2 divided by tau. Okay, divided by tau, and then what I can say, then or what is the other way? Other way is like this will be valid for all t, or other way is you find the voltage at t equals to 0.5 seconds, because the switch is actually getting closed at 2 seconds. So after 0.5 seconds I have to measure the voltage, or you write the same equation and put here t equals to 0.5. Both will yield you the same value. Okay, two things you can do. Now this is the circuit. So for that I need to find out VTH and RTH. For that I have to first of all find out the VTH and RTH. So let me first of all write down the Y parameter equations. Y parameter equation. Okay, so Y parameter equation will be equals to here okay, let me write it like this. So it is I1 equals to V1 plus 2V2, I2 equals to minus 2V2, say minus 2V1 plus V2. Okay, minus 2V1 plus V2. So that is what my I1 and I2 is equals to. Right, now the thing is, in the second case what is happening? In the second case I can directly say what is my V2, this is my I2 current, right, if the switch is closed. So what will be my, sorry, this is my I1 current. So what will be my V1 will be the 10 minus 2i, the drop across this 2i, that will be equals to my V1, right. So V1 in the second figure 10 minus 2i1, that is what my V1 is equals to. Okay, now how do I find out the VTH across the port 2? For finding out VTH, what do? We open circuit the port, right. So open circuiting means the current across the port will be 0, that is my I2 will be 0. So for VTH I have to make the I2 to be equals to 0, open circuit the port. So if I make I2 equals to 0, what will happen? This value will go to 0. So basically my V1 will be equals to, or my V2 will be equals to 2V1. So I will replace my V2 over here, right. I1 will be equals to, and one more thing, what is my V2? V2 is basically the voltage across the terminals of the port 2, and that is where I have to measure the Thevenin equivalent. This is my port 2, right. So I have to measure the voltage at these 2 points. So my V2 is equals to actually my VTH. Okay, that is one thing. Now I will replace my V2 over here. If I replace my V2 over here, it will become 3V1 is equals to I1. What is my, okay, equals to I1. What is my V1 equals to? V1 is equals to this value, right. So I can say 10 minus 2I1 10 minus 2I1 equals to I1 divided by 3, or I can say this will become 7I1 by 3 equals to 10. So I1 will be equals to 30 by 7. I1 is 30 by 7. What will be my V1? V1 will be equals to 10 by 7. What will be my V2? V2 will be 2V1, that is 20 by 7, which is equals to my VTH. So VTH comes out to be 20 by 7. That is the value of VTH. Okay, I hope I am doing everything here correctly. 2 into 6, yes. 1 by 3, yes. V2 comes out to be 20 by 7. Now what about your RTH? What will be your RTH? Just let me quickly check once more if I am doing everything correctly or not. So here, right, I made my I2 0, this will be equals to my I2 is 0, this is 0. So if I2 is 0, so my this V2 is 2V1, V2 is 2V1, okay, I2 is 0, V2 is 2V1, that is fine. Now I will replace this V2 over here, this will become, okay, sorry, oh sorry, this will become 4V1 over here, sorry, This will be 5v1, right? 4v1, it was 4v1. That's why you should not do shortcuts. This will be 5v1. So this is 5v1. This will become I1 by 5. So this will become 11 by 5. Sorry, just give me 1 second. 10, 11, yeah, 11 by 5 equals to 10. So this will be 50 by 11. I1 is 50 by 11. If I1 is 50 by 11, what is V1? V1 will be 5 divided by this, right? So V1 will be like, V1 is I1 by 5. So this will be 10 by 11. V1 is 10 by 11. Your V2 will be 20 by 11. That is what your VTH is equals to. Okay. Now what will be your VTH? We have found out. What is your RTH? For RTH, what do you do? We nullify the independent energy storing elements, independent energy sources. In this case, Vs will nullify. We'll make Vs equal to 0. Okay. We'll make Vs equals to 0. Right. So if I make Vs equals to 0, what will happen? If I make Vs equals to 0, then what will this equation become? What will V1 be? So basically, if I make Vs equals to 0 and I have to measure the volt, I have to either apply a voltage V2 and I have to measure the port current I2. So the RTH will be the ratio of V2 upon I2, right? So if Vs is gone to 0, right, that means this 10 volt source is not there. This 10 volt source is not there. Here, this 10 volt source is not there. So what is my V1? V1 will be simply minus 2 into I1. That is here, right? Just make this 10 volt source go to 0. So your V1 becomes minus 2 into I1. V1 is minus 2 into I1. Okay. And what will happen over here? Again, if I use the equations. If I use the equations over here, right? So my V1 is minus 2 I1. So I can replace my V1 with minus 2 I1. So this will be 3 I1 will be equals to 2 V2. Okay. That is what my V1 is equals to. So that is what my V2 is equals to. Okay. Okay. Now what is my I2 equals to? Now I know this V1 is this value, right? So okay, let me write this in terms of V1. So what is I1? I1 is minus V1 divided by 2. So my V2 will be actually, so or my V1, this will be minus V1 divided by 2, that is minus 3 by 2 V1, that is equals to 2 V2. So my V1 V1 is equals to 4 minus 4 by 3 V2. Okay, minus 4 by 3 V2. That is what my V1 is equals to. Yeah. That is what my V2 is equals to, right? So from here I can replace my V1, right? Here it will become 8 V2 by 3 plus V2. So my I2 is equals to 11 V2 by 3, or my V2 upon I2 is equals to 3 by 11. That is what my RTH is equals to. V2 upon I2 is 3 by 11. Okay, so this is my RTH, the ratio of the voltage across the port 2 and the current across the port 2 when the independent energy source has been made equals to 0. Now I got my RTH, I got my VTH. So now this is my circuit, right? VTH is 20 by 11, RTH is 3 by 11, and this is my capacitor 1 farad, and I am closing the switch as at t equals to 2 seconds. So my voltage equation will be what? VO, voltage I am measuring across the capacitor, that will be 20 by 11 into 1 e raised to power minus t. What is tau? Tau is RTH, that is 3 by 11. So it will be 11 by 3 into t minus 2, because I am closing the switch at t equal to 2. So I have to find out VO at t equals to 2.5. So this value will be 20 divided by 11, right? So this will be 20 divided by 11. So I will calculate this value, 11 divided by 3 into 0.5 exponential plus 1 into 20 divided by 11. So it becomes 1.527 volts, around 1.527 volts. So approximately, right, I have told you to round off till 3 decimal places. 1.53 volt will be the answer for this question. Okay, let C1, C2, C3 until Cn be scalars, not all 0, and the sum of C1 I1 is equals to 0. Okay, where AI are column vectors in the vector space R raised to power m. Okay, let me go through the question, then I will explain. Now consider the system of linear equation A is equals to B. Okay, where A is made of these column vectors AI, right, A1 till n, right, is the matrix formed by the column vectors, and B is basically the sum of all the column vectors. That is what my B is equals to. Which of the following statements is true? The system has no solution. The system has unique, infinitely many solutions. So whenever these kind of infinite many solution, unique solution, you have to find out what? You have to find out the rank of, because it is just a simple linear equation. So you have to find out the rank of the augmented matrix A colon B. Also you have to find out the rank of the system matrix A. Then you will compare the results. So I hope you remember that if my rank of A colon B was equals to rank of A, and it was equals to the number of unknowns, that is n, then we had unique solutions. If they were not equal, right, if these were not equal, then what used to happen? If these were not equal, then we had no solutions. If again both of them are equal but they are less than n, right, then we'll have infinitely many solutions. This I have proved. Why this will happen? This I have proved in my mathematics course. So infinitely many solutions. Okay, so the thing is, so we have to find out the rank. Let's first discuss about the rank of A colon B augmented matrix, right? So A colon B will be this matrix with this matrix, right, B. So they are telling me that their C1, C2, C3 are all scalars. Let me write this. A1 is a column matrix. So let me assume a 2 cross 2 column matrix, 1 0, and then let me write this as 0 1. Okay, I have two column matrices till 2, and I have this constant C1 C2 C1 C2, and with a combination, because I am adding these up, C1 C2, I am getting 0 null matrix. Now here, is it possible to get null matrix if they have told me C1 C2 cannot be 0, all of them cannot be 0 at the same time, not all 0. Okay, is it possible? At the same time they cannot be 0. Is it possible here? No. That means what? That means this column matrix and this column matrix are independent of each other. Can you make it? Can you make these combination ever go to 0? No. What will happen? Basically, yours, if I equate the top row, it will be C1 into C1 plus C2 into 0 equal to 0. That is, C1 has to be 0, and in the bottom row, C2 has to be 0. But again, the condition is both of them cannot be 0. So I cannot choose matrices which are totally, I cannot choose those column matrices which are totally independent of each other. I can choose this kind of matrix, 1 minus 1 minus 1 1. So here you will get C1 minus C2 equal to 0. So C1 has to be equals to C2. If C1 is equals to C2, and it can be any value, it can be 1 2 3, any value, and this equation will satisfy. Basically the sum will come out to be 0. So that means what? That means these two columns are linearly dependent of each other. That is what this means. That means now I am forming a matrix with the same column matrices AI. So it cannot be a full rank matrix because my columns are linearly dependent, not independent, linearly dependent. That is the first thing, linearly dependent. So basically my rank of A cannot be equals to n, it has to be less than n, right? Order of the matrix. Certainly unique solution is gone. Unique solution option is automatically gone, not possible. Okay, and finite, there is nothing like finitely many solutions. Okay, now only two options are left, either it has no solution or infinitely many solutions. That will happen if both of them are not equal, then it will have no solutions. Okay, so my B matrix, right, is just the sum of the column matrices of AI. So my A matrix is here. A matrix is, let's say this, let me take the same example. A matrix is 1 minus 1 minus 1 1, and my B matrix is just the sum of the matrices, right? B is just the linear combination of columns of A. So my B is linear combination of columns of A. So what will happen? Its rank is also, like, it will not add any rank because it is not a unique combination. So rank of A colon B will be same as, because this is 0 0, right? Rank of A colon B will be same as rank of A, because it is not adding a independent row column over here. It is adding a dependent column that is dependent on the previous columns. So rank will not change, rank will remain same. So rank of AB will be equals to rank of A. So in that case, the system will have infinitely many solutions. Let M be a real symmetric n cross n matrix of rank 2. So M is a real symmetric matrix. Okay, so n cross n matrix of rank 2. So I can choose n to be equals to 2. I can choose anything. I am choosing n to be equals to 2. It is a real symmetric matrix. Real symmetric means if I have AB over here, this will be some C, this will also be C, as it is a real and symmetric matrix. Now the total sum of squares of the entries is given by this. This is the total sum of square of the entries. At least one eigenvalue lies in the interval. They are asking me that if what will be the, like, what are the conditions for eigenvalues. They are telling me at least one eigenvalue will lie between -5 and 5. The eigenvalue with the largest absolute value is strictly greater than 5. Which of the following statement is correct? So at least one eigenvalue lies in the interval -5 to 5. So what will be the, so this is the sum of the with the total sum of the square of its entries, Mij. Okay, A square B square. Okay, so, and rank is 2. Now if rank is 2, right, if rank is true, then what will happen? If rank is true, let's say it's a 3 cross 3 matrix. If it's a 3 cross 3 matrix, and let us assume a diagonal matrix. Okay, like it's also a real symmetrical matrix. If I consider a diagonal matrix, I will have here x and y, its rank is 2, and rest everything will be 0 basically. Rest all other will be 0, right? Because its rank is true, 2, so only 2 rows will be independent, other one row will be totally 0. So what is the sum of the elements here, square of the element? It is x square plus y square, right? That is equals to, given to me, that is equals to 50. Also I know this, that in the diagonal matrix, right, in the diagonal matrix, the diagonal elements are my eigenvalues. The diagonal elements are my eigenvalues. Okay, diagonal elements are my eigenvalues. So it is x square plus y square equals to 50. Okay, So so this x square plus y square is basically my eigenvalues. So square of the eigenvalues and sum of those is equals to 50. Now as it's a real symmetric matrix, that means eigenvalues also has to be real. So these are real. So if I am squaring some real number, it will always come out to be something positive. This will also always come out to be something positive. So both of these are always something positive. Okay. Now I am adding two positive numbers and I am getting 50. So what is the minimum that I can go? So minimum value, minimum value can be anything. Okay, but this, right, the minimum value of y square will be what? Minimum value of y square will be 0. That is the minimum value of y square, not y. Minimum value of y square is 0. So if it is 0, what does my x square has to be? X square will be 50, or x will be equals to 5 root 2. Okay, x can be plus minus 5 root 2, right? Plus minus 5 root 2. So which is x is plus minus, am I correct? Just give me 1 second. 5, 25, yeah. At least one eigenvalue will lie in the interval minus 5 to plus 5. Now is this correct? At least one eigenvalue has to lie between minus 5 to plus 5. Now the thing is, your y cannot be 0. Why? If y becomes 0, then the rank becomes 1. So that is not a possibility actually. So y cannot be 0. X and y cannot be equal to 0, right? Because then the rank will become 1. That is not a possibility, right? So 0 is gone. 0 is gone. So y has to be some, like y square will be some positive value. It will not be exactly equals to 0. That thing is gone. Now at least one eigenvalue will lie in the interval minus 5 till 5. So if I choose, let's say I choose a number, right? Let's say y square equals to 1. If y square equals to 1, right, then your x square will be what? X square will be 49. So your x becomes plus minus 7. Okay. So your y is plus minus 1, right, and x becomes plus minus 7. So at least one of them is lying in the range 5 comma minus 5. Yes, here it is also lying, because this is lying, right? So the lower value the more lower I will go, this value will increase. X square, let's say I'm going more towards low, so I will go more towards what? This will go more towards 0, right? 0.5, 0.25, whatever it goes. It has to lie between, this will always lie between minus 5 to 5. The lower I will go, this will lie between minus 5 and 5. Let's say I go above. Let's say I go above 10. If I go above 10, my x square will be lower, right? It will be something like this will come up. Okay. So basically, no, anyways, y square cannot be like maximum. What can be the maximum value of y square? Can you tell me? What can be the maximum value of y square? Maximum value of y square can be 50. It cannot go beyond 50, because like minimum it can go very near to 0. It will not be exactly equal to 0, but very near to 0. So maximum value of y square is 50. So maximum value of y will be plus minus 5 root 2. Now you will say, sir, this is outside the range of this given, right? Eigenvalue is outside the range. Yes, but what about x? X will be more closer towards 0, right? And 0 is inclusive of this range. So option A will always be correct, that at least one eigenvalue will always lie in the interval plus 5 to minus 5. What about the other option? This one, which this eigenvalue with the largest absolute value is strictly greater than 5. Is that always the case? Eigenvalue with the largest absolute value will be strictly greater than 5. So with the largest absolute value is strictly greater than 5. No, right? No. I can choose minus 7, right? If I choose minus 7, what will be my other eigenvalue? It will be 1. I can choose 1. So what is x square plus y square? It is again 50. So it is coming out to be correct only. X square plus y square is coming out to be correct only. Okay, 7 square plus y square, it is coming out to be correct, right? It is coming out to be 50. So this is correct. Here, what is my largest absolute value? Minus 7. hold on a second. The eigenvalue with the largest absolute value is strictly greater than 5. No, it is not strictly greater than 5, right? It is not strictly greater than 5. It is less than 5. Minus 7 is less than 5, right? It is not greater than 5. So this statement is not necessarily correct. So only one will be correct answer. So option A will be the correct answer for this question. Let's solve this question. This is a question from Nyquist stability criterion. The mapping of the right half plane of the S plane is mapped into this function, right? 1 plus g of s h of s. Real part and imaginary part is shown in the figure below. The open loop transfer function g of s h of s has two poles on the right half plane. So I have p plus, that is equals to 2. Then how many zeros will 1 plus g of s h of s lie in the right half S plane? Now, do you remember one thing? Are the poles of g of s h of s and 1 plus g of s h of s, are those same or not? Do you remember it? All this I have taught in my full course. So what is the, let me write g of s h of s into a function of numerator and denominator. So what are the poles? Poles are when this denominator is equals to 0. Here also what are the poles? So it will be 1 plus g of s h of s, that is denominator of s plus numerator of s. Zeros change but denominator is still same. So poles of g of s h of s are same as poles of 1 plus g of s h of s. This has been taught to you in the full course. I hope you remember. So they are same. So if they are same, that means if there are two poles that lie on the right hand side for g of s h of s plane, then there will be two poles that will lie on the right hand side for 1 plus g of s h of s. So from this I got my p plus. And what does Nyquist Nyquist mapping theorem say? Mapping theorem says to us that it says the number of encirclements about the origin of 1 plus g of s h of s will yield me this formula. Number of encirclements, if my contour is on the clockwise direction, right? If my contour is on the clockwise direction, then I have to choose my number of encirclements in the anti-clockwise direction will be equals to my number of zeros on the right hand side minus number of poles on the right hand side for 1 plus g of s h of s, or whatever function here I have, right? Whatever function here I have, random, let's say this is some z of s function, right? So number of encirclements about the origin, this I have taught very well in the form, like there I have explained this very well in the full course. About the origin in the opposite to the Nyquist contour. If Nyquist contour is in the clockwise, this has to be in the anti-clockwise, will be equals to the number of zeros minus number of poles. Sorry, here I wrote the formula wrong. It should be number of poles minus zeros, right? Sorry, I just made a mistake. This will be number of poles minus z plus. All this I have taught in my full course. So this will be in the anti-clockwise if my Nyquist contour is in the clockwise. So basically this will be in the opposite direction of the Nyquist contour. Okay. So here I know my p plus. What is p plus? P plus is 2. They are asking me the number of zeros, right, that lie on the right hand side, that I have to find out. So that will be z plus. And what are the number of encirclements about the origin in the anti-clockwise direction? I can see in the clockwise direction I have 2 encirclements. So in the anti-clockwise I will have minus 2. So this will be minus 2 equals to 2 minus z plus. So from here I get my z plus equals to 4. So that's why the number of zeros on the right hand side of the 1 plus g of s h of s function will be 4. I will have 4. So I have taught this very well. Remember, this is nothing related to control system. It is just mapping theorem. If I map my function, any function I have f of s, right, that will be a numerator of s upon denominator of s. Okay, any function I have. So what does Nyquist plot will tell me that the number of encirclements over the origin will exactly be equals to the difference of the number of poles on the right hand side minus the number of zeros on the right hand side if my Nyquist contour is something like this. If I am covering the whole of the S plane, okay, that is what my Nyquist contour tells me. Okay, so here the answer will be 4. A negative unity feedback control system has the following OLTF. Let the range of k be such that the closed loop system has exactly 2 poles in the right half of the S plane. So the closed loop system must have exactly 2 poles on the right half of the S-plane, and my k will vary from k minimum to k maximum for this condition. Okay, for this condition, when I will have exactly 2 poles on the right hand side of the S-plane, what will be the value of k max minus k min? So there are two ways to solve this. Method 1 is root locus, method 2 is route. So method 1 is actually very elegant. Okay, the other one will be bit lengthy. So root locus, let me first of all, because they are discussing about the variation of k, right? Of course, first thing that should click into your mind is root locus. In root locus, we vary the value of k and we plot the closed loop poles, and here also they have mentioned the condition in the closed loop poles. So if I plot the root locus, let me first of all plot the this poles and zeros. So I have pole at s equal to minus 0.1 and s equal to plus 1. Okay, so s equal to plus 1 I have a pole, and s equal to minus 0.1 I have a pole, and at s equal to minus 1 and minus 2 I have zeros. S equals to minus 1 and minus 2 I have zeros. Okay, now it's very simple to plot the root locus. Root locus will start from the poles, right, and then they will diverge, and then again they will join in the zeros. I hope you remember how to plot the root locus. Not that difficult to plot. And again they will diverge here. Okay, now the condition is that exactly 2 poles shall be on the right hand side of the S-plane. Can you tell me which side has exactly 2 poles? So whatever values I have after this, right, all of those poles are exactly 2, because here I have 2 poles that are complex conjugate, here I have 2 poles. Again, when they are real, negative, unequal, real, right, here I will have 2 poles, here I will have 2 poles. So whenever I am lying in this region, I have 2 poles, on the right hand side. So I hope you remember the fact, what is the value of like this is the point after which my system has poles on the left hand side. It does not have any pole on the right hand side. Okay, so if I am able to find out the value of k at these points, right, at these points, that will be my k maximum. Why that will be my k maximum? Because I start off from k equal to 0, and at 0 I end with k equal to infinity, right? So we start off from k equal to 0, k will increase, and in the real axis here the k value will be maximum, then again here also k will increase, and this will be the point, right, where my system is absolutely what do you call, marginally stable. After this again it is absolutely stable because my closed loop poles are on the left hand side. So this is the k max value. What about k minimum? K minimum will be somewhere here, right? K minimum, if I am able to use some other color, let me use black color. K minimum will be somewhere here, right? Here. After this point, right, and here also there will be some k minimum. After this point, my poles are always on the right hand side. If my k is lower than this, I will be somewhere here, in which one of the pole will be on the left hand side of the s equal to j omega plane, left hand pole, that is not allowed. So just after this point, my poles are lying on the right hand side. What is this point? This point is simply s equal to 0, that is sigma is equal to 0, omega equal to 0, s is equal to 0, right? So, and what is this point? This point is basically some k max point, I don't know, but here s is purely imaginary. Here my s is purely imaginary, right? Purely imaginary. So I should not have any real terms. So how will I solve it? What is the characteristics equation, right? Because these are just the plot of the characteristics equation. So my characteristics equation is S into S plus 1, S plus 1 into, sorry, this will be S plus 0.1 into S plus 2, sorry, S minus 1 plus K into S plus 1, S plus 2, S plus 1, S plus 2. This has to be equal to 0. Now when my K is K maximum, or let me first solve for the K minimum. When my K is K minimum, S has to be 0, right? So I will put here S0 and K will be K minimum. So if I put here S equal to 0, this will be minus 0.1, this will be K minimum into 2 equal to 0. So my K minimum comes out to be 1 divided by 20. That is what my K minimum comes out to be equals to. Okay. What about K maximum? When my K is maximum, then I should not have here any, then my S will be purely imaginary. S will be purely imaginary, correct? So if S is purely imaginary, I will replace here S with j omega. I will replace S with j omega. So this will become, like, first of all, let me solve this in a better manner. This will be S square minus 0.9 is minus 0.1, okay, and plus this will be, K is outside, this will be S square plus 3S plus 2 equal to 0, okay. So this will be S square 1 plus K plus so I will write over here only in here, okay. I will write over here S square, I can take common 1 plus K, S I can take common, that will be 3K minus 0.9 and this will be minus 0.1 plus 2K equal to 0. Now the fact is, as my S is equals to j omega, which is purely imaginary, right, and this is real, this term is real, this term is real, this will get cancelled with each other, right, they will make 0, but this also has to go to 0. If this is not 0, right, I will have an imaginary term on the left hand side, but the right hand side is 0, null, it does not have any imaginary or real term. So this has to go to 0 because here this is real, K is real, right, so this value is real and S is purely imaginary. So I am multiplying real with imaginary. That means this real term has to be 0 so that the right hand side is also 0. So that basically means that my 3K minus 0.9 has to be 0. That basically means my K will be equals to 0.1. Okay, K is equals to, sorry, not 0.1, 0.3. K is equals to 0.3. So this is my K max. This is my K max basically. So I have to find out the K max minus K min. That will be equals to this is equals to 0.05. So this actually comes out to be 0.25. Correct? Yes, 0.25. So your K max minus K min will come out to be 0.25. Okay, maybe I have made a mistake in the range, but it should be 0.25. I will change the range. Now what is the other way to solve this? What is the other way to solve? So the other way to solve this is basically using Routh RH criterion, right? I can use Routh RH criterion and I can find out the condition where I will have two poles on the right hand side. So for this I have to again write the characteristics equation in the proper format. Okay, so yeah, in the proper format, if I write this is the proper format, right? This is the proper format. and S square also should have a coefficient of unity. Okay, so I will write it, or I can keep it, no problem, there is no problem in keeping this. Yeah, this can also remain. So I will start off with S square S raised to power 1 S raised to power 0, right? So I will write, first of all, write this coefficient 1 plus k and then 0.1 2k, and this will be 3k minus 0.9, and this will be basically 0. So this will come here actually, because if this is 0, this will come here directly, 0.1 plus 2k. Okay, actually this seems to be much simpler. I don't know how it is much simpler. Okay, so and then this will be 0. So if I want to have two poles on the right hand side, what needs to happen? If I want to have two poles on the right hand side, so if I assume this to be greater than 0, 1 plus k to be greater than 0, right, then this has to change sign, because if this is plus, this is minus, then this is plus, then there, how many sign changes are there? Two sign changes. I have two sign changes. So if I have two sign changes, then I will have two poles on the right hand side. That is one case. If I assume this first one to be negative, then if I assume this to be plus and this to be negative, that is also one possibility. That is also one possibility. But if I assume this first sign to be negative, right, that means my 1 plus k has to be 0, less than 0. My k has to be negative. Okay, that is not valid. Although they have not mentioned here, it should have been mentioned that k will be positive. Okay, I will mention this in the question. K is a positive integer, no, not integer, sorry, k is a positive number. So this is anyways not valid, this is gone. Okay, but anyways, okay, even if you choose k less than -1, okay, so this also has to be negative. So 0.1 plus 2k has to be negative, right? 0.1 plus 2k has to be negative. That means your k has to be less than 1 by 20. Am I correct here? 0.1 plus 2k has to, yeah. So k has to be less than 1 by 20, k has to be less than -1. There is no, like, both are saying negative only, so there is no common region over here, right? No common region over here. So this condition is anyways gone. This condition is anyways gone. Let me choose the other one, because I'm not getting a value for k minimum. What is k minimum? K minimum is minus infinity, right, from these conditions, so which is not valid. Okay, also this has to be plus, this has to be positive, this minus, plus minus minus, this has to be positive. That means your 3k minus 0.9 has to be greater than 0, or your k has to be greater than 0.3. So here you are telling that k has to be less than -1, here you are telling k has to be greater than 0.3. Does not make sense, right? So no common region, no common region, right? So but what about the if I assume the signs, if I assume the signs to be plus minus plus, plus minus plus, so if I assume them to be plus minus plus, what will happen? So that means my 1 plus k has to be greater than 0. So k has to be greater than -1. Okay, fine, no problem. Here this has to be less than 0 because it is negative. Okay, so k has to be less than 0.3, and here it is 0.1 plus 2k. This has to be positive, so my k has to be greater than 1 by 20. So I am getting a range, right? Here it is saying k greater than -1, here it is saying k greater than 1 by 20. So which one shall I choose? Of course this one, right? Because if I have a number line over here, it is -1, and here I have 1 by 20, right? So this first condition is telling me that I have to cover this region. Second condition is telling me I have to cover this region. What is the common region? This one. So this is the common region. Also this condition is telling me it must be less than 0.3. So this is my maximum, this is my minimum, and from here you will get the value, that is K will be equals, like your answer will be equals to 0.25. Let's solve this question. Bina sells a product to Sham for this much amount. Okay, so Bina is selling a product of to Sham for this much amount, incurring a loss of 19%. So if overall cost of the product was C, then he sold at this much amount. So 19, if I consider the 19% loss, it will be 0.81 into C, right? That will be equals to 4860. That is the first thing that they have told me. Sham then sells the product to Hari. Okay, Sham then sells the product to Hari. If Bina had sold the product to Sham at the same price Hari paid, she would have made a profit of 17%. So over the cost price, right, she would have made a profit of 17% if she would have sold the same at the same price as Hari paid. Okay, that is the cost price of sell price of buying price of Hari. What is the profit in rupees that Sham made on this transaction? So Sham bought it on 0.81 rupees, right? 0.81 times C. This is the value that Sham bought and then sold at 1.17 of C, right? Okay, so what is the profit? Profit will be selling price minus buying price. So 1.17 of C minus 0.81 of C, that will be equals to 19 and 17. So 19 plus 17, it is 36, right? 19 plus 17, it is 36. So it will be 1.36 of C, that is the profit. So they are just asking me, sorry, 0.36 of C, right? Now they are asking me what is the total profit? What is the total profit? So first of all I have to find out C. What will be C? C will be 4860 divided by 0.81. 4860 divided by 0.81 into 0.36, it comes out to be 2160. So your overall profit will come out to be 2160. This will be your answer for the question. Let's see this question. The chart below shows the number of countries visited by Dheeraj, Samantha, Nitesh in 3 regions. Okay, Dheeraj, Samantha, Nitesh in 3 regions. This blue one is the Asia, white one is the Europe, and this parallel lines is the rest of the world. Rest of the world is known as ROW. So this is the additional information that they have given me. A total of 32 unique countries were visited by at least one of them. So there were total 32 unique countries. The USA is in the rest of the world, is the only country visited by all 3. China in Asia is the only country visited by both Dheeraj and Nitesh, but not by Samantha. So Samantha did not visit China. As we can see, Samantha did not visit any Asian countries at all. So that's why China was visited only by both by Nitesh and Dheeraj. USA, everyone visited USA. So Dheeraj only visited one rest of the world, that is USA. So this one is only USA. They also visited USA. All of them actually visited USA. France in Europe is the only non-Asian country visited by Dheeraj and Samantha, but not by Nitesh. France in Europe is the only non-Asian country that has been visited both by Dheeraj and Samantha. So both Dheeraj and Samantha visited France. Okay, and that is the only non-Asian country that both of them visited, but not by Nitesh. Okay, half of the countries visited by Samantha and Nitesh are in Europe. So like I will write down the values, but let me see what are they asking. How many countries in Asia were visited by at least one among Dheeraj, Samantha and Nitesh? How many countries in Asia were visited at least one among Dheeraj, Samantha and Nitesh? So I know China, right, was visited by both Dheeraj and Nitesh. So this has Nitesh only visited one Asian country, that is China, right? So automatically this also has gone away, right? Only China, this has gone away. Samantha did not visit. So Dheeraj also has visited to one country, like out of 3, one of them is China. So how many are left? 2. So Dheeraj visited 2 more countries in Asia. So overall, how many countries were visited by Dheeraj, Nitesh and Samantha in Asia? Overall 3, Because Nitesh and Dheeraj both visited China. Then Nitesh did not visit any Asian country. Samantha did not visit any Asian country. So only two countries are left. So those two countries were visited by Dheeraj. Those two has to be unique. So overall, all three of them visited three countries. Okay, three countries. So this is the correct answer. Answer is the 3. That is the correct answer for this question. If P, Q, R and S are 4 logical statements with the following relationships. Okay, so they are all 4 logical statements. If P is true, then Q must also be true. That means, let me just put it down. If P is true, Q has to be true no matter what. That implies Q has to be true. Okay, if Q is true, then R must also be true. So if Q is true, that implies R must also be true. That basically means if P is true, R also must be true, because if P is true, Q is true, and if Q is true, R is true. So that basically means hidden condition is if P is true, that implies R also has to be true. That is a hidden condition. If S is true, then at least one of Q or R must be false. So that is another condition that they have given me. If S is true, that implies either Q or R has to be false. Okay. So based on the above condition, which of the following statements must be true? If P is true, S is false. If P is true, that means Q is true. And if Q is true, right, I cannot conclusively say if P is true, Q is true, R is true. If P is true, both Q and R both will be true, and if both of them are true, then S has to be false. S cannot be true, right? Because S becomes true only if Q or R is false, right? So no, S has to be true. Sorry, if P is true, yeah, that is still correct. Okay, that is correct. They are telling us if P is true, then S is false. That is correct, because if P is true, that means both Q and R are true, and if both Q and R are true, right? If both Q and R are true, that means S cannot be true. If S would have been true, then either Q or R, one of them has to be false. But if P is true, both Q and R becomes true. So automatically my S becomes false, right? So first option is correct. Let me go through the other options as well. If S is false, then Q must be true. If S is false, then Q must be true. If S is false, Q must be true. Must be, I cannot comment. If S is false, Q can be true. Q can be true if R is said to be false, right? But I cannot 100% say that Q has to be true. No, Q can be false as well, right? Q can be false, R can be true. If Q is true, P must be true. If Q is true, P must be true. Is it the case? No. If Q is true, R must be true. That is what is given in the question. But Q true does not imply P also has to be true. If P is true, that will imply Q has to be true no matter what. But if P is true, that will imply Q has to be true. But it does not imply that if Q is true, it has to imply P has to be true. No, it is not the other way around, right? It is this way around. Okay, so this statement is again false. If R is true, Q must be true. Again, it is telling me the opposite. No, opposite is not possible. If Q is true, then R will be true no matter what. But if R is true, I cannot comment that Q will be true or not. If R is true, I cannot comment that Q will be true or not. Okay, but if Q is true, definitely I can comment R has to be true. Same way, how can I conclude this one? If P is true, so they have already given me the condition P is true. They have not told me that S is false. No, this is the condition that they are given me. So I am going through the condition. If P is true, that means Q has to be true, and if Q is true, that implies R has to be true. So I am going in this direction, not in the other way around, right? Not in the reverse direction. So if R is true, that means both Q and R are true, and if both Q and R are true, that basically means there is no possibility, like there is no other possibility. S cannot be true. If S is true, right, that should imply Q and R, either one of them has to be false. But here Q and R both are true, so there is no other possibility than S being false. So that's why option A will be correct. let p of x be equals to a naught plus a1 x square plus a2 x raised to power 4 and so on. So basically my polynomial is a even function. It is an even function because all the even powers of x are present, right? All the odd powers are not present. So it's a polynomial with real variable x, where the coefficients are all positive. Okay, it is telling coefficients are all increasing in nature. So a naught will be greater than 0, a1 will be greater than a naught, and so on. So basically coefficients are increasing in nature. Now they are asking me what is the which of the following best describes the nature of the function p of x. So it has neither a maxima or minima, it has exactly one maxima, it has exactly one minima, it has exactly one maxima or minima. So they are discussing about maxima minima. So of course, you know, there is one tool for checking the maxima minima, that is the derivative tool. So I will differentiate and I will double differentiate, and then I will check the signs and I will find the stationary points, and with that I will be able to comment whether I have a maxima minima or what do I have. Okay, one thing you will notice that your f of x, right, will always be greater than 0. F of x will always be positive, it will never be negative. That is one thing. Okay, because it is a function, like x is a real variable and it, like, all even powers are there, so I cannot get any negative value because the coefficients are also positive, and x square, x raised to power 4 also will be positive. So if I plot the function, right, I will be always lying somewhere above the, just give me 1 second, somewhere above the y-axis. It will be something like this or something like this or something like this. I don't know what kind of graph I will get, but I will be always above the, sorry, x-axis. I will always be above the x-axis. That is one thing. Now let us differentiate this function. If I differentiate this function, what will I get? If I differentiate this function, this will be 2a1x plus 4ax a2x cube and so on, right, plus an into x raised to power, so n into 2n into x raised to power 2n minus 1. Okay, so that is what my polynomial is. That is what my polynomial is. Now the thing is that how will I solve this basically? Now I need a stationary point, so I have to make the differentiation 0. So I can see, I can take x common, right? I can take x common. If I take the x common, this will be converted into 2a1 plus 4a2 x square plus there will be some 6a3 x raised to power 4. Why? Because the next term would be x raised to power 5. This will not be 6, sorry. Just give me 1 second. No, this is fine. 2. This will be 4, and next term would be 6 into x raised to power 5. So 6 is there already, into a3 into x raised to, it will become, sorry, yeah, because I have taken x common, this will be x raised to power 4, and this will go on basically. And I have told you that again this is something similar to the initial function, which has always even, which always has even power of x, and my a1, a2, a3 all are positive. So again this whole thing will be always greater than 0. It cannot be 0, right? Because a naught, even if x is 0, right, x equal to 0, I have 2a1 and 2a1 is greater than 0. So it cannot be 0, it is non-zero. So I have only a single root, right? I have only a single stationary point, that is at x equal to 0. At x equal to 0, only at that particular point this function is going to 0. Other than that, it is not going to 0. Okay, that is one thing. Now the other thing is, what about, like, now is this a point of minima or maxima? Is this a point of minima or maxima? If I have only a single stationary point, I can have a function like this, right? I can have a function like this. Now this function is actually not possible. This function is actually not possible. Why? Because your function has to be continuous throughout. So at x equal to infinity, right, it has to be continuous. So it will somewhat go below the y-axis, or even if it does not go below y-axis, it will be somewhat like this. Okay, which is not our behavior actually. But with increasing the value of x, right, my function is going to positive infinity. So this is not the behavior. What is the, can you tell me what is the value of the function at positive infinity? It is infinity. So at positive infinity my function will be something like this, right? It will be very high value. If I put my x equal to minus infinity, it will be again very high value. Again very high value. So x equal to minus infinity will be on the left hand side of the graph. Again, because I am squaring it, I am squaring a negative number, it will be positive number. So again it is very high value. Again I am here. So what is the possibility? The possibility can be something like this, right? This can be a possibility. This can be a possibility. Now this is not correct because we have only a single stationary point. I cannot have a local minima here, a local maxima here, then again a local minima here. So this is only the possible graph. So it will have exactly one minima. Now this was the intuitive approach. This was the graphical approach. But of course there is calculation. Okay, this answer is sorted. It has exactly one minimum. But let's do the calculation. So this was the f dash of x. Correct. What is f double dash of x? What is f double dash of x? So f double dash of x is basically equals to, if I differentiate this function again, this will become 2a1 plus 12a2x square and so on, right? And I have to find out the sign of f double dash of x. Anyways, from this I can understand it will always be positive, but still for your sake, if I put this equals to 0, I get 2a1 which is actually positive because they have given me in the question it is positive. So if it is positive, that means my double derivative is positive. And what happens when my double derivative is positive? We get a minima. So from this, and because we have only a single stationary point, so it will be the only one minimum. So that's why it has exactly one minimum. So option C will be correct for this question. Let's solve this question. What is the area of the region defined by x comma y, where my region is y must be greater than x square and it must be less than or equals to x plus 2. So let me plot y equals to x square. If I plot y equals to x square, how will y equals to x square look like? X and y. So y equal to x square will be somewhat like this, right? This is my y equal to x square. And what will be y equals to x plus 2? So y equals to x plus 2, right? So the value will be somewhat like this, right? Because at x equal to 0 my y value is 2, so I will lie somewhere above the x axis. So y equals to x plus 2 will be this value. Okay, so I can observe obviously it is intersecting the graph twice. It is intersecting the graph twice. So here it is x equal to, like, now what are the points? So at these points my this graph and this graph are the same value. So basically my y value will be same. So y equals to x square will be equals to my y equals to x plus 2 at the intersecting points. So we can equate these two. So I will get my common points. So common points will be x square will be equals to x plus 2. So x square minus x minus 2 equals to 0. Okay, so minus b plus minus b square minus 4ac divided by 2a. So this will be equals to 1 plus minus 3 divided by 2. So this will be, so my x point, right, x will be like intersecting twice, that is minus of 1 and 2, minus of 1 and 2, that is where my x will be intersecting. Okay, now so x equal to minus 1 and x equal to 2, these are the 2 points where it will be intersecting. Now we have to find out the area in the region defined. So what is the area? This is the area, right? This is the shaded area that I need to find out. How will I find it out? So what I can do, I can integrate this whole area, right? This is the whole area, and I can subtract this area, right? So that I will get my green area, right? So what I will do, I will integrate from x equal to minus 1 to 2 for the curve y equal to x plus 2, and then I will integrate from x equal to minus 1 to 2 for the curve y equals to x square, and I will subtract this value, last value, I will get my green area, right? So I will integrate x plus 2 dx minus 1 to 2 plus, now I will subtract the area x square dx minus 1 to 2. Okay, this will be my desired area, required area. So I can directly calculate this value. This will be basically x square divided by 2 plus 2x minus of x cube divided by 3. X is going from minus 1 till 2. Okay, so this will be how much? This will be 4 square minus 1 square. So 4 minus 1 square, so 3 by 2. This will be 2 into 3. This will be minus 2 cube, that is 8, minus become plus divided by 3. So this will be equals to 3 by 2. So this will be basically 3 by 2, 1.5 plus 6 minus, this is 3, minus 3, right? So this is 4.5. This will be your answer. 4.5 units will be your answer for the question. So here the Bode plot for the open loop transfer function for a unity negative feedback system is shown. The gain of the feedback block is changed from unity to h, and the closed loop system becomes critically damped. Find 100 times h. What will be the value of 100 times h? Because I am changing the gain from 1 to h. H is also gain. What will be the value of h such that the system becomes critically damped? So I have to find the value of 100 times h. So for that, first of all, I have to determine the open loop transfer function. This is the Bode plot of a open loop transfer function. So the first glance, what you will see, this is in dBs, this is 2 radian. So at 2 radian, you are observing that I have a gain of 20 dBs. So in decimal scale, what is it? It is 20. So k will be what? K will be 20 raised to power this dB upon 20, that is 1, right? 20 upon 20, that is 1. So it is simply 10. So you will say that first of all, I can see that I have a pole at s equal to 0 because I am starting from minus 20 dB per decade. So my function will be some k divided by s, and then I am observing that I have a pole at s equal to 2 because the slope is changing to minus 40. So it will be s by 2 plus 1, and you will say at s equal to 2 the gain is 10, right? So what you will do, you will write here k, I will put here j omega. So this will be j2 plus j2, that is j plus 1. If I take the magnitude, that should be equals to my 10, and you will put k by 2 under root 2, this will be under root 2 equals to 10, and from there you will get the value of k, that is 20 root 2, and this will be absolutely incorrect. Why this will be incorrect? I hope you remember that our Bode plot was a approximate plot. It was not an exact plot. My polar plot and my Nyquist plot are exact plots. So this value, right, whatever we are showing here, this is a approximate value. At corner frequency, we have the highest error. So now your question would be, sir, then how will I solve it? So actually what we do, at corner frequency we have the highest error. We can actually find the gain much below corner frequency. So this, right, what is it? It is k divided by omega. If I am talking about the gain, right, k omega, k is a constant, like real number, omega into omega square by 4 plus 1 whole under root. Okay, so if my omega is much lower compared to 4, right, or omega is much, basically it is omega by 2 whole square. If my omega is much lower compared to 2, I can approximate this as k by omega. If my omega is much lower than 2, right, this will be roughly 0. So 1 up under root is 1 only. So I can actually take what is the magnitude 1 decade before it. 1 decade meaning 2 by 10. So this is a log scale, decade scale. I hope all this you know, all this I have taught in Bode plots. So this, let's say this point is a decade before, that is 2 by 10, that is 0.2. What will be the gain at 0.2? If the gain at 20 at 2 is 20, now my slope is minus 20 dB per decade. So the gain one decade before will be plus 20, additional 20, that is 40 dB. Okay. So this will be 40 dB per decade, right? 40 dB, that will be the gain at 0.2. Okay, but that is clear. 40 dB gain at 0.2. Okay. Now I can solve this. Now what is the gain in decimal scale? This will be 40 divided by 20, 10 raised to power this, which is equals to 100. The gain that is equals to my 100, that is a gain at 0.2. So I will put here omega equals to 0.2. So this will be k by 0.2 equals to 100. So from here I get the value of k, that is equals to 20. That is exactly correct, because here I was getting an error of root 2. So the error at corner frequency is highest, that is in decimal terms it is root 2. Okay, this I have derived in my full course, right? So my transfer function, my open loop transfer function becomes 20 upon, let me write in black, 20 upon s into s by 2 plus 1. That is what my open loop transfer function becomes. Now this is my OLTF, right? Now what is my now they are telling me that I am connecting my feedback with a gain block H such that the system becomes critically damped. So what will be the closed loop transfer function? It will be g upon 1 plus g of h, right? That will be 20 upon s into s by 2. I'm writing it directly now. I'm just writing it directly. So this will be s into s by 2 plus 1 plus 20 into h. Okay, directly I'm writing it. Plus 20 into, or no, directly I should not write it, otherwise I will mess up. Okay, 20 upon this s into s by 2 plus 1 divided by g upon 1 plus gh, right? So this will be, yeah, this will be 20 into gh. Oh, no, this is correct only. I was doing it correctly only. 20 upon this is my g. So this will be s square by 2 plus s plus 20h. Now my system has to be critically damped. My system has to be critically damped. For my system to be critically damped, what needs to happen? My poles should be real and equal, negative, real and equal, right? So what is the poles of the characteristics equation? It is 20s plus 20h equal to 0. So it is basically s square plus 2s plus 40h equal to 0. Basically it has to be equals to s plus 1 whole square, right? So that basically means for critically damped my poles should be repeated, negative, real, repeated. So 40h has to be equals to 1. So my h equals to 1 by 40. So 100h, right, what if they asked in the question, 100h will be 100 by 40, that is 2.5. So 2.5 will be your answer for this question. Pretty simple question, but you should know a few things regarding the damping of the system, also about the Bode plots. Let's solve this question. A unity negative feedback system is shown in the figure 1, and the system is described by the following state space equation. We have to determine the phase margin in degrees of the open loop transfer function. So this is a simple negative unity feedback system. State space equation is given. So I have to find out the phase margin of open loop system, open loop transfer function. So I have to find out the OLTF. So what is my transfer function? My transfer function T of s will be g upon 1 plus g. It is a negative unity feedback, right? I'm just writing directly g here. Now I need this g, right? Basically first of all I will calculate the transfer function from this state space equation. Then I will find out g, and from g I will calculate the phase margin. To calculate phase margin, what do I need? I need omega g, omega gc, gain crossover frequency, and from that finally I will be able to find out my phase margin. It's a long journey, okay? It's a very long journey. So what is my transfer function? So this is a very special form, Okay, I also don't remember the forms. Okay, maybe yaad nahi rakhta. I will also derive it, don't worry. But we will cross verify. So this special form, right, we start from here, from the left. So this will be the coefficient of s raised to power 0, this will be the coefficient of s raised to power 1. This is a second order system, right, because it is n cross, order of system matrix is 2 here, and here also we'll start from here, correct. This will be my coefficient of s raised to power 0, okay, of the numerator. This is for the numerator, right, this will be for the numerator n naught, and this will be for the denominator, okay. We will see. So basically, right, how will my transfer function look? It will be 20 upon, so 20 is the coefficient of s raised to power 0, and if I start from here, right, the coefficient of s raised to power 0 is 20, and we have to add a negative sign. I forgot to tell you that we will have to add a negative sign, इसलिए मैं भी याद नहीं रखता, इतना कुछ कौन याद रखेगा. So we have to add a negative sign here as well, right. So this will be plus 20 and then negative sign of 2, right. So this will be plus 2s and then s square, okay. This will be the transfer function. Let us verify. How can I verify? So we know very basic thing, that the transfer function, right, can be found out from the state space equation si minus a whole inverse, right, into b. Now I will do a very small thing, right. This is a 2 cross 2 matrix. The inverse also will be a 2 cross 2 matrix. So first of all, I will simplify the things. So what is my c? C is 20 0. C is 20 0, and let me name this as a b c d. It's any random 2 cross 2 matrix, and b is 1 comma 1, right. Sorry, 0 comma 1. B is 0 comma 1. Okay. So what will be this? 20, like this will be what? 1 cross 2 into 2 cross 2. So automatically this will be a 1 cross 2 matrix. So 2 into 20. So this will be 20a, right. Then plus 0, then 20b. Okay. And then we are multiplying 0 1. So ultimately my transfer function will be 20 into b. So I have to ultimately find out the value b, and remember there is a determinant as well, right. We have to divide by the determinant because it is inverse. So what is the b component here? So the b right will be something else actually. So if I see the si minus a, what is si minus a? Si minus a will be s minus 1 plus 20 s plus 2, and then I will take the inverse. So in inverse, right, what happens? It's a 2 cross 2 matrix, so we know the shortcut. You can do it in the long way. 2 cross 2 matrix, these diagonal elements will be swapped, and the non-diagonal elements, the sign will change. So this will become plus 1. This will become plus 1, and of course I have to divide by the determinant because I am taking the inverse. Determinant is s into s plus 2 plus 20. Okay. So that is my element b, right, and I have to multiply 20 with this, right. That will be my transfer function. So this will be 20 divided by s square plus 2s plus 20. Isn't this what we discuss over here? Yeah, it's very neat, very easy, right, but याद करना ही बहुत मुश्किल होता है. Even if you forget a very minute detail, you have to start from here. If you start from here, your whole question will be wrong. So that's why I also generally tend to skip the memorizing part. I will, in the exam hall, just to be safe, I will derive it. I will not take any risk. Okay, it will take me more time, that's fine. At least I am not making the question wrong. So this will be my transfer function. Okay, so we have got our transfer function. Still we have a long way to go. So this is my g plus 1 plus g, right. What is my g? So what is my g? I can simply subtract the numerator from the denominator. So I will subtract the numerator from the denominator. So this will come out to be 20 divided by s square plus 2s. That will be equals to my g. This is again a shortcut. Okay, like this we learned in control many times. I hope you have learned. If I have teach all these concepts. So here, right, if you are getting confused, again take it step by step. So take the inverse both of them. So if I inverse, this will be s square plus 2s plus 20 divided by 20 equals to 1 plus g divided by g. Now you subtract 1 from both sides. If I subtract 1 from both sides, this will be s square plus 2s divided by 20, and this will be 1 divided by g. Then you again take the inverse, again inverse them, right. This will come up, but I just skip all this step. I directly came to this. So that's the shortcut. Okay, so yeah, this is my g basically. Now yeah, we have to find out the omega phase margin. For phase margin, I have to find out the omega GC, right? Omega GC meaning, if I take common S here, right, it will be S into S plus 2 equals to my G, and G of j omega equals to 20 j omega plus 2. Okay, now I will take the magnitude of this. Okay, so this will be 20 upon omega square plus 4 whole under root. Okay, so this has to be equals to 1. This has to be equals to 1, right? So I will square on both sides. This will be 400 will be equals to, I'll square both sides. I will assume x to be equals to omega g. So this will be g actually, because at gain crossover frequency the magnitude will be 1, right? So x will be omega g square. So this will be x into x plus 4. So x square plus 4x minus 400 equal to 0. From here I will get the value of x, which is minus b plus minus b square 4ac, right? Or approximately it will be 400 divided by 2. So of course I will neglect the negative solution. I have to choose the positive solution. So if I choose the positive solution, what will be my answer? So this, right, it is approximately 400 only, or not 440, it will be approximately 40, but still we will find out the exact one. 1600 under root, then sorry for the verb, I will obviously eliminate the negative solution, right? I will only choose the positive solution, then divide by 2. So it comes out to be 18.1. This is the positive solution. Now this is my x. What is my omega g? Omega g is under root of x. Under root of x, that is 18.1. So under root of this comes out to be, omega g comes out to be, again I will ignore the negative solution, positive solution I will take, that is 4.254. okay, 4.254. Now what else we have to do? Now yeah, this is my omega g. Omega g is 4.25 radian, 2.54 radian per second. Okay, now now what we have to find out? We have to find out the phase at, because what is my phase margin? Phase margin is 180 plus phase of my OLTF at omega equals to omega g. Okay, that is what my phase is equals to, right? So now this will be 180 plus what is the phase? Now again I have to go back to my transfer function, right? So this was my transfer function, right? Omega j g of j. So this provides a 90 degree negative minus 90, right? Sorry, negative 90, and this provides tan inverse omega by 2, minus of tan inverse omega by 2. So I have a minus 90 and then minus of tan inverse, like I'm not explaining how can you find out the phase and all those things, like I'm expecting that those things you will be able to understand. So this will be omega g by 2, right? So this will be equals to 90 minus tan inverse of omega g by 2. So this divided by 2, tan inverse of this comes out to be 64.821 degrees. So plus 90, 25.18 degrees. So 25.18 degrees will be your answer for this question. Approximately it will be 25.2. So this will be your answer for the question. Seems a bit lengthy because there are a lot of things here, but with this single question a lot of concepts I hope are getting revised. So here we have been given a function y of x that has a solution to the differential equation, this one, okay, with the initial condition y of 0 equals to 0. So which of the following statements are correct, like y of pi by 4 or y dash of pi by 4? We have to find out the value basically. So we have to solve this differential equation. It's pretty standard, straightforward question. I'm expecting like there is no hiccups in this. So we have this differential equation, that is y dash minus y tan of x equals to two x sec of x. Okay, so it's very simple, right? It's a linear differential equation. I will find out the integrating factor. What will the integrating factor to be? E raised to power minus p of dx, that is e raised to power minus of this, right? So was it plus or minus? This was minus, right? So yeah, e raised to power p dx, basically e raised to power p dx will be there. So p is minus of tan x into dx. Okay, so I hope you remember what is the integration of tan x. Integration of tan x, minus sign will come outside, it will be sec x, right? That was the integration of sec x, log of sec x, ln of sec x, right? That was the integration of tan x. If you remember, the integration of sec x was sec x tan x, the integration of tan x was log of sec x. Okay, sorry, that was not the integration, I mean differentiation of sec x. Yeah, integration of sec x tan x will be sec x. Okay, so yeah, this will be sec x, and I have a negative sign, I can take this inside, so this will make this function inverse. So this will become e raised to power ln of cos x. So my integrating factor will become cos of x. So I will multiply with the integrating factor y into integrating factor cos x equals to integration of q dx, right? Q is 2x sec x dx into integrating factor, that is cos x dx. So automatically cos x and that will get cancelled, so it will be y, so I can take a new page, y into cos x equals to x square plus c. Okay, and they have given me y of 0 is 0, so if I put x equal to 0, this will be y equal to c equal to 0. Okay, so y will be c equal to 0. So then what will happen, c is equal to 0, right? So basically my function is y equals to x square sec x or 1 by cos x, whatever you want to say. Now what is the value of y at pi by 4? So y of pi by 4, basically where x equal to pi by 4, so this will be pi square by 16 into sec x. Sec x is root 2. So this will be equals to pi square by 8 root 2. Okay, that is what my y by pi square by 8 root 2 is. Okay, now so it is matching with the option A. So option A is correct, but I have to check y dash of pi by 2 as well, pi by 4 as well, right? Or pi by 3, y dash of pi by 3 as well. What is y of pi by 3? So if I check y of pi by 3, it will be, this will be pi square by 9, and pi by 3 means 60. What is cos 60? Cos 60 is half, so inverse of that will be 2. It is 2 pi square by 9, which is not present in the option. Actually option is telling something else. It is pi square by 9, no, It is 2 pi square by 9. So option C is wrong. Let me differentiate this function. If I differentiate this function, this will be y dash of x. Chain rule I will apply. So this will be two x sec x plus it will be 2x sec x x square. Now what is the differentiation of sec x? It is differentiation of sec x, right? So it is 1 by cos of x. So we have to differentiate 1 by cos of x. It will be sec x tan x. Differentiation of sec x is sec x tan x, and that was integration basically of sec x. Tan x is sec x, right? Yeah, differentiation of sec x is sec x tan x. Now if I put pi by 4, if I put pi by 4, this will be equals to what? This will be pi by 2. Pi by 4 is root 2, right? Root 2. Sec pi by 4 is root 2 plus pi by 4 into tan pi by 4 is 1 and this is root 2. Okay. So this will be equals to pi by root 2 plus pi by 2 root 2. Okay. So this comes out to be, I can take pi by root 2 common into 3 by 2. Now is it present in the option? No, it is not. Pi by, it is telling something pi square. No, this is not correct. Let me check for pi by 3. Now for pi by 3, what will happen? For pi by 3, this will be 2 into pi by 3, and sec pi by 3 means 1 by cos pi by 3, which is half. That inverse of that will be into 2 plus x into sec x tan x, right? X into sec x tan x. So what is my x basically? Equals to my x is pi by 3, x is pi by 3, sec x is 2, and tan of 60 is root 3. So this will be pi by 3, 4 plus 2 root 3. Okay, pi by 3, 4 plus, okay, pi square should also be there. Oh sorry, I messed up one thing actually. Sorry. This should, I forgot to write, this should be x square, right? Why am I writing it x? So this is x square, this will be pi square by 16. So this will actually become so another 4 pi square into 4, another 4 will get multiplied, this will become 8. Sorry about that. So this will be actually okay, I cannot add them actually. No, this will be the answer here in pi by 4, which is actually not present in here. That is wrong. Anyways, it is not present. What about this one? So this will be pi square and another pi square by 3 square, right? So here I will have this will be 4 pi by 3. Let me keep it separately only. 4 pi by 3 plus this will be 2 pi square divided by 3 root 3. Okay, 2 pi square divided by 3 root 3, which is present in the option D. Okay, 4 pi by 3 plus 2 3 root 3. So yeah, option D is correct. So option 1 and 4 will be correct. Just be careful with the differentiation. I also sometimes make mistake. Let's solve this question. Let the complex function w equals to u plus iv be defined by this. At which points is the function not analytic? So I have to identify the points at which the function will not be analytic. So how will I solve this basically? So the thing is, first of all, what were the, if you remember, what was the basic condition for analyticity? First of all, the function must be continuous. Okay, continuous meaning function must be defined. Function must be defined for it to be analytic, right? So this is the first way to solve the question. If I approach with, if I have been given the points and I check whether the if I put the points here, is the function defined or not? Okay. So don't worry, I will solve with other methods as well. First, if I put here x equal to 0 comma 0, if I put here 0 comma 0, ln of 0 is minus of infinity, right? Ln of 0 is minus of infinity. So real part is going to minus of infinity. What about the imaginary part? So it is tan inverse 0 upon 0. So you will say it is tan inverse 1. So it is approaching pi by 4. You're wrong. What we used to do is we used to say that limit as x tends to 0. We have this, let's say, sin x upon x, and then we used to say the limit will be 1. Why? Because here there was only a single variable that was varying. This I have taught in my full course, that if I have two variables that are varying, how will I compute the limit? In this case, what is happening? If I approach from the positive side, let's say x is equals to plus 0.01, then this sin of x becomes 0.01 divided by 0.01, that is 1. And if I approach from the negative side, then let's say x is equals to minus 0.01, so this will be minus 0.01, this also will be minus 0.01, so ultimately minus minus will get cancelled, I will get 1 only. So if I approach from both sides, I am getting the same value, so hence limit exists. But here, right, limit will actually not exist. Why limit will not exist? If I have two variables, then I have to vary both the variables. X tends to 0, y tends to 0. Limit as, let me just take the inside function of the tan, that is y upon x. So if both of them approach from positive side, 0.01, x is 0.01, y is 0.01, then there is no problem, then limit will be 1. But let's say if x approaches from the negative side, minus 0.01, and y approaches from the positive side, 0.01, then the limit becomes minus 1. So limit is not same. If limit is not same, limit does not exist basically. Basically the function is not defined at x equal to 0 comma 0. So function will definitely be not analytic at x equal to 0 comma 0. That is for certain. Okay. Now what about the other options? So at x equal to 0 comma 1, what is the log value? 0 comma 1 ln of 1, that is 0 only, no problem. Here 0 comma 1, that is it is equals to 1 upon 0 tan inverse infinity, that is pi by 2, no problem. This is pi by 2, right? And so there is no problem here. Now what about C option? Function is continuous, but I have not checked for the condition for analyticity yet. Here from the first glance itself I can say this will be correct, because function itself is not defined, so it will definitely not be analytic at this point. I will prove it to you as well. What about this point 1 comma 0? So this will be 1 comma 0, again this will be 0, and this will be 0 by 1, tan inverse 0 is 0 only, so no problem. Function is totally function is defined here. What about here in the last option 2 comma infinity? Okay, so 2 comma infinity, here my x will be 2 comma infinity, so this will be ln of infinity, no problem. From whichever side I will approach, it will have no problem, this will be infinity only, no problem. Here 2 upon infinity is, so this will be tan inverse infinity again, that is pi by 2, no problem. Okay, so all these points have no problem, this has a problem, so this will be the answer. Now if it was MSQ, you have to proceed further. If this was only MCQ, then this will be answer and you're done. Okay, this will be an answer and you're done. But if this was MSQ, then you have to actually solve further. So what is this function actually? Do you remember what is this function? So again there are two methods here. Method 1 is, if you know the standard, right, standard function, that if my z is equals to x plus iy or equals to e raised to power I theta, r into e raised to power I theta, right, then if I take the log of this ln of z, that will be equals to ln of r e raised to power I theta, so it will be ln of r plus I theta into ln of e, that is basically 1. So what is r? R is under root x square plus 1, so I can take it outside, that is x ln of x square plus y square plus I, what is theta? Theta is simply tan inverse y upon x, right? So that's how you calculate this value, correct? Remember, this is the formula for both x and y greater than 0. If x and y both are negative, then this theta will change actually. Okay, just be careful regarding that. So basically this is what, this is nothing but ln of z. So if I differentiate my ln of z, d upon dz, it must be defined at the points where I will differentiate. So if I differentiate this, right, d upon ln of z, this will become 1 by z, correct? And is 1 by z defined at x equal to 0, y equal to 0? No. At x equal to 0, y equal to 0, it will simply be 1 by 0, right, which is undefined. So that's why this point will not be analytic. Okay, what about other points? X equal to 0, y equal to 1, yes, it will be totally valid. This will become 1 upon 1, no problems. Okay, at x equal to 0, x equal to 1, y equal to 0, again this will be totally valid. 1, x at y equal to infinity, again this will be valid. That will become, this differentiation will be 0, no problem. So that is one way to identify that this is the point where my differentiation does not exist. So definitely my function will not be analytic. Okay, now there is other way as well, the basic way. What was the basic condition? Cauchy-Riemann equations, right? Cauchy-Riemann equations. What was the CR equation? So I had to find out my u. So w is equals to u plus iv, and I know for a function to be analytic, my ux must be equals to vy, and my uy must be equals to minus of vx. Okay, ux equals to ui and ux equals to minus of vx. That is the case over here, right? So yeah, so now what we can do is we can do the differentiation. What is my u? U is simply 1 by 2 ln of x square plus y square, that is the real part, and my v is tan inverse of y upon x. So what is my ux? Ux is, this will be 1 by 2 will be outside, into 1 by x square plus y square into 2x, and my, what is my uy? Sorry, what is my vy? Vy will be tan inverse so it is basically 1 upon 1 plus y plus x whole square into y, right? So this will be 1 upon x. Yes, that will be my vy. Now is it always equal? So if I again correct it properly, this 2 will get cancelled. This will be x by x square plus y square, correct? And this will also be, here I have x square. If I multiply x square, so this will be x by x square plus y square, no problem. So they are equal. You are getting them to be equal here. Okay, but you cannot put here x equal to 0, right? If you put here x equal to 0, this function will not be defined, although you are cancelling it out, right? Here you are cancelling stuff out, but the thing is, from this step to this step, once you come, you make sure that x is not equal to 0. If x is equal to 0, you cannot simply cancel. If x is equal to 0, you cannot simply cancel. Okay, just be careful regarding that. You cannot simply cancel it. Okay, and other than this point, right, all points my ux equals to vy. What about the other part, uy, partial differentiation of u with respect to y? So this will be same thing only. This will be y upon x square plus y square, and my Vx will be equals to, if I differentiate this with respect to x, this will be 1 upon 1 plus y upon x square into differentiation with respect to x. So it will be minus y upon x, minus y upon x square. So this will become, actually, again you are making sure that your x is not equal to 0. If your x is not equal to, if your x is equal to 0, right, you will not be able to cancel it out here. So this will be minus of y upon x square plus y square. Okay, so again both of them are equal, actually. Vy is equals to minus of Vx, no problem, but x equal to 0, whenever coming from this step to this step, you are making sure that x is not equal to 0. If x is equal to 0, you will not be able to cancel it out. Why? So let's say I have a number here 2, that is equals to 2, right? Now you say I'm dividing both sides by x, or let's say I have a number, I'm dividing both sides by x, right? Can you say here that if I put my x equal to 0, now will this be satisfied? No. So you cannot divide by 0. You cannot divide by 0, right? That will make the function blow up. So just be careful about that. So that's how basically you can solve this question. That's it for this question. So option 1 will be the correct answer for this question. So we have a function phi, a arbitrary smooth real valued. It is a real valued scalar function. Scalar. It is not a vector. Scalar function. And v be a smooth vector valued function. Okay, phi is a scalar, v is a vector function in 3-dimensional space. Which one of the following is correct? So divergence of v will be 0. Will it always be 0? No, right? It depends. What is divergence of v? Divergence of v will be simply v1, if my v, right, is vector function, it will be vx ax cap plus vy, or let me write this as v1 v2, otherwise you will get confused, v2 ay cap plus v3 az cap. So what is the divergence of v? It will be simply v1 plus v2 plus v3, right? I will differentiate with respect to x, I will differentiate with respect to y, I will differentiate with respect to z. That will be my divergence of v, which is not necessarily 0, right? If all of them are 0, then only it will be 0, otherwise it can be something else. I cannot say. So this is automatically eliminated. Now what about this one? Divergence of curl of v. So what is curl of v? Curl of v will be, I will have here function, I will have this ax cap, ay cap, az cap. I will have the differentiator operator, right? And I will have here v1, v2 and v3. So if I take the curl of this, this will be del v3 divided by del y minus del of v2 divided by del z. Okay, and then I have this ax cap. Similarly, I will have the same structure, right? Here I will have del, this will be del x and del y. So it will be del x into v3 and del z into v1. Okay, because this line will be gone, and I will have a negative sign, and this will be ay. Plus I will have, now this will be gone, del x into v2. So del v2 del x minus del v1 into del y. Okay, is it. Okay, so it is it. Now the thing is, I will be taking the divergence of this. So if I take the divergence of this, what will happen? This will become d del x of this whole function, right? And plus, this will be minus actually, because I have a minus ay del y of this whole function. Plus del x del z of this whole function, right? So what happens is, this is what del square del x del y v3, this is del square del x del y v3 minus sign, so this will get cancelled. This is del square v2 del x del y minus, this is del square v2 del x del y plus, this also gets cancelled. So this one is left, del square del y del z v1 with a plus sign, minus minus plus, this is minus del square v1 dy upon del z, that will be cancelled out. So automatically this option is actually correct, because this will make it to be 0. Okay, now I don't remember the identities, so that's why it took me time. If you are able to remember the identities, it will not take you much time. Okay, it should not take you much time. Basically, what is it? I hope you remember there was a identity del dot curl del dot del cross f or v, right? So this was supposed to be equal to 0. Okay, if you remember this identity, it was supposed to be equal to 0. What about this one? Curl of, I am doing curl of grad of phi, right? Phi, sorry, curl of phi into v. I am multiplying a scalar function with this, and then I am telling that it is equals to gradient of phi of divergence of b, divergence of v. Okay, so is that correct? So curl of phi is some arbitrary function x into y into z. So this, right, this won't be correct actually, because I don't also remember any property like this. Okay, you can try it out, you can check it out, but I don't think any property is like this that will be valid, and this property is also invalid, right? You cannot multiply a scalar function here then take the divergence. I can prove it wrong here itself, because if you are multiplying a scalar function, then your v1 is changing, right? V1 function is changing, then your differentiation will change. It's not like I will take this phi outside, because this phi is a function of x comma y comma z. You cannot take it outside, so this is also wrong. Okay, and this also I don't remember any like property. You can do it, right? But I also don't remember any property. And anyways, this was a multiple choice question, not a multiple select. So anyways, as soon as you see this property, you directly take it and then move on to the next question. But here I have to explain everything, that's why I was using so much time.
Yes, thank you to everyone for watching the solution. I hope you have understood a lot of new things. So this was a power packed session of 5.5 hours, roughly around 5.5 hours. So I know a lot of new concept you have surely understood, and yeah, now you would be preparing based on whatever the area that you are currently lagging in. And no need to be demotivated. Don't be demotivated, because September is not the time of being demotivated. September is the time where you need to realize that I will study hard and I will study in a manner that I will perform very well in the GATE examination. Okay, so keep on studying hard. Along with that, I have already talked about the offers. You can apply the code GATE26 on our GATE courses. You will get 26% off, and you can apply the code JOB, J-O-B, and you will get 20% off on our placement courses, and it will be applicable till 15th of September, 11:59 p.m. Along with that, there is this particular strategy video, like if you are starting right from now, then how you should prepare and in what manner you should prepare and what you can target, what you can actually target, that thing I have discussed here. You can apply the promo code HOPE. For these two batches, there is special promo code HOPE, H-O-P-E. So Titans patch will be of 6,300 rupees and non-core combo will be of 3,500 rupees. So you can apply that promo code and watch this video. You will get to know what things we are going to cover in this Titans and non-core combo. Okay, so why the special promo code is there, everything will be discussed in this particular video. So you watch that video, and the complete strategy also you will understand that how you can proceed in your preparation from now onwards. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Let's meet in some other video with some new concept. Happy learning. And yeah, just one more thing, don't forget to comment down. What I need the comments, because like a great level of effort we have put for designing this test series, for designing the solution, a great level of effort we have put. So all I need is your comments. You should comment down that, sir, what was the quality of the question paper? Just comment down. Okay, so it will make me feel very good. I need your comments. I need the comments from everyone. Yeah, okay then.